I think I might have too much stuff. I gotta stop making these videos where I just buy the first slightly interesting piece of garbage I see advertised on the internet. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Or this? I spent like $200 on this tracksuit and I literally only use it to muffle the sound coming from my room when I'm yelling at Fortnite at 2 a.m. Where did you go? I'm getting shot! Just because I have a lot of fun making these videos and people seem to really like watching these videos and it's my favorite series to do on my channel doesn't mean I should keep doing it.
Oh my god. I gotta buy this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium. So as it turns out, the man cave sign that I was really excited about in my last video flashes at all times, and that's gonna be really distracting. So I'm gonna have to turn that off. There's a fun game I've started playing that you too can play if you wanna fuck with advertisers a little bit. Instead of ignoring an ad for a product that you don't want, click on it. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but hear me out. You're gonna wanna scroll around for a bit, just maybe 10, 20 seconds, enough to establish a presence there, and then exit out of the ad and go about your day. The algorithm is going to make note of that and they're gonna show that ad to you again. Don't be alarmed. This is all part of the plan. Next time you see it, you're gonna wanna repeat steps 1 and 2 until you get the ad for a third time and do the same thing, so on and so forth forever. Now, it's important that you never actually buy anything from the website. That is not the point of what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is get this company to waste their entire ad budget on you without ever getting a sale in return. It's the perfect prank. But unfortunately, this is not a series about getting advertisers to waste their money. It's about me wasting my money for your entertainment. So let's start. I'm gonna show these to you in order of most promising to most confusing. First up is the Cozy Band.
I love relaxing in bed with my Cozy Band headphones. They're perfect for Netflix, music, podcasts, meditations. Why?
Not gonna lie, this is very intriguing to me. I've noticed I fall asleep much faster if I'm listening to music, and obviously I can't just blast some speakers right next to a bed that I share. And it also kind of hurts to wear my giant headphones to bed, unless I'm laying face down. But every time I do that, I suffocate and die. But this thing, I can just have on my head. It even doubles as an eye mask. To be fair, yeah, you technically could just do this with regular headphones, but I know if I did, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep because I'd be distracted thinking about how cool I look. Not really much else to this. It's kind of on the cheap side, which actually worries me. I know that sounds weird. Obviously, if something ends up sucking, I'd rather have not spent a lot of money on it, but now I'm just expecting these headphones to sound like shit, so we'll see. Another thing I'm genuinely curious to try is this garlic ejector.
You don't have to peel your garlic, you don't have to chop it, nothing. It scrapes itself clean, which is crazy. And then it pings away the peel, all in one go. You don't have to touch your garlic at all.
Peeling and mincing one little clove of garlic is the most annoying detour to have to take while cooking. It's not the cutting part I dislike, it's the stickiness of the garlic. It gets all over your fingers, and now you gotta wash your hands again, even though you already did. Hopefully, please tell me you washed your hands. But maybe the Garject tool from dreamfarm.com is the answer to all my problems. Normally, I would be put off by the odd font choices they've made here, a font that I can only describe as Comic Sans trying to clean up his act. But after seeing so many websites in the series that all look the same, this is actually kind of a nice change of pace. I guess you gotta be a little silly when you have a product called Brizzle, or a Flisk, or a Mini Sapoon. Am I having a stroke? I'm having a hard time telling the difference between the regular and the light version other than the price. So I guess I'll just buy the cheaper one. Sorry, Dream Farm, you gotta make the premium version look more enticing. Now, I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I'm something of a content creator. I like to make videos on the internet and then do nothing for 3 weeks. But maybe the thing I need to help boost my productivity is a little tripod that follows me around. That way I don't have to sit down and set up my camera. I can just be passively recording myself at all times.
I can be washing dishes here in the sink, checking on my pie crust, opening the oven, blending in my blender,
tying my shoes, petting my cat, getting scratched by my cat, berating my cat. Make an impression, build a following. You know, I don't think they can guarantee that. You're not definitely gonna get famous just because you bought a spinning tripod. Again, I'm gonna buy the light version because just like with the garlic thing, they've done nothing to entice me to buy the expensive one.
Nano bag, a bag inside a bag. That's because as spacious as the sling is, sometimes you go a little too overboard with souvenirs, and once you pop this open and allow it to reach its full potential, you've now got a whole grocery bag worth of additional space.
I don't really have a joke for this one. It's a little bag. That's all it is. I'm just curious to see it. It's gotta be thin as hell in order for it to get that tiny, and I have a feeling it's going to break at the worst possible time. Not that there's a good time for a bag to break, but I just know the moment I start lugging around 4 gallons of loose milk, that thing is tearing in half. I'll say it. That looks pretty good. I wonder what other kind of slushies he's made.
When I say this cup can turn literally anything into a slushie, I mean it.
Oh no.
Just pour and squeeze for less than 60 seconds.
No, don't do that.
Comment what else you think can't turn into a slushie.
Come on, didn't we already learn our lesson with Tide Pods? You're not supposed to make it look delicious.
My name Jeff.
We already sent you 2 free slushie cups.
I wanted 4.
That's how you do it, shit.
I'm not sure I understood any part of that conversation, but they did make ice pretty fast, so that's cool. Okay, but so far they've made my 2 favorite flavors of slushie, laundry detergent and water. Yum! Let's check out their website. We're about to enter the hottest season of the year, and you need to make sure that your body's taken care of. Not only do slushes taste amazing, but frozen drinks are proven to be beneficial to our health. You know, I don't think I'm gonna take health advice from the guy who did this. Also, you got a reference for that? Like a data you could show me? Or am I just gonna have to take your word for it? Is cold drinks good for health? Oh. Kind of seems like the opposite is true. Okay, well they're talking about like soda, and so obviously soda's bad for you. Frozen drinks, good for health. Cold water impacts digestion. What is this like science meme website? Who is this for? Well, I Googled it for 30 seconds and the results are inconclusive, so maybe I'll just read the reviews. I took it for my daughter. She is happy. In principle, a cool thing. All right, well, I'm sold.
Is that Instagrams?
My upright vibrates every time I slouch.
Immediately, great start to an ad. Is that Instagrams? Uh-huh. Yeah, I taped a photo sharing website to my back.
Which trains my brain to sit up straight.
Finally, he's using his brain.
Now, I love me a good silly ad. This is pretty solid marketing, especially for such a bizarre looking product. But they do make a lot of promises in a short period of time.
So now I can focus on my work instead of my posture. It saves me money. You always wanted to be 2 inches taller, right?
So I'm gonna get more work done, I'll save money on my chiropractor, and I'll get taller by using this. That's a lot of benefits for $76. That guy who spent like $100,000 on limb lengthening surgery is gonna be pissed when he finds out about this. Okay, so there's one last product I found that I have no intention of buying because even though my scam detectors were off the charts, I'm pretty sure it's going to burn my house down. But I wanna show this to you because it's actually one of the most bizarre ads I've ever seen. You know what? Actually, it's over 5 minutes long. I'm just gonna sum it up. So this guy, Alan Jackson, is one of the most accomplished students at MIT. He invented something, which they take forever to even explain what it is, and the biggest power companies in America tried to buy it from him for $1 million so they could shut it down, but he said no. He's a man of the people. You see, Alan was blessed with an IQ of 150, a made-up number that doesn't actually mean you're gonna be more likely to invent something, but go off. He discovered that more power was flowing through their house than they needed, and they were spending all this extra money. So he creates a thing that like gets it to stop doing that. And then he tests out his prototype, and it's so successful that according to this image, the power bill was a negative number. This device is so efficient that the electric company owed him money. 3 minutes in, they finally explain what this thing does. You plug it into any power outlet in your house, and it saves you $300 a month. So that all sounds great, I guess. But I did a little bit of research, and I'm pretty sure none of that is real. Alan Jackson, the genius MIT student, totally made up. You'd think there would be even one article about this 19-year-old whiz kid who's literally cutting people's power bills in half. But the only notable Alan Jackson I could find is a 63-year-old country singer. Hoochie coochie. They also used a quote from Tech Daily magazine, who I found on Instagram. They have 0 followers and haven't posted in 15 months. So maybe this is a quote straight from their website. Well, they also haven't updated that since last year. And you're not gonna believe this, but PowerSave isn't even trademarked, at least not by Alan. He would not have even been born yet when this was registered in 1994. So I guess my question is, who the hell is this kid? They have all this footage of, is this like a YouTuber they found? Or is this just more stock footage? I mean, they certainly got their money's worth from their Storyblock subscription. I'm pretty sure they used their entire library in this ad. But whoever it is, I would love to find him and bring this to his attention. So if you recognize this man, let me know. So to summarize, the inventor's not real, his backstory's not real, and the product is clearly just a piece of crap that's either extremely useless or, worst case, extremely dangerous. But like, you can do that? You can just resell some cheap bullshit you found on AliExpress and make up an entirely fake narrative to go along with it? Don't mind if
Mail's here.
So the way I make these videos now is every time I see something that is interesting to me and I know I'm gonna make a video about it, I just buy it that day. So some of these things arrived a week ago. Others have been sitting in my closet for like 2 months. In other words, I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Definitely the first thing I wanna open is the posture corrector. The sooner I start using that, the better. They said that sweet old lady from the commercial is 2 inches taller now, but with my slouch, I'm thinking I could go like half a foot. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, this is the Upright Go 2. They worked out all the kinks from the first one. I don't know what those kinks might have been. Maybe it shocked you too hard. Yep, see this one says gentle vibration feedback. Definitely it was too harsh before. You can track your posture from day to day. You can have daily goals. I assume the goal would just be to have good posture every day. This box is very reminiscent of opening up an iPhone for the first time, only way more disappointing. So this comes with, looks like about 10 pieces of tape and then a few alcohol prep pads. You know, gotta disinfect your back before you put this on. Comes with a little guitar pick. How fun. I mean, technically it says adhesive removal tool, but I could strum a few chords with this. So I think I can just put it on now. I hope it's charged. Am I gonna have to charge it while it's on my back? I don't even know how to film this. It's hard enough to put this on by myself. Oh, there's a button on it. I accidentally hit a button. I hope that's not self-destruct mode. What's your main posture goal? For it to be better? I'm in this purely for vanity. I'm just trying to look better. Turn on your go. Oh, no, I can't see it. I hope it's blinking. I put it on way too early. Sorry, I gotta update it first. I think the new season just came out. Should I buy the battle pass? Now let's learn how to place the go on your back. Well, I already did it, so. Attaches, Make sure your upper back is clean and dry. Now peel off the green cover. Okay, I already... What the fuck? Dude, this thing will just randomly go back like 5 steps. Is it because I'm clicking too fast? And it's like, nope, you're not comprehending. You're gonna have to start over. Great. Okay. Did the app crash? Or... I think I broke the app by trying to use it. What is happening? It's just stuck on this black screen. And every time I exit out, it's still on the black screen. What if my posture is just so bad that the app took one look at me and was like, yeah, dude, there's nothing we can do here, sorry.
This guy is a lost cause.
It's not my fault that puberty gave me scoliosis.
That moment when your posture app crashes, so you have to restart your phone.
All right, let's fucking go, dude. I'm so pumped for this shit.
I don't even know what to do.
All right, last resort. I am going to delete the app and I'm going to download it again.
I'm having a great time. This is the best day of my life.
Let's learn how to place it on your back. More on adhesives. Yeah, can you tell me how tape works, please? Jesus Christ. Okay, should I watch the video? I'll watch the video this. I think they got mad that I didn't watch their video they made.
Plant your feet on the ground so your knees form a 90-degree angle. Now straighten up and imagine there's a string pulling you up. Next, pull your shoulders back slightly. Being upright should feel comfortable. Lastly, relax. And don't forget to breathe. Let's start by saying hello to your avatar. Every day you get a daily uptime goal. Fill up this ring to complete your daily goal.
Okay, yeah. My goal is an hour a day. That doesn't seem that, like, it doesn't seem like that much. Like, I feel like if I'm slouching for every other hour of the day, I'm not doing a good job. All right, let's see. 4, 3, 2, 1. I knew it was gonna happen. It still scared me. It doesn't just buzz once to let you know that you're fucking up. It keeps going until you correct it. Cool. Well, the battery life is already 50%. I'm curious to see how long it lasts. But other than that, I guess I can just go about the rest of my day and check in on this when I need to. This is definitely the nano bag because it is microscopic. Oh, that's right. I got 2. They just gave me a free one at the end. This is the regular one. And this is the mini. As you can see, there's a pretty massive difference there. This is probably 1/4 of an inch taller. I feel like it's gonna be really hard to fold it up the perfect size and get it back in here. Have you ever taken a cover off of a beanbag chair, washed it, and then tried to put it back on? It's a nightmare. And I'm gonna have to do this every time I go shopping? I don't know about that. Okay, it's going in. No, this is pretty cool. Maybe I'll just leave the handle out, so. Okay, this is gonna take some getting used to. For the next 6 days, I wore my upright everywhere I went. I wore it to Best Buy. I wore it to a thrift shop. I wore it to Curtis Connor's stand-up show. Because good posture takes no days off. I treated it like a boot camp. When the battery died, I just plugged it in and kept on going. And whenever my back would vibrate, I would punish myself by doing 50 push-ups. Unfortunately, it would think that I was still slouching while doing the push-ups, so then I would have to do even more. It was sort of this endless cycle of I probably did thousands of push-ups yesterday. Long story short, my arms are very tired. So this thing definitely gets in your head about how you're sitting. There's so many things you do every day that you don't even realize that you slouch during, but that also arguably don't really matter that you're slouching. Like every day, when I eat my lunch and I'm leaning over to eat my food, this thing screams at me, no, that's not how you're supposed to sit. You're supposed to sit up straight. God forbid I bend over a little bit. And then the opposite of eating, which is of course going to the bathroom, upright does not like that. Back must be pressed against the toilet at all times. This is how you poop. Although it took me like 3 days to stop thinking that I was getting a text every time it buzzed. My shirt would randomly start vibrating and I would be like, wait, is that Instagram? I very quickly had to raise the delay from 15 to 30 seconds because it was driving me crazy. The constant buzzing whenever you're so much as reading an email is, I think, more annoying than helpful. I think it was also a good idea to turn off the device while I was doing an activity that I knew I would have to slouch during. Like if I know I'm gonna be leaning over my stove for half an hour, I don't want my back vibrating at me every 5 seconds because I had the audacity to look down at what I was doing. I don't think I would feel comfortable saying that this is worth $76. But if I were to ignore the cost and just look at it objectively, I think it did have a slightly positive impact on me. At the very least, it gets me thinking about my posture. And if I'm able to transform that into more of a subconscious thought, and that's what it takes to finally fix my gamer boy slouch, then, you know, so be it. Did someone say bag test? I did. It was me. In an effort to review the most utilitarian product in an interesting way, I'm just gonna keep putting a bunch of stuff in it until it breaks. Don't worry though, if it does break, no harm will be done because I'm gonna do the test above my very soft and very big beanbag chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think I was talking about you? Hell no. You're not soft. You're not big. If I dropped my valuable possessions on top of you, they would all break.
So anyway, let's get started. The website says it holds up to 66 pounds, but I think they're talking about the regular version. This is the mini. I assume it would hold less than that. I have like 55 pounds worth of weight, so we'll see if it can do all that. The best part is I didn't spend any money on this, so if it does break, that's okay. It was free. 17 pounds. So far, so good. This will be 27 pounds. 37 pounds. Okay. So if I were just doing this test in my regular life, I would stop here because I can't imagine myself ever needing to carry more than this. If I did, I would just take more bags. But this isn't real life. This is a YouTube video. So yeah, I'm gonna do all the weight. If it'll fit. 55 pounds. I'm not stalling because it's going to be difficult for me to lift this up at this angle. I guess I could stand on the beanbag, but then if it drops, it's going to drop on my foot, and I might like break my foot, and I don't want to do that. Gotta be real careful with it. I would find more things around my house to put in there and make it weigh more, but the fact that this holds 55 pounds with no issues, and I myself can't really hold 55 pounds with no issues. I don't see this ever being a problem if I'm out in public and this is the only bag I have. I'm not gonna get 70 pounds worth of stuff because my arms will fall off. Let me try again. I really thought this would break. I don't think I've been this surprised to see a product do what it was advertised to do since I poured Gatorade all over that shirt. Lucky for me, I have another tiny bag here. This one holds the Cozy Band. Now, usually you would hope and even expect that a device like this would come with written instructions, but these two items were literally the only things in the box. Guess I'll just figure it out on my own. First thing I noticed is somewhat of a troubling aroma emanating from this thing, which is fine, you know, I only have to put it on my face. I wasn't sure if the inside would have actual earbuds that like hook into your ear. Looks like little speakers kind of hidden beneath the band. Oh cool, you could have like the wire stick out if you want. Maybe that I could hook onto my ear, make sure it doesn't go anywhere. So far so good. Kind of seems like they don't get close enough to my ears. I guess if I was laying down, it would work. Obviously, the only thing I can do is try it out. I'm gonna sleep with this for a couple nights and I will let you know. Nighty night. Okay, well, it's been a couple days now, and you can definitely notice the cheapness here. The sound quality's not great. It kinda seems like they just shoved two speakers into a sweatband, probably because that's what they did. If you were hoping to wash this in some capacity, you have to painstakingly remove the electronics from the Cozy Band, and then put them back in exactly where they were, which is an extremely tedious process. This one single sentence on their website did not prepare me for how difficult it would be. It's certainly more comfortable than wearing regular headphones, although the speakers fit so loosely that they end up kind of sliding around and ending up in places they're not supposed to. So the solution for that is to make it louder, but the sound kind of bleeds out, and then I can't fully relax because now I'm worried I'm gonna wake Amanda up with the Law Dispute song that came up on Shuffle. I will say it fits really well for me specifically. So hopefully you and I have the same sized head, otherwise you're out of luck because there's no way to adjust the size. That's why a lot of the negative reviews are either too tight or too big. For $40, you can't expect some super high-end device, so I will say that it's not terrible and it could be worse. So we here over at the Drew Gooden channel officially give the Cozy Band a 3 out of 5. Unfortunately, I didn't get a lick of sleep after this because even though I was up all night configuring my new tripod, which involved downloading their horribly rated app, when I was finally ready to use it to record the next segment with Amanda, this happened.
Oh no, nobody knows what to do.
All right, it's slushy time. How does it feel?
cold.
Yeah. Based on what I saw on this person's Instagram, they did an orange juice one, they did a strawberry milk one, famously from earlier in the video, and they also did a Coke one, but I'm more of a Dr. Pepper guy.
You wanna shake this up before we open it?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Just do a little bit. Probably good. And then you have to like squeeze it for, the box says several minutes.
It's so cold.
I guess it's kind of already slushed it up.
Doesn't really look that appetizing.
So what do you guys think? All right, bottom up. Oh no.
It's like slimy.
It's so slimy, that's a good word for it. I mean, it looks good.
Is this what you feed babies?
Mm-hmm, mushy Dr. Pepper.
It's like chunky but slimy.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so slimy, it's weird. I think I'll do the honors this time. This is strawberry milk. It's not quite as pink as the one from the video. This looks exactly like a baby bottle. Oh my god.
This looks wrong.
I promise you this is what we're supposed to do.
This one took significantly longer to freeze, so in the meantime, I'm going to read to you some of my favorite phrases from the box. As far as I can tell, the text on here went through one single pass of Google Translate. Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup slushifies your drink in minutes. It's that easy. No mess, no fuss. Put on the lid and squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Use Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup over and over again. The fun never ends. So is the point of this product to make drinks out of it, or is the point just that it's a fun toy? It's BPA free, it's non-toxic, it's easy make, it's no mess, no fuss. Attention, because of various brand models of refrigerator freezer temperature adjustment by different, sometimes need to put more time will be frozen. This is a normal phenomenon.
This one I'm the most excited about. The orange juice, I don't really give a shit. I only bought it because they did it on the Instagram.
It's like eating
It's like eating strawberry milk.
Yeah.
This one tastes good. This tastes like a strawberry milkshake that's been melted a little bit.
I would do this again.
That's pretty good. Honestly, don't do a soda. It's just not, I don't think it's made for soda. But this is pretty good.
Lactose intolerant.
You'll be fine though. This is just whole milk. Yummy.
You got a little something.
Huh? Right over here.
You got it.
Got milk. Well, I had to wait for this thing to get cold again, but I've made myself some orange juice slushy to drink while I garject. That was a weird sentence. Oh my god. It tastes just like orange juice, but a little bit colder. So anyway, I tried using this thing once already, and it kind of worked. As you can attempt to see in this extremely blurry footage, the peel doesn't exactly slide off in one swift movement as was advertised. If you leave it on like they said you could, it gets ripped up into little pieces and hitchhikes a ride into whatever food you're making. It's kind of like how if you had an egg and you tried to shove it through a cheese grater, the shell isn't gonna just magically disappear. It's coming too. But you know, that one major bit of false advertising aside, it works pretty well once the garlic is peeled. See, that's the part I was hoping to not have to do. It's a shame that you still have to like touch it if you don't want to waste all the garlic that's still stuck to the thing. But then of course your fingers get all sticky, which is the other thing I was hoping to not have to do anymore. We're kind of 0 for 2 on the two things I was looking most forward to. Is this better than having to dice up the garlic myself? Absolutely. Am I glad I bought it? Absolutely. But am I, you know, a little disappointed that I can't just do everything in one foul swoop? Yeah. I'm gonna have to do like 3 or 4 foul swoops. And that's too many foul swoops. Anyway, it looks like I have a frozen treat and a pile of minced garlic here, and there's 2 of us. So I'm gonna let you choose which one you want the, yeah, I thought you'd want the orange juice. No, that's fine. Yeah, you can have that. I'll just grab, I guess, a fork for this. No. You made up your mind. You can have the orange juice. No, you can have the orange juice. All right. You can't take it back now because you feel bad about what you've made me done. What I have to do. All right, I think that's enough out of that guy. Thank you all so much for watching episode 700 of Instagram by Try. We did it all today. We buyed, we tried, and I think we all cried. I do want to give you guys a big thank you before I get out of here. I launched some new merch a few weeks ago. I didn't even promote it in a YouTube video. I just talked about it on Twitter and Instagram, and then we sold out like super fast. These are some of my favorite designs ever, and I'm so thankful for all the support on that, and I'm glad you guys like them as much as I do. Now, I don't want to spoil the next episode too much, but I will say we're gonna have a very special guest, Brendan Fraser from the movie Mummy. How did that get there? Like I was saying, Brendan and I met years ago on the set of George of the Jungle. It's actually a funny story. He was swinging on one tree, I was swinging on another, and we ran... Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm trying to promote today's sponsor, HelloFresh? I'm 28 years old, and I like to think that I'm pretty good at cooking, but I used to not be. I used to get really easily overwhelmed by the idea of prepping and cooking food, and so I often wouldn't. And honestly, I think I owe 90% of the confidence I have now in the kitchen to the 4+ years of me using HelloFresh. When all of the guesswork is taken out of the equation, when you don't have to know a recipe off the top of your head, or go to the store to get all the crap that you need, or skip past 37 paragraphs of someone explaining to you why spaghetti holds a special place in their heart, it just makes the process so much easier. It's like training wheels, but for sauteing. One of my favorite things about HelloFresh is their flexibility and the variety of recipes to choose from every week, which you can easily manage on the app. Skip a week if you're gonna be out of town. Add some shrimp to your meal, just cause you feel like it. Maybe you're feeling adventurous and you wanna try out some cheese stuffed burgers, or maybe you just want to get the same meal twice because it's your favorite and it's easy to make. That's fine. This is a safe space for people like us. You will never get bored with HelloFresh because they're constantly cycling in seasonal meals to keep things exciting. Like I said, I've been using it for over 4 years now, and there are still recipes that pop up all the time that I've never seen before. And since everything is portioned to the exact amount that you need, I find myself wasting significantly less food than when I go to the grocery store and forget that I bought all those onions and never used them. Ultimately for me, HelloFresh just makes the entire process of cooking simpler and therefore more enjoyable. I think they're a big reason why I like cooking so much now and why I feel so confident doing it. So if you want to try out HelloFresh for yourself, now is the perfect time because I've got a deal for you. Just go to HelloFresh.com and use my promo code I'mALittleStinker16 for 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. Again, my promo code is I'mALittleStinker16. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. Okay, that's the whole video now. Buy my merch if you want, but you don't have to. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye.
The whole time! What made you want to do The Masked Singer? Other than come mess with me.
The fuck you say to me, you little... Which was actually derived from a British show called Pop Idol. Much like The Office, but by modern reality TV standards, it was actually a pretty simple concept. It's just a straightforward singing competition. However, it became so popular that the question became, how do we rip it off?
Oh, I have an idea. I'm all ears. What about American Idol, but instead of one singer at a time, there's 2 of them? Ooh, very nice. Okay, what if we did one that was like American Idol, except they have to sing a cappella? Yeah, that's different enough. We'll do 5 seasons of that? Oh wait, what if we did one where they couldn't see the singers before they voted for them? And the judges would compete too? Sure, I'm not gonna watch it. Oh, I got an idea. What about American Idol except they're all country singers? Yeah, you can do that. But that's gonna go on your network. Fine by me. Okay, what about American Idol, but they have to write their own songs? Love it. Oh, what about American Idol, but they have to write their own songs? Love it. Hey, I just said that. Wait, Brian, are you even awake? Huh? Yeah? Well, since you've been paying attention, why don't you tell everyone your idea? I was going to. Well, it's like American Idol, obviously, except, they're all wearing costumes? Brian? That is brilliant. Everyone, give it up for Brian.
Oh, and then in a couple years, we'll just do the opposite. I'm realizing I probably could have just made a whole video about weird singing competitions because, oh my God, there's so many of them. Did you know they did one in 2008 where the grand prize was if you won, you'd get to be in High School Musical 3? Sort of. He doesn't have like a speaking role, so he's pretty hard to miss. But if you look closely, that's him right. Oh, wait, sorry, I gotta fast forward a little bit. Right there. And there he goes. Well, at least the show is pretty good. Anyway, back to I Can See Your Voice, the epitome of network TV laziness. Much like The Avengers, it seems like all these singing competitions live inside the same cinematic universe. Ken Jeong went from being a judge on The Masked Singer to the host of this show, which is judged by Nick Lachey, who is the host of everything else. Really not a whole lot else to say about the show, but I do want to point out something I thought was interesting. When I was watching it, something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It's very fake, obviously, all of these shows are, but this one felt even more so, and I finally found out why. According to Wikipedia, they only completed one episode before the pandemic started and production had to be stopped, so they didn't film the rest until August, this time without an audience. But when you watch the show, it's edited as if there's an audience there. They cut to the audience members cheering and laughing. They do this a lot, actually.
G.I. Jane, what ranking are you?
Sergeant First Class.
Wow, oh, wow.
Come to find out, all of the shots are recycled from other shows. All of the crowd noise is put in post. And when they do a wide shot of the entire studio, you can see that the audience not only looks nothing like the shots that they intersperse, there's not nearly enough rows of people, but it's actually just a screen showing a virtual audience. If you look closely, it's the same image on both sides, only mirrored. Now, I'm just pointing this out because I thought it was interesting. I'm glad that they did it this way. I would much rather they do it like this than try to cram a bunch of people in a studio, risking their lives just so they can watch this.
Tell me how you gonna be without me.
But it at least explains on a subconscious level why this is so uncomfortable to watch.
And that is a medical fact.
So the next big genre of television, and the one that consistently brings in the highest ratings, is the government organization that catches bad guys show. You've got CSI, CSI Miami, CSI New York, NCIS, NCIS Los Angeles, NCIS New Orleans, Blue Bloods, Law & Order SVU, SWAT, SEAL Team, 911, 911 Lone Star, Criminal Minds, Chicago PD, Magnum PI, The Rookie, FBI, FBI Most Wanted, and I'm just gonna stop there because I think you get the idea. Lately, a lot of people have been speculating that the reason these shows are so prevalent is because they act as a form of propaganda, making us love and respect the government and see them as the good guys. And while that might be somewhat true, I really think it's just because they're popular. By design, these shows tend to be more episodic. There aren't necessarily a bunch of through lines you need to be following to jump in halfway into a season. Every episode tends to be an open and shut case, so there's that immediate resolution, and the characters are usually pretty easy to figure out. Oh, that guy's a cop? And that guy's a cop? Okay, I think I got it. That being said, I fucking hate these shows, and they're all the same.
Hey Mike, I'm gonna take out the trash like I always do. A dead body? That wasn't there before.
Well, gentlemen, looks like we have all the evidence we need to pin this on the obvious suspect. Wait, main character? What are you doing? I don't know, something's not right here. I have a hunch. Now's not the time to go rogue, kid. We got our man. Now let's go grab something to eat. I'm so confused. This just doesn't make sense. Sense. Sixth Sense. Haley Joel Osment.
What's going on here?
You're under arrest, Haley. For murder.
Okay, why not? I'll go with you guys.
I believe someone owes me an apology. All right, I'll swallow my pride. You did good, rookie. But just so you know, if this was real life, your antics would have gotten you fired. What?
Then, of course, you have essentially the same subgenre, but with doctors instead. There's Grey's Anatomy, Scrubs, Chicago Med, The Good Doctor, Attaway General, Rugrats MD. Even if you want to delve into the depths of cable, your best bet for entertainment is probably going to be in the so bad it's good category. Also known as the these people are idiots, but I can't stop watching them category. There's gonna be your TLC shows, Bravo, the CW, E. You've also got the Travel Channel if you don't wanna watch people travel anywhere and you just like ghosts. If you're hungry, there's the Guy Fieri Channel. If you're white, there's HGTV.
We are going to love it.
Oh, come on. They always love it.
Many of the channels that I used to watch religiously either aren't around anymore or have just become functionally obsolete. SportsCenter used to be the coolest show on the planet. But now that you can just watch the highlights of any game on your phone, there's no reason to turn on ESPN unless you want to watch two guys yell at each other even though they're both wrong.
No. Yes!
My other favorite channel growing up was G4, if any of you guys remember that. When I was in high school, I would come home almost every day and watch X-Play and Attack of the Show. I loved that channel. At that point in time, you couldn't just watch original content centered around video games. It didn't exist. Obviously, things have changed a lot since then in that regard. I mean, Disney XD straight up just plays Jacksepticeye videos now. But even with the shifting landscape, I feel like G4 could have kept evolving. They could have been one of the pioneers of this new age of content, but instead they decided to just cancel all their original programming and start playing 24-hour marathons of Cops. Good plan, guys. And then there's IFC, which I think a lot of people may not realize is responsible for many of the best comedies of the 2010s. Portlandia, Comedy Bang Bang, Documentary Now. These might as well be Netflix originals because that's where 99% of people watch them anyway, but they're technically not. Even though, yeah, I guess you could just watch them on Netflix. Now, there's still plenty of reasons to get TV if you want it. There's live events like sports, the Big Brother eviction episodes, the debates. Okay, yeah, so maybe it's just sports. But if you don't like sports, which you probably don't because you're watching my channel, don't worry, there's still 20 random-ass movies playing at any given point, which you can watch the way that movies were meant to be seen, in 720p, censored, and constantly interrupted by commercials. Let's be honest though, and I've talked about this before, but the best thing cable has going for it is that it's just always on. If you got like 15 minutes to sit down and eat your lunch, you could easily spend that entire time just scrolling through the Netflix selection page, or, hey look, a random episode of The Office I've already seen. You catch the last half of it, you eat your sandwich, and you manage to go your entire lunch break without being alone with your thoughts for even 1 second. And I'd call that a success. But the problem is, if you were to think about all the pros and cons of cable and then without doing any research, assign a price to that in your head, it's probably a single-digit number. Let's see, for $12.99 a month, I can use Netflix, an internet library with 1 billion movies and TV shows that I can share with someone else, and we can watch 2 different things in different places at the same time. Or, you know, there's cable, where I can watch Animal Planet and sometimes the news, but I'm going to be spending half that time sitting through commercials. My brain tells me that something like that should cost $0 because I now subconsciously associate being advertised to with free services like YouTube videos or the Words with Friends app. But since cable does offer a few things that you can't get anywhere else, let's say it should be like $10 a month. Oh, what's that? It's like $100? So Netflix is $13, Hulu is $12, HBO Max is $15, and Disney Plus is $7. Even if I were to get all 4 of those, it would still be cheaper than almost any cable provider. Like, I could get cable for $66 a month if I go through the same company I use for my internet, who I hate. This is a company that has the audacity to charge me extra for sending me my bill, even though before we started using them for internet, they sent us junk mail every day for 2 years. So I guess it's not that expensive to mail stuff. This is also the company that when we set up internet here charged me a $200 activation fee when all the guy did was plug the modem into the wall and give me a thumbs up. But to be fair, that $200 is nothing compared to the potential hospital bills I could have accrued had I tried to plug that thing in myself. Do I use my mouth to plug it in? Yeah, so safe to say I'm not a big fan of Spectrum, but let's humor them for a second and pretend that I thought this double play silver package was a rockin' deal that I had to take advantage of. First, we need to figure out the actual cost, because if I know Spectrum, and unfortunately I do, there's gonna be some hidden fees. Obviously, gonna be an activation fee, there's no way around that. They're gonna charge you to come hook everything up. In this case, it's a $50 one-time fee, really not too bad, but just keep that in mind as we keep going and things start getting worse. If you look closely at your bill, you may notice a broadcast TV service fee. For Spectrum, it's an extra $13.50 a month. So if the price you saw was $66, it's actually going to be closer to $80 for now. You might be thinking, what is a broadcast TV service fee? And do I have to pay that? Well, it's made up bullshit, and yes, you do. If you dig real deep into Spectrum's fine print, they'll tell you that due to some law that was passed 28 years ago, local TV channels charge us so much to broadcast them that we're simply forced to pass those charges on to you. The word forced is, of course, being used incorrectly here because the only thing forcing them to do this is their own desire to bankrupt each and every one of their customers. Sorry guys, but the prices now demanded by broadcast stations have necessitated that we pass these costs on to customers. Okay, well, how much do they charge you? It sounds like it's a lot. Oh, sorry, we can't provide that information. You're just gonna have to trust us. We've earned your trust, right? So to reiterate, this $13.50 is a non-negotiable fee that will be tacked onto your bill every single month for as long as you have cable. So why isn't it included in the advertised price? Well, because then it wouldn't look like as good of a deal, which it already didn't. This is an extremely misleading and unethical marketing practice that's used to convince people the cost of something is lower than it actually is, so they commit to paying for it before they realize they're being overcharged. It's so deceptive, in fact, that in 2016, Comcast had to refund $700,000 to customers after a class action lawsuit over this exact practice. Pretty cool, huh? Well, there's more. Up next, we have a DVR service charge, which is another $5 a month. Unless you have more than one cable box, then it's $10. Let's see, the DVR was invented in 1999, but sure, let's not include it in the advertised price, even though at this point it's a commonly standard feature one would expect to be included in any cable package. It even says here that the DVR is built into the cable box. But no, that'll be extra. And then there's perhaps the most egregious fee, an $8 monthly charge for the TV receiver and remote. Look, I understand if they want to charge you for the cable box, sure, but a monthly fee? Does the remote get more expensive as time goes on? Is it gonna grow more buttons next month? Let's say, God forbid, you paid for Spectrum TV for 5 years before canceling it. In that time, you will have paid $480 extra just to be able to use the remote. So for those of you playing along at home, without the addition of any extra content, any premium channels or anything extra whatsoever, the $66 price that you saw advertised on the website is actually $97. This is what they advertise, and this is what you're actually paying for the first year, because then after 12 months, the price goes up another $25. Why did we raise the price, you ask? Well, because we fucking hate you. That means after 1 year of using Spectrum TV, you will now be paying double what was advertised to you just so you can watch this. Now, maybe they're not all that bad. Obviously, I haven't used every single cable provider. We did have DirecTV for a little bit, which I got because I wanted to use the NFL Sunday Ticket thing, and if there's one thing the NFL loves, it's using monopolies to destroy their product. And in my experience, that worked pretty well. As long as rain doesn't exist where you live, otherwise you're going to be looking at a lot of buffering symbols. The other problem was they made me sign a 2-year contract, which was fine at first, but 7 months later we had to move out of that house because it was being eaten by termites. Then the apartment complex we moved to told us we're not allowed to have a satellite dish on the roof, so I called DirecTV and told them that, and they said, well, we think you're allowed to have a satellite on the roof, so you have to keep paying us. The bad news is I had to pay a big cancellation fee, but the good news is they let us keep the satellite dish. And now I use it as a soup bowl. Luckily, it's not 2006 anymore. You don't have to have cable if you want to watch TV. There are plenty of cord-cutting options available, and right off the bat, I'm going to be bold here and say all of them are better than cable. Every single one of these is more flexible and probably cheaper than just about any cable service you could find. The only reason cable might be a better option for you is if you live in an area where your internet is extremely unreliable, because then if your internet goes out, your TV goes out too. But as far as cable alternatives go, there are a bunch of these to choose from. There's YouTube TV, Sling, Fubo, Philo, Hulu, Zumo. Basically, if you type 4 random letters into Google, it's probably the name of an internet TV provider. It's also worth noting that every single one of these comes with a free trial, so if you just need TV for a couple days to watch like the Super Bowl or the season finale of Real Housewives, just start a trial, watch your show, and then cancel that shit. I won't tell anyone. Personally, I've used these 3,
and they're all pretty decent. Sling's pricing options are kind of confusing. They have an orange package and a blue package, and they're conveniently set up so you're going to be missing channels you want either way. But it's only $30 a month, so it's one of the cheapest. Compare that to Fubo and YouTube TV, which are both $65 a month. It's a pretty good deal. It makes sense that these two are the same price because they're extremely similar, although I would give the edge to YouTube TV just because they have unlimited DVR space and more stuff to watch on demand, like the 2016 classic Pixels, starring Kevin James as the president. It also works the same way that YouTube does, where it figures out what you like and tailors your homepage to you. So if I go on right now, they're like sports, 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 sports. Good morning, football. Did you sleep good, football? I made breakfast football. So that's pretty cool. I've never seen an algorithm like that used in a cable service before. All of that being said, it doesn't really matter because I'm gonna cancel it as soon as football season is over, which might be sooner than I expected. So now that we've talked about what's on TV and how to watch TV, I guess the only question left is, what even is TV anymore? Like when your friend says to you, dude, I just started watching this new show, it's so good, you gotta check it out. Your next question is never going to be, what channel is it on? You're just gonna assume they're talking about Netflix, because they probably are. When I was writing this video, I was looking up articles about the best and worst TV shows of 2020. And in those articles, every writer is like, well, the best show I saw was on Hulu, and the worst show I saw was on CBS. The standard for network television is so low now that the only shows that seem to work are dumbass reality shows, weird-ass singing competitions, Wipeout-style obstacle courses, and the 400th season of NCIS. And it's ironic because I truly believe we are in a golden age of television. It seems like every couple weeks people start raving about another 10 out of 10 show that just blew their minds. It's just that none of these are on cable. Ozark, Watchmen, Cobra Kai, Succession, which I will plug in every video. Yet these extremely original, well-written shows with movie-level production, and there's no fluff. They're just condensed into the 10 best episodes, jam-packed with content, and you can watch them all back to back if you want, or, you know.
I'm not seeing enough movement!
And it's probably better this way too, because for the first time in decades, cable is now one of the least accessible mediums. The fact that you even have to call someone and then let them into your house so they can install a box for you is enough for most young people to be like, yeah, I think I'll just keep doing free trials of Hulu. So as the quality continues to decline and the user base continues to age, what does the future of cable look like? It's still several times more expensive than streaming services. There's no ad-free version. And in most cases, you're probably gonna end up tied to some shitty cable company that's gonna do everything in their power to take every dollar to your name. That's not an attractive package to young people who are new to this market. It's really not even an attractive package to older people, but I think a lot of them just do it because it's what they're used to. With the way things have so drastically evolved in the past few years, I don't think it's inconceivable to think of a future where cable is just a distant, expensive memory. So what does the future look like? Is it just everything's on demand? If you want to see a football game, do you just go to like watch.nfl and pay like $5 per game? Or maybe there's a fee for just all of your team's games, or maybe a premium fee for every game if you want to spend that much money. It's not a crazy idea. I'm literally just describing a service that already exists for the NBA and NHL. And as far as other shows go, most of them are already available to stream after the season ends. Or in some cases, you can pay per episode to watch them on like iTunes the day after they air. The bottom line is, cable companies absolutely suck ass, and if you have the power to, avoid them at all costs. I promise you, cable is not worth it. Can you imagine watching something and being like invested in it, and then they cut to an advertisement and you have to watch that instead? Can you imagine that? Well, this video is sponsored by HelloFresh. Food. You eat it, I eat it. Hell, sometimes I eat a little bit too much. But if there's one thing I think we can all agree on, it's that food is too hard. I want to be able to make stuff that looks like this and this, but my brain looks like this. That's why for the past 3 years, I've used HelloFresh to deceive my wife into thinking that I know how to cook. Every week, HelloFresh sends me a box straight to my door with 3 ready-to-make meals. The ingredients are all pre-portioned and the recipe cards are idiot-proof. They even have pictures, so I almost never mess up. And every meal can be prepared in about 30 minutes. One of my favorite things about HelloFresh is how flexible the meals are. If you get the app, you can plan ahead every week, and if there's something you don't like, you just swap it out for something else. There's a bunch to choose from every week. They have multiple veggie options. They have quick prep meals, low-calorie meals. You can even skip a week altogether if you're gonna be out of town or you've just decided that you're not gonna be hungry. I've never been a big fan of grocery shopping, especially now. The less time I can spend in a store, the better. And since HelloFresh just shows up at my door every week, I can make my shopping trips shorter because I know that I already have 3 meals accounted for. I also think they do a really good job of limiting waste. Number one, I'm not wasting as much food as I normally would when I go to the store and get a little overzealous and buy a bunch of produce that ends up going bad. And number two, according to the University of Michigan, HelloFresh's carbon footprint is 25% lower than store-bought groceries, which makes sense because you're not using all these extra plastic bags just to put 1 onion in. More than anything though, the food is just really good. I wouldn't use HelloFresh for 3 years if the meals didn't taste good. And that goes back to well before they started sponsoring me, so you know this is an unbiased opinion. Everything you're seeing behind me is a HelloFresh meal that I've made sometime in the past couple months, and I gotta say, it feels really good to think that I actually know what I'm doing. If you want to give it a shot, click the link in the description or go to HelloFresh.com and use the code 80 I'm a little stinker to get $80 off your first 5 boxes and free shipping on your first box. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video and for feeding my wife. Now please enjoy this outro that I already filmed. Well guys, thank you so much for watching this video. I want to ask one thing of you. If you have an older relative who still watches cable, I want you to ask them why they still pay for it, and if they think it's worth it. If you like hearing me talk about TV, I have several videos like this. There's a playlist on my channel if you want to do that. Okay, I'm done now. As a reward for watching to the very end of the video, you now get to watch a commercial I made that I couldn't find a place for in the middle of the video, so I'm throwing it in at the end. See you next time. Hi, when I was hit by a rogue bus driver, I broke all my bones and lost all my teeth. But Attorney Dan fought for me in court and won me 100,000 teeth. It's more teeth than I need, but it's good to have them just in case. Hey guy, welcome back to the classroom. As you can see, your regular teacher couldn't make it today. He got into a bit of a golfing accident over the weekend, so I will be your substitute. Not to worry though, I'm one of the cool subs. I'm not gonna make you do any work. We're just gonna watch some old VHS and then talk about it when it's done. Sound good? Cool. So this video was sent to me by Annabeth on Twitter, so thank you, Annabeth. It's called How Can I Tell If I'm Really in Love? And it's a surprisingly star-studded PSA from 1992. You've got a young Jason Bateman.
Hey Mom, let me help with the dishes.
His sister, Justine.
How can I tell if I'm really in love?
And also TV legend Ted Danson.
Sexual intercourse.
Who allegedly only appeared in this as an obligation towards his community service that he accrued from unpaid parking tickets, which I hope is true because that's hilarious. It also makes a lot of sense when you watch him in this because he can't wait to get the hell out of there.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm really excited to show you guys this video, so let's just jump into it. The fun starts right away with this Star Wars style scrolling disclaimer from the Los Angeles Board of Education being like, okay, yeah, we did make this video, but that doesn't mean we sponsor it, or that we take responsibility for it, or that we necessarily endorse it. All we did was make it, okay? You can't pin this on us. Such a weird tone to set before we even start. I love it.
This is my brother Jason.
I've made a huge mistake.
After a few introductions, which are worth showing because it'll give you an idea of how jarringly this is edited.
Hi you guys, I'm Dina.
Hi, I'm Jennifer.
The most beautiful music starts playing. So this theme song is great for several reasons. One, it goes on way too long. It's like 6 minutes long. Two, the lyrics are absurd. They start asking all these questions, which I guess are supposed to be like unanswerable, except most of them have very simple answers.
How do the stars know it's time to appear?
Okay.
How does the sun know east from west? How does it shine from up above? And how will I know if I'm really in love?
Like, I just picture this band in the recording studio bringing up all these questions. Before we start, you know what I've been wondering a lot lately? How do I know if I'm really in love? That's a really good question. I think it's different for everyone. I know when I met my wife. Also, how does the sun know to go that way? Okay, I'll get back to your question in a second. The sun doesn't move. We just move in relation to it? I'm not moving. No, I mean the Earth moves. You know that, right? Please tell me you know that. Okay, Mr. Math, Science, but if you're so smart, then explain the moon. Explain what it is? No. How does it know what time it is? And what about the stars? How do they know? Yeah, does someone turn them on? What if they forgot one night? That would be so embarrassing. No, stars are giant balls of fire. We just can't see them during the day because it's too bright. Oh, from the sun. Yes. But how does the sun know what time it is? How old are you guys? 30, 37. Jesus Christ. All right, let's just finish the song.
How will I know if I'm really...
So after several more minutes of this...
Trust. Honesty.
Fun sex.
And this... The song finally fades out and you think, okay, the video's gonna start now. And then they transition right into another song that makes even less sense.
Okay, if you say so.
Had no one said anything?
I hear you.
The shirt?
Fine, you got the old guy convinced.
Of what?
You know, you can stop this tape anytime you want.
Oh, thank God. All right, well, that's gonna do it for today's video, everyone. Just kidding. As much as I already want to throw this tape into an active volcano, we gotta power through this because there's actually a lot of really valuable information in here about relationships, about sex, and I love that because every time they say something of value, the director immediately cuts to some kind of acid trip.
I think guys have a lot of trouble talking about love with their friends because they have this macho attitude that they have to put on all the time.
Okay, so I was thinking when this teenager starts opening up about his feelings, can you animate a giant cartoon face that's giving him a dirty look? Sure.
Feel really, really good, like you can do anything.
We need to show that we're listening to him. What do we draw?
What about an ear?
Genius! I knew I hired you for a reason.
Well, that's a good place to start. No one has a final word, but together.
Us and you guys.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what together means.
How can I tell if I'm really in love?
I don't know. I'm in the dark.
I feel bad for this girl Joanna because I feel like they edited her in this to make her look as dumb as possible. They put that clip in 3 times. In fact, here's a compilation of her entire screen time.
A stepladder. A stepladder?
I don't know. I'm in the dark.
Improving his grades.
I don't know. I'm in the dark. Rainbows and stars and all the fun things in life. I am so confused.
If you really loved me, you'd have sex with me.
You would if you love me, if you love me, if you love me, if you love me.
Looks like we're starting to lose Ted here. Ted?
Why don't we just toss this over here?
Ted, we were going to talk about that. You know what? Let's just cut to another song.
Oh, he was so TM, yeah, he was so TS. And he wondered if she was G-I-B.
Can you slow down? Wait, sorry, what was the one before that?
C is to be I-T-B of my...
You guys are going way too fast.
I'm not a P-O.
No, I know that one.
C-O-F, I'll shut your O-T-D.
On the dick? Oh, out the door. Yeah, it's a car, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just asking. You guys got all that, right? Don't worry, you can just borrow my notes if you need to.
Girls are supposed to stay virgins as long as they possibly can, you know? And for guys, it's different, you know? They're supposed to lose their virginity as soon as they can.
Oh, well, then guys should just have sex with each other. So then we got a few more minutes of interesting observations, some good advice for young people.
Well, you can't have a conversation with an ass.
Let's see how long before things go off the rails again.
It was love at first sight, but I was only 10 and he was 17. It's kind of stupid, but I was chasing these little fish and we just kind of knocked into each other. And I guess I passed out or something, but when I woke up, he was carrying me out of the water, and that's when I fell in love.
What the fuck?
If you love me.
Okay, can someone please reel in Ted?
If you love me, if you love me.
He won't stop singing the song. We only asked him to do it once.
You would. If you loved me, you would. If you loved me. You would.
And then, right on schedule, once again, we have another very insightful segment, this time about the difference between good and bad relationships.
Mature love is energizing. Immature love is exhausting.
And this is probably my favorite part of the video, because I think this is a big thing that everyone needs to hear, which is that sometimes continuing to be in a bad relationship is worse than just having no relationship at all.
You can't stand to be with the person you're supposed to be in love with, and you can't stand to be without them.
But you're so used to the relationship that the thought of breaking up seems too difficult, so you continue to stay with them way longer than you should. I've done this before. Most people I know have done this before, so I think this is a really valuable segment to put in here. It's almost like they managed to lock the director out of the room for just long enough to cram this sensible advice in.
Hey, huh? You guys aren't messing with my movie, are you? No. Then what are you doing? Nothing? Good. And now Jason's gonna talk to a picture of a heart, right? You got it, boss.
Oh, yeah, sure, fine. Mm-hmm. No, I understand. Sure, great. She doesn't like my hair.
She didn't like my hair.
And we're still gonna leave that really long, awkward pause in, right? Yep.
You know, someone loves me.
I think
the editing here is just relentlessly nonsensical.
For 2 years, I went out with this guy. He was the football player, I was the cheerleader.
Okay.
We were cute together. We took good pictures together.
I'm sorry, who is this?
If there is a special love with this certain girl, she could be looking like a toad, she can be a princess, and you could still love her, and that is love.
To put it simply, love is when she be looking like a toad.
On the good side of love is the ultimate fulfillment, and when you're totally fulfilled, it's as if you're on the planet Z of funness.
I love how casually he said that. You know, planet Z of funness, a thing we all say here in the 90s. I used to be on planet F of badness, but not anymore.
Planet Z, yeah.
Let's see, been a while since we heard anything from you, Jason. Got anything to add?
Interest, intrigue, infatuation, love.
What?
Staircase.
Oh.
Oh,
what?
Glad they kept that. So then buried at the end of this video is a solid 10 minutes of information about teen pregnancy, which no teenager will ever see because they turned this off 30 minutes ago.
Yes!
My biggest takeaway from this video is that whether it's 1992 or 2020, whenever an adult tries to send a message to a child in a way that they think will relate to them, it always backfires. Like, I'm still reasonably convinced that this
Pokemon go to the polls.
cost Hillary the election. It doesn't matter how good your message is, if the way you deliver it makes you look like this guy, no one's gonna take you seriously. And then my second biggest takeaway from this video is what I consider to be the icing on top of an already insane cake. I was curious to read more about this guy, Saul Gordon, because he's featured pretty heavily in this video. And when I read what I thought was his obituary, it took 3 days to pick my jaw up off the floor. Now in this article, it says he died in the year 2000. It goes over some of his life accomplishments. You know, it's an obituary. But here's what really made me pause. The spectacular event in Gordon's life occurred in 1991, which would be 1 year before this video came out, when essentially he was the target of assassination. 2 women extremists tried to firebomb his house, but he heard the commotion in his basement while reading the Bible, went down to investigate, and in his excitement threw the Bible at them, forcing them to drop the bomb, and then they exploded. So I'm like, okay, you have my attention. But it's such a crazy story, I had to make sure that was true. So I tried Googling keywords from it to find evidence of it somewhere else. Nothing. You'd think that maybe a news outlet at some point would have picked up on this spectacular event, but no, as far as I can tell, it's only in his obituary. But I'm still thinking like, well, it has to be true, right? Otherwise, why would they put that in there? Then I kept reading, and the next paragraph, they talk about how the super fascist party won the 1988 election. And now I'm like, okay, I know that that didn't happen. I definitely would have heard about that. So what the hell's going on here? Turns out, you ready for this twist? Saul Gordon actually died in 2008, and this is a fake obituary that he wrote himself in 1980. So everything in it is entirely untrue. He made it all himself, which is actually even more bizarre than if all of this actually happened. So to sum everything up, how can I tell if I'm really in love is what happens when you take the ramblings of an already crazy person.
Did you see his muscle?
Give them to a director who's in the middle of experimenting with every drug, and make a video that's only still relevant today because Ted Danson forgot to pay a parking ticket. And that's the 90s. Hey, that was fun. Sorry to cut things short, but it looks like the bell's gonna ring in a couple minutes, so we have just enough time to hear a word from today's sponsor, ExpressVPN.
Hi. Do you have internet?
Don't lie to me. This video's on internet, so I know that you do. Well, the internet can be a scary place, and not just because there's pictures of ghosts on it. Not to freak you guys out or anything, but there are crazies and weirdos out there who will try to use your internet connection against you to steal your most precious data, like your passwords, your emails, your Google search history. But by using a virtual private network to go online, all of your information ends up encrypted, so even your internet service provider can't swoop in and take it just to turn around and sell it to the highest bidder. ExpressVPN is my choice for a virtual private network because they're the highest rated on multiple tech websites and they have the fastest speeds out of any VPN provider that I've tried. It's not just for security though. The other great advantage of having ExpressVPN is that you can use it to change your IP address to one of 94 different countries. Why would I want to do that, you ask? Well, because by browsing from other countries, you unblock the content that may only be available there. This could be Netflix shows, YouTube videos, sports games that are blacked out in your region. I've used this on Netflix countless times, like switching to France to be able to watch Friends, switching to Britain to be able to watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine. There's a massive world of content out there just waiting to be watched, and you don't even need to buy a plane ticket to do it. To find out how you can get 3 months free of ExpressVPN, click the link in the description. That's expressvpn.com/Drew. Thanks. Before we wrap things up here, I just want to give a little speech. It has always been my dream to be a first grade teacher, and after how well today went, I feel more confident than I ever have that that dream is going to become a reality. And I just want to thank each and every one of you, because without you guys, this never would have... You guys are leaving? No, it's fine. I was done talking, so it's okay. All right, I'll see you next week. Hey guy, remember a couple months ago when I wasted like $1,000 on what ended up being almost entirely a bunch of junk? Well, I'm doing that again. It's not that I don't want to save my money, it's that saving money is boring. Why would I let it sit in some bank account all day when I could be investing it in garbage? So for the past few weeks, I've been saving all of my favorite weird-ass Instagram ads, and today I will go through them and charge a concerning amount of money to my credit card. Now, one of the things I bought last time were $89 joggers, which, believe it or not, I'm actually wearing right now. Jealous. But my biggest fear in life, besides burning to death, is that one day my pants are gonna fall down in the middle of a grocery store, exposing my bare button balls to everyone there, even the manager. If that happened, I would have to move to a brand new city, and moving is expensive. So the better solution is to buy a belt, and I've got the perfect one in mind.
I've been obsessed with belts for a long time. I wear a belt every day.
Hold on, you're obsessed with belts? I like belts. They get the job done, but I wouldn't exactly say I'm obsessed with them. I'm not lying awake at night just thinking about belts.
So the belt's really cool because it solves those exact 3 problems. There's no holes, there's no flap, and it's super flat, like low profile.
And it looks dorky as hell. What a build-up. You've got the inspirational music in the background, all the nonsensical buzzwords.
The webbing's a military webbing that we have custom made for us. It's rated at like 3,000 pounds. It's got just a ton of strength.
What does that even mean? If I'm getting hit by 3,000 pounds of force, the last thing I'm worried about is the strength of my belt buckle.
The buckle that goes with it is an aerospace grade aluminum.
Again, that does not matter. These words mean nothing. I do not need military grade steel around my waist. Hey, do you like my belt? Not really. Well, what if I told you that this is the same steel they use to make spaceships? I would be confused.
And we actually make them ourselves, like in our shop. You can make like 45 combinations, like 3,000 pounds.
This guy really knows his stuff, and that's why I feel comfortable buying one for $35. I figure though, if I'm gonna buy one of these, I might as well go all in on the absurdity and get red. Not a normal color like black or brown. I'm talking bright fucking red. I want people to see my big dumb astronaut belt from miles away. So this next one I've seen a bunch, and it's really not surprising to me. I spend most of my time sitting on my ass, sometimes because I have to, but usually because I want to. And with that comes the occasional lower back pain. Solution? Lay down on a tire and roll back and forth.
What is the difference between a foam roller and a chirp wheel?
I know. The foam roller is longer. There's a lot of pop.
Well, slap my mama!
$99? For 3 little wheels? Wait, so this deal is part of a summer Black Friday sale? First of all, it's Thursday. Second of all, you can't just make up holidays. You know how many birthdays I'd give myself if you could? All of them. Every day's my birthday. So for 99 bucks, I can get just the 3 wheels, or I can get the ultimate back pain bundle. Guaranteed to give you back pain. So I think I'm gonna have to do that. It also comes with a carrying case. Where do you think I'm gonna take these? The mall?
Go ahead and grab a spot in line, babe. I gotta roll around in the bathroom.
And the last thing in the bundle is the posture corrector, which sounds menacing, honestly. There's no explanation on how it works. There's not even a picture of someone wearing it. So I have no clue what to expect or how to use it, but I guess I'll find out. So at this point, it's become clear to me that the algorithm is very aware of my shitty back, because the very next day I got an ad for a nearly identical product, but this one I can put on my chair. Decor Restore Spine. Natural posture. I'll go ahead and grab one of these too so I can compare it with the other one. 40 bucks, not so bad, though it doesn't come with a carrying case, so I don't know how I'm gonna take this anywhere. Oh, hold on. You've unlocked a special offer. Get our brand new Spine Neck for 40% off. They trademarked that? They trademarked Spine Neck? I don't think anyone was gonna take that from you, but neck and shoulder muscle relaxer. Wow, and I don't even need a prescription. Cool. But what does it do? Okay, so you kind of just roll around on it. I like that. Effortlessly ease your pain in 10 just minutes. The Spine Neck creates ultimate relaxation in the neck and shoulder anytime, anywhere. Again, that is not a selling point. I'm not leaving the house with this. Easy to use anywhere, in offices, hotels, car, obviously not while driving. Now, I get pretty stressed out when I'm on the highway. I think that's the perfect time to use it. It's like having a personal massager on your hand 24/7. See, look at this visual representation of that. FAQs. Does it hurt? Not really. Can we take a nap on this? Who is asking that? Can you use it while sitting? Yes. Can you use it while driving? Hell no. Well, I'm sold. Between this and the other 2 back products I bought, I'm expecting my scoliosis to be fully cured. For some reason, the next ad I got was for a big old backpack, which I thought was weird because I'm not in school. I don't go anywhere, actually. I haven't been on a flight in like 2 years. But most importantly, I already have a carrying case for my chirp wheels. So what else am I gonna have to take with me? But I was so fascinated by the marketing strategy here that I felt compelled to buy one.
The Go Bag from Baboon to the Moon. Literally one huge pocket. There's so much space in here.
What? A bag with a pocket? That's crazy.
In addition to this huge pocket, there's also this mesh pocket on the insides. There's this side pocket right here.
Wow. I bet you could put stuff in it.
10 out of 10.
The bag itself is probably fine, but I think this is just a testament to how hard it is to advertise a product that already exists, because there's like nothing else to say. Let me tell you guys, this new product from lamp.com is absolutely incredible. If you've never seen one of these, it actually turns on and then light comes out of it. I would turn it on right now, but I can't. It's not plugged in anything. They shut the power off in my house. Fits 1 to 3 days worth of clothing. 1 to 3? You're telling me I might only fit 1 outfit in here? 1 shirt, 1 pant, that's it? No wonder the person on the homepage needs 15 of them. 1 for every day. This is easily the dumbest product so far. I have no idea why I'm buying this. I've definitely seen this one before. I'm actually pretty excited to try this out. The comments seem very positive, which is good. But that's also misled me in the past, so I'll tread carefully. Summer sale, 60% off. I refuse to believe that they ever charged $37 for one of these. That's insane. Also, the 2-pack is the most popular. Why would I need 2 of them? 1 for each hand? Yeah, that makes sense. Expertly designed to work perfectly on furniture, carpets, dogs, cars, not while driving. Warehouse in Florida, that's where I live. Hell yeah, I can't wait to clean my carpet. Man, what the fuck? I just bought 2. I don't need a third one. How are you gonna say this is a very limited one-time offer and then also say that a bunch of people have accepted this offer? It sounds like it's neither limited nor one-time. Liars. This next one isn't weird per se. I've just seen this more and more lately on Instagram and YouTube. If you've listened to any podcast in the past year, you've probably heard about Magic Spoon, the cereal that is supposed to taste just like Fruit Loops, but without the sugar and the carbs and the toucan on the box. I am really skeptical about this. I feel like it's gonna taste like shit, but even if it doesn't, it's also stupidly expensive. For $39 plus shipping, you can get the variety pack, which comes out to about $10 per 7-ounce box. By comparison, you can get a 24-ounce box of Frosted Flakes for $4 from Target. 3 times as much food for less than half the price. To be fair, most cereals are just sugary processed garbage, but that's still a pretty substantial price difference. Another reason I'm skeptical is because of the reviews. They have 4.8 out of 5 stars, but I'm not 100% certain that they don't do what MoonPod was doing, which was delete 1 and 2-star reviews from their website, like tyrannical cereal overlords. I say this because you can't sort reviews by rating on here, so it's really hard to find a negative one. But all of the top reviews are littered with downvotes. Greatest cereal I've ever had. More downvotes than upvotes. Unbelievably delicious. More downvotes than upvotes. How is this even possible? No sugar, low carb, packed with protein, and it's yummy? Is this some kind of trick? 500 likes, 900 dislikes. What if I just search the word bad? Not that bad. Okay, well that didn't work. I don't know, maybe I'm just jaded by my own negative experiences, but I'm a little suspicious. That was gonna be the last one for this video, but then I saw one more product that I have to try.
This Hanio Face basketball product
that you tape to your forehead and it flaps around in front of your eyes to make you better at basketball. Brilliant. I saw this because of someone quote tweeting it saying Elfrid Payton basically had this for years and it didn't help him. For reference, this was his hairstyle when he played for the Magic. The man was ahead of his time. Even though I already retired from the NBA in 2016, I still like to stay at the top of my game, so I think I'm gonna order one of these and give it a shot and see if it actually makes my jump shot better. Plus, I'm always down to support someone's small business, so let's do it. Now all I gotta do is wait. Mail's here. First things first, I gotta get this belt on. Awesome. It came with a sticker, but they folded it in half, so it's gonna have a big crease down the middle. Grip 6, American made, just like me. Another reminder on this side that it was made in America. We get it, dude. Grip 6 belts are made in the finest American sweatshops. Cool. This right here, that's where the value comes in. They ripped this off of a spaceship just to give it to me. This is one of the first products I bought in a long time that didn't come with instructions. I hope it's simple. I guess I'll find out. Excuse me. Stop looking at my balls. Obviously, I can't go like this, because then it's gonna go over the belt buckle, and we want people to see the belt buckle. I want people to know that I supported an American company. How the fuck do you put this on? Maybe it goes like that, and then let me try this again for the 3rd time, for the 4th time.
There's enough things in life that are super complicated, and I like to simplify things down.
You know, this guy made a really big deal about how regular belts are so confusing. People are always struggling. You gotta put the thing through the hole. What if I put it through the wrong one? But this is the dumbest I've ever felt. Failing to put this belt on? Are you kidding me? Does it loop around like that? Is that it? Did I do it? I cannot believe that I am about to Google how to put on a belt. I'm the dumbest person in the world. Okay, there's a video, how to put it on. This has over 200,000 views. So hopefully that means I'm not the only idiot out there.
You've got a buckle and you've got a strap. The strap goes up from the back side of the buckle. You don't want to do it this way. Grip 6 belt actually goes down into the front. You hold on to the strap just like that.
Next stop, Sex Town. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck the belt. I gotta wear this for a bit and make sure it doesn't loosen itself before I can give my thoughts, but it is keeping my pants up. Let me go ahead and do the bag now. Oh, I didn't tell you guys what color I got. Not purple.
orange. Orange, you glad I bought this? I did end up going with the mini one. This was about 140 bucks. First impressions, it's a bag. Wow. Look at this, guys. Okay, it's got a decent amount of space. I like this branding here that says Baboon to the Moon, and then I guess their slogan is Get Lost, which I just feel is kind of mean. I guess I'll count how many pockets there are. 1, 2. You could fit maybe like a water bottle in there. There's some pocket space on the inside here. But that's always deceptive because if you fill this big pocket to the brim, you're not going to be able to squeeze anything else in any of these pockets. So really, I would say this is one big pocket.
One huge pocket.
With a little bit of space up here and then one. This is an extremely standard backpack. It's probably a little thicker than like your normal backpack. They said it's waterproof. That does appear to be true. How's it look? I failed. Filming today was actually really good timing because my back hurts. And luckily, I have all of these great, wonderful products to choose from that will hopefully not make things worse. I love that new chirp wheel smell. I mean, I do like how everything fits. I am enjoying how organized this looks. Posture corrector, I'll have to try that later. You know, now that I think about it, I don't think I would ever use these big ones. I feel like the little one is all you need. I think I could have bought this and saved like 50 bucks.
So how's your day going? Feel like we haven't talked in a while. Everything good, champ? Honestly, I kind of like it. All right, I'm on board.
But you know what they say, go big or go home.
What if I just like died? This is too much.
I guess I'll try medium. So the big one was a little bit too much, but maybe that's because my posture hasn't been corrected yet. Step 1, put arms into straps as if putting on a backpack. I just practiced. To adjust tightness, pull tabs on both sides until snug. Wear 2 to 4 hours. Feels kind of stupid, but you just wait. 3 hours from now, I'm gonna have the posture of a supermodel, but still my body, so. While this thing does its job, I should probably try out the other back product. First, I got the spine deck, which sort of just fell apart. Apparently there are 3 different levels of back stretches with this. Level 3 is greater stretching for advanced users only. You really gotta put in the work with this before you're ready for level 3. This thing isn't super flexible. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. So I'll just lay down on this as instructed. Is it working? It just feels kind of lumpy. I like how it came with this flimsy little rubber piece that you have to insert yourself, I guess to make it nice and comfortable. But then it's got like 100 spikes on it that just dig into your back. It's like laying down on a pile of Legos. I guess I'll try the other way to do it, which is on your chair. My chair already has sort of a curved back, so I don't think this is gonna make much of a difference. This has got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever owned. I feel like you could find something lying around your house that would accomplish the same effect and feel that this thing has. I swear to God, if this undoes the progress I make with my posture corrector, I'm gonna have a conniption. But of course, the real test is gonna be with the spine neck. So a lot of people ask me, does it hurt? Not really. I don't know how much science went into this design. It feels like an arbitrary collection of random shapes. It's just this like rubber boomerang that's got some bumps on it. It's the kind of thing that just ends up in a box in your attic and sits there for 10 years until you have to move, and then you find it and no one knows what it is. Almost forgot about this bad boy. Oh my God, is that the Uproot lint cleaner? No, it's 2 of them. There's a little quote on the bag that says, "It's so good, I can't put it down." That's what you would say about like a snack. Like a bag of chips you can't stop eating. Not a lint roller. It looks dirty. And then this handle's kind of fucked up. It's already got a crack in it. So as far as appearance goes, I'd give this like a D so far, but that doesn't really matter. Let's see if they work. I think this carpet might be too long for this. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I'm seeing it now. See that? Oh, well, just focused on the carpet there. Yeah, some dirt there. I see it. This isn't really doing as much as I hoped it would. Maybe it's my carpet, it's kind of long. We have a couple rugs that are short. Let me try one of those.
This actually worked pretty well when I moved it to a short rug that we walk on a lot. We vacuum this rug probably twice a month, but even still, there was a lot of cat hair trapped under there. So if you have a pretty short rug like this or a really short carpet, I think this will work well. Ours was probably too long for it to be worth it, but you know what? This thing did a pretty good job. I'm impressed. Man, I don't know about you guys, but all this dust and cat hair has given me quite the appetite. Who's hungry? Me. I've been getting a lot of comments from you guys already on this video guessing that I was gonna use cow's milk to drink this, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is an almond milk family. 0 cows were milked in the making of this beverage. I also don't need these yet. I'm thinking maybe chocolate first. You guys can eat along at home if you'd like. It doesn't have to be this. You could pretty much eat anything, I don't care. It smells like Cocoa Pebbles, which I do like. I like me some Cocoa Pebbles. I think Fruity Pebbles I actually like better, not that you asked. There she goes. Bottoms up. There's a little bit of an aftertaste I'm not digging. It's weird. The first couple seconds of chewing on it, it tastes really good. It tastes like exactly like any chocolate cereal I've ever had. But then for some reason, the longer you chew on it, it just starts to like meld together into this like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like this isn't a flavor I've ever tasted before. The flavor that's sitting in my mouth right now. I'm not even eating it anymore, but I feel like I painted the inside of my mouth with this weird flavor. Yeah, I think I'm done with the chocolate one. That's not very good. It feels good. Like the texture is exactly what you would expect, but that aftertaste, man, I don't know. It's like really bitter. Next up, peanut butter. The other one didn't taste good, but it felt and smelled good. So far, this one does not smell good. This table makes me feel like a little kid. Like there wasn't any room left at the kids' table, so I had to eat with the grown-ups, but everything is giant compared to my tiny body. I'm not even gonna bother closing that up. I don't even know if it's worth preserving. This shit sucks. It seems like they tried to, in a roundabout way, create a peanut butter flavor, but it tastes nothing like peanut butter. Yeah, I'm not digging this at all. Light died, that was fast. I think I'm done with peanut butter. It smells exactly like cotton candy. Wait, this is my favorite. The Sig Chunk. I don't want to eat this. I'm gonna set that to the side. I guess I'll put it in here. I'm not eating that. The boxes are kind of fun. There's a word search on here. This one had Mad Libs. Sure, this tiny little box costs $10 whole, but there's a free maze on the back. So I'd actually pay another $10 just to do the maze. Can you tell I'm procrastinating? I don't want to eat this. That's definitely the best one so far. It's got a pretty good flavor, I'd say. It really just tastes like stevia, though, like artificial sweetener. Yeah, maybe I did finish it. What, you never been hungry before? Well, I've saved what I expected and hoped to be the best for last. Fruity. Another maze. Wait, is this the same maze? Okay, no, it's a different maze, thank God. Ow. Cheers. This does have the same flavor, sort of, as Fruity Pebbles. Again, there's like a bitter aftertaste. It's so weird. And then the aftertaste made the next bite taste even worse, I feel like. Don't take my review as gospel. I know that people like this. Also, taste is obviously very subjective. I am not super picky. I will eat just about anything. I know that everybody says that. I feel like the problem is not so much the flavor itself, but how much of it there is. Like if there was an adjustable knob, they turned it up just a little bit too high. I noticed it the second I put it in my mouth. That's why I made that face. Some foods, the flavor takes a second or two to kick in, but this was like the moment it got past the opening of my mouth, I tasted it in my whole body. So let's be concise. I know this video is long already. 3 out of 10, 2 out of 10,
5 out of 10, 3 out of 10. Again, it's about dinner time right now, and I didn't eat. I haven't eaten for several hours. I was saving it for this. I thought that would actually make me a bad reviewer because the hungrier I am, the more I tend to like the way things taste. Just something quirky and different about me. But instead, I hated pretty much all of it. So I don't know if Magic Spoon has reached out to me to do a brand deal or not. This probably disqualified me from doing one, but I don't do ads for things that I don't like, and I don't like this. So that's that. After consuming 4 bowls of the best cereal money can buy, it was time to hit the court. And let me just say, I was in the zone. Even though I didn't technically make any of my shots, I connected with the backboard on a few of them, which I think they should at least give you 1.4, because it's even higher up than the basket. Cut me a break here, refs. But despite my overwhelming success, I couldn't stop thinking about hand in your face. Could it really make me better? I had to try. What the fuck? Suddenly, I was practicing like never before, which is to say I was actually making shots. I've never done that before. I usually just pat myself on the back for getting close, but this was a whole new feeling. Maybe being able to see what I was doing has been a distraction all along. This whole time, I should have just been letting my elite athleticism and God-given talent take over. My eyes have been holding me back from greatness. And that's when it hit me. I had to take this to the next level.
With the first pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select
Drew Gooden. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Gooden. Way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot!
He can do everything Jordan could do, but better.
For me, it's Michael Jordan. It's
Drew Gooden.
Anybody got some milk?
The rumors are true. Today, I am announcing my retirement from the NBA after 43 wonderful seasons. Unfortunately, the game just wasn't challenging for me. I've already played for all 30 teams. I won the championship every single year, and I never missed a shot. So there really wasn't anything else for me to accomplish, and I'd like to move on to bigger and newer challenges. Any questions? So now that you've retired, what's your next move gonna be? I'm gonna be a commentary YouTuber. I don't know what that is. So this is going in S tier. As far as everything else goes, I'm gonna have to take the B out of the belt and then give it back to it. Yeah, it looks silly, and maybe I feel kind of bad about ragging on the guy so hard, but it works. It definitely keeps your pants up. Once you figure out how to get it on, it grips really well, almost too well, actually. There were a couple times when I forgot I was wearing it and I had to pee really bad, but I had to stand there for 20 seconds struggling with it before I could. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Backpack, I'm gonna give that a C. Definitely way too expensive, but it is a bag, so the advertising was accurate. Both of these little shits are going in F. Frankly, you could not design a more useless product. If I saw these at a yard sale, I wouldn't even pay $1 for them. I'm gonna put the lint cleaner in B, because it's pretty cheap and it worked well. But don't be too fooled by their Instagram videos. If you even vacuum semi-regularly, you're not gonna have your mind blown by pulling up a toupee of human hair. It's just gonna be a little bit. The back wheels, I feel like I could go B or C. I'm gonna lean towards C just because they're so expensive. They really aren't that much better than a foam roller, and you can get one of those for 10 to 20 bucks. The case is very nice, and the posture corrector is a funny gag gift, but that's pretty much all I can say about it. Finally, Magic Spoon for me is a D. It just doesn't taste that good, and it's way overpriced. Now, if you are on a specific diet, particularly keto, and you're craving a sweet snack, I think you'll probably like this. The problem is they try to market it so broadly. Instead of saying it's a great keto snack, it's great for this specific diet, they say it's the new cereal for grown-ups. And guess what? I'm a grown-up, and I think it sucks. Sorry, you're probably tired of hearing me talk about brands. Luckily, I've got just the thing for you. A short word from today's sponsor. See you next time. Hey guys. All right, so a little backstory with this one. In 2012, Netflix was a very different place. There was a time where it really was the only streaming service you could ever need before it slowly got lost in the sea of 40 other streaming services that all take turns owning Spider-Man 2. It wasn't just the content that was different though, it also used to be way easier to find funny, obscure nonsense because the search engine hadn't been modified yet to just show you the same 12 results no matter what you type in. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I just type M into the search bar, the first thing that pops up for me is Mean Girls. Makes total sense, it's a good movie, it's popular, it starts with the letter M, can't argue with any of that. So what if I type in the letter G instead? Okay, a little bit of a stretch, but you know, the second word does start with G, so I'll allow it. Let's try a random ass letter though. Let's do W. Okay. Now I'm confused. Maybe they think my computer's upside down? Okay, what about C? Another letter that I know is nowhere to be found in the title. Oh my God, what is happening? Oh, I've got it. I'll do a number. Surely this will fool them. What? Is it because there's 4 girls in the photo? Do you think I'm searching for a movie based on how many people are in it? How are you gonna put this before something that actually has the number 4 in its title? Now, I don't blame them for doing this because I know they're just trying to tailor the experience to each individual. I'm sure your search results will end up being entirely different than mine. But like I said, an algorithmic search engine makes it harder to find anything new on Netflix when they clearly will use any vague connection whatsoever to show you what they're already trying to get you to watch. Anyway, all of that is to say that back in 2012, none of this was the case. So my friend and I used to play this game where we would type in one random letter, click on the most ridiculous movie that we could find, and then fast forward to the last 5 minutes and watch the ending without any context at all. This led to some absurd moments. For example, this is how the movie Spooky Buddies ends.
Maybe now I can be a wise owl. It's a new day at last.
Hey, can we get some help over here?
I'm sorry, what?
It's cold. Can someone find our clothes?
I have 1 million questions, and I don't know if I want the answer to any of them. But the movie that I've thought about the most for the past decade is one that for a long time I wasn't even sure if it actually existed, and maybe my friend and I just had this shared hallucination one night. I remember it being called White Men Can't Dance, and no, I'm not thinking of White Men Can't Jump. I know that that exists. That is a different movie. Google has already tried to gaslight me into thinking that that's what I'm looking for, but it's not, so don't even try. Here is all I remember about this movie. We skipped to the end, watched several minutes of very elaborate breakdancing, and then this happened.
I'll see you later. That was fun. I wonder what I'm gonna draw next.
I am not exaggerating when I say that that is one of the hardest times I have ever laughed in my life. To go from 0 to 100 in such dramatic fashion, to have this onslaught of Mad Lib style nonsense, and then the icing on the cake being that apparently what this whole movie was a painting? Some unrelated character that I'm seeing for the first time now painted the movie? It may not seem like much to you, but this was a foundational moment in the development of my brain. This helped shape me into the person I am today. Honestly, I think it changed my life. So needless to say, I have been trying to find it ever since. Every like 6 months or so, I've searched for an obscure streaming service that might have it, or a website that sells like the VHS, anything at all, just so I could relive this masterpiece. But every single search left me empty-handed. I tried Reddit, I tried eBay, hell, sometimes I'd even make it to the second page of Google, but it was almost like this movie didn't want to be found. I started to worry if this was gonna be like one of those animated TikToks where the guy digs too far
bar and gets electrocuted because he happened upon something he wasn't supposed to? Could this movie lead to my untimely demise? Or am I just giving up too soon? Like in those animated TikToks where the guy stops digging right before he gets to the diamond. This could be my diamond. I can't give up now. And then finally, a few weeks ago, I noticed Google updated their search result page. Turns out, even though Netflix called it White Men Can't Dance, and IMDb calls it White Men Can't Dance, that's not the name of the movie. The actual title is Daddy Can't Dance.
Who says Daddy can't dance?
Should have known. Finally, armed with helpful information, it was as simple as just going to the website and buying the DVD, which I did. Keep in mind, I've never actually watched the entire movie. That's part of why I wanted to find this so bad. I've only seen the last 10 minutes. I have no idea what happens before that. So here's how they describe the movie. This is an awesome film with the best breakdancing. It has won 4 awards. Holy shit. The film is about a man, Pete Weaver, that loses his job, and he finds out that someone got him fired by telling false information. So he sneaks back into work in different disguises to try to get his job back. Very funny. Meanwhile, Pete's dad dies. Seems like a spoiler, but okay. And then he finds out that his only little girl needs a kidney transplant. So financially, his back was against the wall, but he hears about a dance competition with a $40,000 first place. Holy shit. Who is running this competition that has 40 grand to give out? That's crazy. So he calls old friends to get him back into shape and compete in the dance competition to save his daughter's life. Well, I could not be more excited for this. Although you can probably tell that I'm stalling a little bit because I'm kind of nervous that after 10 years of build-up, there's no way this could possibly live up to my expectations. But regardless, let's watch Daddy Can't Dance. Oh, that's the girl from the end. Okay, so apparently whatever she draws comes to life before dissolving into fairy dust. I love that this is all happening 10 seconds after saying inspired by true events. You'd think the news would have said something about this magic pencil, but I guess not. All right, so the dad comes home from work and his family is gathered around roasting marshmallows in the fireplace.
You've been roasting them in the fireplace.
Looks like you've been roasting them in the furnace. I think I'll pass.
That would probably be the right thing to do.
You do not want to eat one of those marshmallows, man. We burned the shit out of them. Mmm, yummy marshmallows. Dude, we fucked them up so bad. I think I'm gonna like this movie. Later that night, he gets revenge on his wife.
Yeah, watch your backside, honey.
It's kind of a weird thing to say. By scaring her away. And then I guess they had sex on a pile of marshmallows. I think that's what's implied by his face. Oh my God, what is the title of this movie? Hey fellas, I can dance too. So right away, I can already tell this movie is just gonna be a shit ton of breakdancing with some over-the-top physical gags sprinkled in.
That's weird.
Hey Pete, bring that fire extinguisher up here. The fire marshal said it's out of date.
Is this it, boss?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell else would it be, Pete? I'm 3 minutes in, and this is already the greatest movie I've ever watched. After work, he goes to his parents' house and picks up a sandwich off the counter.
Don't eat that sandwich, Pete. Your mom made that sandwich 3.5 months ago. She liked the color.
Hey, you do you, man. If you want to leave a bologna sandwich out as decoration, more power to you. So I guess his soon-to-be dead dad is an inventor. He goes on this whole spiel about how he gets inspired when it rains, and also here's the math for my new invention.
I want America to be #1 in technology. #1. I guess it must be the computer.
Can we zoom out a little bit on this shot?
But I not only love to work for this country, I love to work for this family.
This goes on for so long.
Hey, sweetie pie. Mommy told me you're feeling bad.
Hey, sweetie pie. Mind if I just pop in through this fucking trap door that's in the middle of your room?
Does that feel better?
Yeah, I think my forehead was just too dry. Thanks, Dad. Miraculously, the next morning, she's feeling good enough to make breakfast for the entire family, which the mom does not like.
Do not use the stove without mommy or daddy around. It's dangerous. Okay.
I don't know. If there's anyone who can't handle the stove, I think it might be Pete over there. You all right, buddy? If it wasn't for the medical foreshadowing from earlier, this next cut would seem insane.
Isn't that good?
Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're not supposed to eat cereal like that. She's not gonna make. In the next scene, Pete is telling someone about his own invention, which is basically a portable cup holder. And what I love about this is that is a real thing that he actually did invent in real life. I know this because I found him on Instagram last week and saw he was promoting them, so I bought one. I didn't know it was gonna be in the movie. I have a prop from Daddy Can't Dance. Also, I like how he brings it up too.
Golly.
On a serious note, I got something I want you to say.
Now, if you could be serious for one goddamn second, this is a cup holder you can use outside. But before he can bring it up in his business meeting, he has to leave abruptly because Grandpa fell down.
I'm bleeding to death.
You're what?
He's just had 2 heart attacks.
What do you mean?
What do you mean 2 heart attacks?
What? I thought people only had 1 heart. No, I mean they were back to back. He had 2 backs too?
Doctor,
You can't go back there.
Doctor, listen.
Wow, what a move. I've never seen a quick spin into the casual walk combo before, but it was really effective against this doctor.
Slated at 9:45 a.m. Dead.
So, okay, it is sad that he died, but why didn't they change the beeps? That's like the first thing you learn about hospitals is the sound that those machines make when someone dies. Oh, he left a note.
You always remember, son, that life is like a chess game.
Was he gonna drive his car into the river?
You do good.
Sorry, it's not funny, but it's funny. 2 hearts weren't enough for my dad. That's not what he meant. Later, at the funeral.
What'd the doctor say, honey?
About Grandpa? He died 3 days ago.
Beanie needs a kidney transplant.
Oh, you're talking about our daughter. What, did you not read the synopsis on daddycan'tdance.com? She needs a kidney. So after taking some time to grieve and try to figure out how they're gonna pay for this surgery, Pete's boys come over to say hello.
Sheila, do you mind if we borrow Pete for a little bit? Just a little, guy time?
Why does he say it like that? Hey, you mind if we head down to the bar and watch some sports? We just need a little guy time. It does look like they're having fun, though.
Hey! Guy time? Here we are, boys.
I'm ready to go, guys. Whoop-de-doo.
So this is the bar, huh? Well, I had a lot of fun. I'll see you guys later. So I guess the, again, $40,000 breakdancing contest is inside this room of 12 people? They must sell a lot of drinks during this.
I have never seen anybody move like that, especially us. You know white men can't dance.
They should have called the movie that. That would have been a great title. He pretends to have to go to the bathroom, gets into this really awkward confrontation with the dancers. One of them then shoves him and calls him old, and then they leave and he says this.
Hey man, I appreciate you bringing me out here. It's just what I needed.
Just what you needed? You were there for 4 minutes and got into a fight. That scene was to establish 2 things though. 1, there's now a rivalry between him and the Iceman, the guy he got into a fight with. And 2, Daddy's gonna have to dance because he's gonna win that damn contest. Before he can get any momentum going in his life though, get this, his coworker steals his invention.
It's an innovative drink holder that I invented.
No, Pete invented it.
Pete is trying to steal this from me.
He's fired.
That was fast.
Call the guards, tell them not to let him in the building under any circumstances.
You've been yanked, sir.
What?
Fired, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I guess that's that. I guess he's got bigger fish to fry with the dance contest coming up, so he calls his old friend to help him get into shape, and he just tells him to run on the beach.
Start running. Way down there. Beat it!
And I guess that's it. Problem solved. Sorry, I spoke too soon. There is a little montage of exercising. He does it for a whole week. So that's how he got in shape. He must be going a little too hard in the gym though, because he has this dream where his arms turned into rubber.
don't have to talk about that. It's not important at all. We also don't even really have to talk about the scene that they described on the website where he spends several minutes trying to get into work disguised as an old man, because it's just kind of weird and gross. He keeps farting and threatening to shit his pants. Very funny. Meanwhile, there is this extremely frustrating subplot that ends up taking up a majority of the movie, where his wife thinks he's having an affair because he hasn't told her that he's spending all his free time training for a dance contest. I know I'm an outsider here, but to me, it seems like he could just fucking tell her. It doesn't need to be a secret. It's not like she's anti-dance or something. Honestly, though, it's his own damn fault for being so cryptic about it.
I've got to go somewhere for a couple hours. Look, I love you, but I've just got to go somewhere for a couple hours, okay?
Just tell her that you're practicing for a dance contest to try to win money for your daughter. She will 1,000% understand. You can tell that he wrote the movie because he even has her friend character tell her that she's overreacting.
He never even touches me anymore.
Do you think that maybe you're overreacting?
You're right.
Hey, he's probably fine. You're just being crazy. I know, I'm nuts. As a viewer, though, I'm not 100% convinced that he's not having an affair. Like, look at this interaction.
He's got to lose another 5 pounds.
Oh, yeah?
You saw him there. 5 pounds right here.
Right, bust it out, bust
right
it
here.
out. Right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Hey, man, we're just playing.
Oh, never mind. They were just pranking their friend.
That's wrong.
This movie's weird, man. Okay, so maybe he's not cheating with one of his dance teachers. Maybe instead he's cheating with his other friend, who we get to see sing an entire song, start to finish, and then give this look to Pete. She confronts him about it, and he does a really good job of deflecting by getting halfway to the door of their home and just being like, you know what? I have to go to the gym.
I think I'm gonna go work out.
That was a close one, man. She almost thought you were up to no good.
My wife's all uptight. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know what's gotten into her.
I want you to go home and take care of business.
No.
Take care of
No.
This scene is almost exactly like that scene in Christmas Mail. This is Matt. This is Heather. They have a weirdly close relationship that's never fully explained. They're way overly affectionate in public until someone catches them.
All right.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
But my wife, she's a good lady. But my God, if I told her I was competing in a dance competition.
Yes, of course. Or, actually, no, why can't you just tell her?
She would absolutely lose it. You know how women are. Why?
Yeah. Why did she agree with him?
I'm gonna be at work in 2 hours to sneak back in.
Well, look what we're gonna start with.
Oh my. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're doing the teeth thing again.
I'm here for the ratification exploratory evaluation.
So the first time he tried this, it was a colossal failure that got him kicked out by security. So he took a couple weeks to think about it, reconsider his strategy, and came to the conclusion that he just needed different teeth. I'm just gonna fast forward through this.
This is the patent for the drink genie.
Yeah.
Pete Weaver.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yes, boss, it's me.
Now here's the thing, they even established this earlier. He had already patented his invention under his own name. All he had to do was tell his boss that. I don't know, send him an email with the attached documents. He could have done that a month ago. But in his defense, these two scenes were very funny. I can't tell which of these two scenes I like better. There's one where the mom reads a book that's just been like printed on a few sheets of loose paper. Or the scene after that where they do a commercial for the drink genie and then surprise Charlie by demoting him to the mailroom.
And as of today, you're going to start working your way up from the mailroom.
If there's one thing I've learned from movies, it's that every company has a mailroom. And to do it in front of the news, that's just cruel. I mean, these guys mean business. Just look at that microphone.
Hey, kid, you got some moves.
Thanks.
You know what? No matter what anybody tells you, don't you ever stop dancing. You hear me?
Okay.
Can you go away now? You're being weird.
Think you could get me into that dancing competition tonight?
Oh, no.
Your mother might kill me.
Huh? She would kill you? What is this universe we're in, where dancing is like this taboo thing that you can only do in secret? This movie literally follows the script that the AI wrote in my last video. But you heard the man, it's time for the dance contest, which can only mean one thing: 20 uninterrupted minutes of professional breakdancing. I mean, this is just a treat. Every time you think it's almost over, it just keeps going. Everybody gets their turn, and then another turn. Now, if you like breakdancing though, this is the best part of the whole movie, because everyone doing it, including Pete, the guy who made the movie, is very good at dancing. I still don't know where the hell they're getting all this money from, but I could see him winning the contest.
And the winner of the 20th annual dance-off is Iceman.
Oh, never mind. He doesn't win.
Yo, Pete, I think you deserve the trophy, man. And the money.
What? I cannot overstate how out of nowhere that came. These guys have been beefing the entire movie. At times an uncomfortable amount of beef, honestly. And then at the very last second, he's like, you know what? You take it.
I'm gonna take the money from my little beanie. I'm passing the torch to you, man.
Oh, Pete, that's so nice of you, man, to take all $40,000 of cash, but let me keep the little trophy.
Something happens to you when you're competing for your daughter's life. It's adrenaline or love. It takes over every fiber of your body. You have to win, no matter what it takes.
But you didn't win. You're just lucky the Iceman has a heart of gold. But that's not all, guys, because immediately after the contest, at what I can only assume is like 11 o'clock at night on a Tuesday, the Children's Miracle Network calls and tells them that they're gonna fund their daughter's surgery so they don't even need the money anymore. I'm surprised his two friends were like, oh, nice. So does that mean that maybe since we helped you and you don't need the money, that like, we could have some? Hell no. We're rich. That would be a really good way to end the movie if we didn't already know that there's an entirely different ending in store.
Hey, kid. Hey, you can have them. They're my old dance shoes. They're magic, if you believe.
The shoes are magic? It's kind of a weird thing to throw in right at the end.
That was fun. I wonder what I'm gonna draw next.
Oh, I get it now. Those are the teeth from earlier. Well, that answers all my questions. Just kidding. I still don't know who the hell this lady is or why she painted this movie. The entire movie could have been exactly the same and nothing would have changed without the 30 seconds at the beginning with her drawing and the 30 seconds at the end. She's not in the movie at all. She doesn't have a name as far as I can tell. I dare you to find a movie with a better, more out of place twist than this. Something that just completely comes out of not even left field, but like a different baseball park. It's incredible. I mean, like, how do you even come up with that? So like I said, I found the guy on Instagram and honestly, he seems like a pretty cool dude. He's 65 and still dances better than most people my age, certainly dances better than I ever could. Not that I'm surprised or anything. I mean, this is the Poppin' Lockin' Papa from Daddy Can't Dance the Movie. One thing I think they definitely got right on their website is that this would make for an excellent gift. I'm just saying, if you're trying to start your Christmas shopping a little early this year, you know, maybe just buy one for your entire family. Or hell, you could even buy your very own drink genie as seen in the movie. I love it because you can put it on the ground and then put your cup in it, and then you don't have to put your cup on the ground. Anyway, sorry, I'll stop trying to sell you guys shit right after I do an ad for today's sponsor. Can you believe it? 10 years looking for one movie, and all I had to do was wait for Google to update their search results. You might be wondering if I think it was worth the wait, and honestly, yeah, it's pretty good. And for them to pull all of that off with a budget of what I can only assume to be $9 or $10, that's impressive. Well, I've got to go give my magic shoes to a little boy I just met, so I'll see you guys.
Oh, honey.
Ugh, gross.
That was fun. I wonder what I'll draw next. Thomas Edward Patrick Brady. Jr., the greatest quarterback of all time. He's won 7 Super Bowls, set almost every imaginable passing record, and has made probably over $1 million or something like that. But what I find truly interesting about Tom's story is that he isn't that special of an athlete. It's not like he can throw the ball further than anyone else, and he's probably the slowest player on every team he's ever been on. Giannis Antetokounmpo is superhuman. JJ Watt looks like if a muscle came to life and started talking. But on the surface, Tom just kind of looks like a guy. In fact, he's so unassuming as an athlete that almost 200 people were picked ahead of him the year he was drafted. And he played longer than every single one of them. In many ways, he got better as he got older. His face changed shape like 6 times. Everything he's doing defies all logic. So what the hell is his secret? Is he a cyborg? A time traveler? Was he an experiment created in some kind of football laboratory? Or is all of his success attributed to his famously specific diet? This dude hasn't had sugar in like 14 years. No wonder he's able to pull off the impossible. I had a toaster strudel for breakfast and now my tummy hurts. But why am I making this video? Well, because a few days ago on February 1st, Tom Brady finally retired from the NFL, which means someone has to take his place. And that's where I come in. Slightly above average height? Check. Total underdog story? Check. Lives within reasonable driving distance of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice facility? Check. And just like Tom, everything I do for my son. My son is 4 inches tall, he lives in this box, and as of 1 minute ago, he's now available for purchase for a limited time at youtooz.com. But if I'm gonna become the new starting quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'll need to eat like Tom. I'll need to train like Tom. At least for about a month. That should do it. So starting on February 14th, the day after the Super Bowl, because I'm probably gonna eat a lot of crap that night, I will begin my transformation. But first, I have to prepare. Like a lot of mega popular athletes do, Sweet Thomas has very much turned his identity into a brand. It's called the TB12 method. He has 2 books about it, he has his own recipes, his own workout gear, and supplements, and hats, and podcasts, and training centers, and Vital Fit Tart Cherry. Congrats, Tom. While this chapter is closing, the best is yet to come. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's true. Some people just peak early in life. There's nothing wrong with that. You think anyone's gonna give a shit about me in 20 years? Hell no. I gotta savor this while I can. So this says get started, but then there's so much shit here that I don't even know where to begin. Oh wait. Yeah, I do. I'm getting the Big Tom. Tom Brady drinks 200 to 300 ounces of water on active days. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm gonna have to get a second bladder surgically inserted into my body if I drink this much water. Oh, here we go. They have starter packs. Here's what people are saying. But it's not customer testimony, it's just their employees. No biases here. Guys, people have been raving about my YouTube videos. Don't believe me? Just ask my mom. You know, I am actually wondering what Brian thinks.
Hey everyone, Brian Hart here, body coach down in Tampa Bay. By far my favorite product that TB12 has is the TB12 electrolytes. Helps me stay hydrated, gives me energy, prevents muscle cramping, tastes great.
Does it? I saw that eye roll. Believe me, this stuff is awesome.
TB12 plant-based protein,
right.
TB12 omega.
Okay.
One of the products that I really have loved recently is the TB12 sleep. And I don't really struggle to sleep or go to sleep.
This stuff is amazing. I don't need it, and I've never actually taken it before, but Tom said I had to throw in a 4th thing, and so I just picked one randomly.
I wake up every morning feeling awesome after I take that TB12 sleep.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like a ball of energy.
Feel free to go to tb12sports.com.
What a coincidence. That's a website I was already on. Oh, I guess I should probably just get the Tom pack. Sorry, Brian. In his honor, I will at least get his favorite flavor of electrolytes, and I will think about you every time I drink them. Okay. So it's $200, and that's just the first page. Gonna be another $216 just for the equipment. That at least seems more reasonable. What was the other one? Vitamins and protein powder. And I'm supposed to buy that every month? Well, it's a good thing I'm only doing this for one. Oh, you have to subscribe to it? But what if I don't want to? Why is it $600? I got the Tom pack. The starter home gym pack should be $425, and it is $600. What the fuck, Tom? I mean, yeah, I have the water bottle in here too, but that's only $65. Oh, I see. Once you go to check out, they sneakily raise the price of the exercise equipment by $111. That's cool. No, I get it. I would do the same thing if I was the worst. You know what, though? I have to suck it up. I'm trying to change my life here. I want to live to be 300 years old, and you can't put a price on that. So I guess I'm already out $600, and I haven't even bought any food yet. It's funny, I've always heard the main criticism of the TB12 brand is that it's overly expensive and inaccessible to the average person, but I actually think we're off to a great start. Oh my god, I still have to buy the book. I almost forgot. They're sold out on the website, so I have to settle for an acceptable used copy from Amazon. Would I like to spend half of that on a new copy? Of course I would. But then I won't get it for a month, and I'm trying to start this diet in a few days. What are you gonna do? Before I forget, I should also go ahead and cancel my subscriptions while I'm here. Luckily, they've made it as difficult as possible by making you do one at a time. Hello. My first impression when I saw this in front of my door was that this box is way bigger than I thought it would be, and then I remembered I bought the Big Tom. So I'm picturing that that's pretty much taking up most of the space. It's just like a giant fat water bottle, and then everything else is just pushed into the corner. Forgot my box cutter. I'll be right back. Best thing about the moon pod is how easy it is to get up. Sorry about that. There's the Big Tom. There it is. Wow, these are fancy. Glass jars. Everything's kind of dusty, which is fun. Oh. Because this popped open and there's very expensive protein dust all over this box. And I got my electrolyte, my vibrating pliability sphere. So that's all the stuff that I put in my body. Now for what I put my body on top of. To be honest, I kind of blindly just bought the starter kit. I didn't really look at what was in it. I just assumed, you know, this is good for Tom, it's good for me. But I did end up doubling up on water bottles, and I don't know what anything else is. Don't know why they gave me a little bag, when clearly that's not big enough to put all this stuff in. I got a vibrating pliability sphere and also a vibrating pliability roller. Lots of different shapes in which I can vibrate. This is just like a phone stand that they threw in here. Don't know what I was expecting. It's gonna be a journey figuring out what to do with all this crap. So we got some pills to pop here. Thanks, Tom, for that. We've got sleep, which is pretty self-explanatory. I'll try this once, but I'm probably not gonna take this every night because I don't like melatonin. It makes me feel weird and gives me really crazy dreams, and I don't want that. But then you've got the other two. This one is like brain pills, daily support for mind, body, performance, and then the other one is for like joint support. But this is one I'm really intrigued by. For like a year, I used to take something called Alpha Brain, and I'm pretty sure it was just a placebo, but I would take it every time I filmed or wrote anything, and I felt like it helped, like I could think more clearly, but again, it might have just been I told myself that I would be more focused, and then I was more focused, so who's to say? But this shit was personally engineered by the greatest quarterback of all time, and if anyone knows something about brain performance, it's Tom Brady. So let's see what happens. I don't know, I didn't really... Whoa! What's going on? I have so many thoughts. I think I'm finally using 100% of my brain, just like Bradley Cooper in that Limitless movie. Oh my god, the ideas. I can't stop them. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know you're at work right now, but I had to call you. I just thought of a new invention. Silent ice. It's just like regular ice, but it doesn't make any noise. I did it. I finally finished my book. Wow, what a productive day. I even managed to move my couch into the middle of the room like I've been meaning to. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and hit the hay. Never mind, it has been 4 minutes. I don't really know what to say about the supplements because I've taken them a bunch now and I kind of feel the same, but I've also been taking multivitamins every day for several years and those don't make me feel any different. So does that mean I should stop taking them? It's hard to judge something that is supposed to have this like silent effect on your body. So they may not actually do anything, but at least they're very expensive. The best thing about them though is that they don't taste like anything because you're also supposed to drink these electrolytes every day multiple times a day. First thing you do when you wake up. I excitedly tried the lemon one first, and let me just tell you, it is one of the grossest things I've ever tasted in my life.
Tastes great.
It doesn't taste so much like lemonade as it does lemon pledge. I did actually just notice today that they also sent me the same thing but in packet form. So I'm pretty sure there's like a powder instead of something that's already a liquid. Maybe that'll make it taste better? Oh, thank God. Okay, this is way better. This is a huge relief because drinking electrolytes is very much part of Tom's daily routine, and I physically was not able to drink the other one. It was so gross. And it's not like, oh, it doesn't taste like Gatorade. This isn't very good. I don't need it to taste like Gatorade. I don't need it to taste sweet. Honestly, I don't need it to taste like anything. Good thing they also have one called unflavored. This has no flavor. It's just gonna go in my water. I'm not even gonna notice it's there. It's just gonna taste like nothing, right? No, this should just taste like salt. I'm just relieved that a lot of the reviews say the same thing and I'm not the only one going crazy here. This person said it tasted like watered down cough syrup. That's a good description. I love Tom, but I threw away the electrolytes. Terrible taste. The electrolytes did not agree with me, and I agree with you. I think when I run out of these packets, I'll just buy a different brand of electrolytes and hope they don't also taste like shit. As previously discussed, Tom Brady loves water. You think this is a lot? This jug that weighs almost 5 pounds when full? Well, he drinks 5 of these every day. My goal for this has been to at least drink 3 of these a day, because that's still on the low end of the spectrum. And 3 a day is doable, but it's also a lot. There are a few things that I don't love about the water bottle. For one, it takes about 90 seconds for me to fill it up all the way because it's so goddamn big. It's also so heavy and bulky that you need to use 2 hands to drink out of it, and it makes you look like a baby drinking out of a sippy cup. It's too wide to fit in a cup holder, so it kind of just jostles around in my car as I drive. And unless it's more than halfway full, I can't drink out of it while I drive without it hitting the ceiling. But do you think I'm gonna ever drive somewhere without having a little beverage in my car? Hell no. But all of that pales in comparison to the worst thing about drinking this much water, which is that I now pee roughly 600 times per day. Sometimes I'll just drink and pee at the same time because I know I'm gonna have to do it in 5 minutes anyway. It really makes me mad that Amanda and I thought it would be funny to have the Pledge of Allegiance in our guest bathroom, but now the joke's on me because I have to recite it every time I go in there. I did the math and I don't think I've gone an entire 2-hour period without having to go to the bathroom. And that made me realize that Tom Brady pees his pants. It's not like they have a bathroom on the sideline. It's not like you can call a timeout to do a potty break. This legend, this sports hero, has been running around on the field with piss in his uniform. Gross! I looked up to you, man. Anyway, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but someone had to say something. This book's not too crazy. A lot of the stuff I had heard before, like how he was born on a spaceship and came out the womb holding a football. But the thing that's weird about this is, like, this is supposed to be the Tom Brady Bible. But there are things I've read online about him that contradict some of the stuff I've read in here. Like, apparently he doesn't eat nightshades, peppers, tomatoes, but then there's recipes in here that include those things. He's famously on a plant-based diet, but almost all of the recipes have meat in them. So maybe this book is not as all-encompassing as I hope. It might be because they didn't want to include every restriction here so as to not scare people off. Or maybe it's that some of the things Tom Brady believes in aren't actually backed up by science, so they're like, hey, just because Tom does that doesn't mean you have to too. You know, I've read a bunch of books like this before. A bunch. I've read like 2 books like this before. And the funny thing is, I feel like I always agree with almost everything they say. I just forget to actually do it. We all have one body and one life, and you should make it a priority to treat that body and life as respectfully as possible. And it's like, of course, what a beautiful mindset. Of course, I'm going to only eat the healthiest foods I can so my body can function as healthily and as prosperously as possible. And oh my God, is it 1 a.m. already? I'm gonna have a snack. Part of the reason I wanted to make this video is just to force myself to do it. I'm so bad at self-discipline, but I'm really good at making excuses. Like, I've had a long day today. I deserve this. I deserve to go to Twisty Treat. Twisty Treat is a restaurant shaped like ice cream. because they sell ice cream. Obviously, life would be really fucking boring if you never ate anything fun, but there has to be a balance to it. One that I rarely achieve. But one thing I've realized as an adult is that if I don't hold myself accountable, no one else will, because it's not their responsibility, it's mine. I have to do it, so I will do it. So let's start off with what you're not allowed to eat. You're not allowed to have dairy, or bread, or fast food, or soda, or things with added sugar, or overly processed foods that have a bunch of preservatives. Let me tell you the betrayal I felt when I found out these snap peas aren't actually healthy at all. They're not even real peas, they're just cleverly engineered to look like them. Everything is always too good to be true. Whatever, I'm not mad. You can have alcohol, but in extreme moderation, and I just went ahead and didn't have any because beer makes me want pizza. You can only have a little bit of caffeine, which thankfully wasn't much of a change for me. Something happened a couple years ago, and ever since then I've had an extremely low tolerance to caffeine, even though I drink coffee every single day. But I usually don't even finish 1 cup because I know if I drink it all, I'm gonna get all jittery and probably end up with a headache. You know what my Starbucks order is? I get a venti cold brew and then slowly drink it over the course of 4 days. That's not a joke, that's just my life. As far as what you are supposed to eat, it's pretty much a lot of vegetables all the time. Mostly just vegetables, actually. And you have to buy organic produce, preferably sourced locally, otherwise Tom will come to your house and kill you. According to the book, it's because non-organic food tends to have less nutrients in it, and also when food has to travel really far, it loses nutrients. I don't know how true that is, but man, was it depressing to have to ignore all the regular fruit that was on sale so I could get the special version of it. So I'll get to the meals themselves in a little bit, but there were 2 things that I've eaten every single day. Number 1, I have a smoothie with spinach and blueberries and most of a banana and almond butter and Tom powder and Greek yogurt and almond milk. These I don't mind at all. They taste really good and they fill me up for a few hours. I actually used to make smoothies like this all the time until one day our blender broke, and instead of buying a new one, I was just like, all right, well, guess I'm not doing that anymore. The hardest thing about these smoothies is that you always run out of different ingredients at different times. And it's like, am I really gonna go to the store right now just to get blueberries? For the sake of this video, yes. Yes, I am. The other thing I get to eat every single day is homemade guacamole. This is, for some reason, an absolute staple of the TB12 diet. Well, it's a good thing finding perfectly ripe avocados every single day isn't like hard to do or anything. Otherwise, this would be really annoying. For me, this was the first major example of this diet being 100 times more doable if you have someone else go buy ingredients and prepare food for you. Tom's not going to the grocery store. He throws a few footballs around and then yells, "Feed me," and an army of TB12 assistants come to shovel kale into his mouth. Now, if you're like me, you might be thinking, guacamole every day? That sounds awesome. But remember, you can't eat them with chips. That would be too easy. So usually I just add it to whatever meal I'm eating, or I'll dip celery or carrots into it and scarf it down that way. As far as grocery trips go, I've been doing them a lot. Basically every 2 to 4 days. I probably could have consolidated some of these trips, but I get overwhelmed when my grocery list is way too long, so I would split it up into smaller trips and only get like 1 or 2 meals at a time. And I will say, the meals in this book are all pretty good. This salad is stupidly easy to make, so that's been a go-to for me. The cauliflower you make with this salmon is fucking great, so I don't even mind the fact that you have to eat like 12 pounds of it every time. And the chicken and lentils recipe is really good too, although the Dijon mustard flavor can be a little bit much when you're having leftovers, and at that point, it has soaked into every single ingredient. I even got to make my own hummus. That was pretty fun. So really, I have almost nothing but good things to say about all of these recipes, except there is the one. I tried making one of Tom's famous fish taco bowls and everything went wrong. The cod completely fell apart as I was trying to cook it, so it was basically ground fish. The sauce was way too runny and just tasted like sesame seeds. The beans were all wet. The worst part is that it's been about 14 hours and the whole house smells like fish still. To make my life a little bit easier, I have been ordering the same meal prep service that I've used for a while now. Only where before I was mostly doing it out of convenience, now I have to make sure I'm pretty much only eating chicken and vegetables or fish and vegetables. This takes care of 5 lunches a week, so I only have to worry about breakfast and dinner and then what I'm gonna eat on the weekend. I would say my biggest takeaway so far is that what you do eat is a lot more important than what you don't eat. I've had a couple of 2 or 3 day stretches in here where I don't really have the energy to cook, so then I don't eat enough, so then I don't have any energy, so then I don't cook any food. It's not enough to just not eat sugar. Just because I'm not eating McDonald's doesn't mean I'm doing a good job or being healthy. I need to have like a checklist of things that I do eat every single day. Otherwise, it's inevitable that I end up going crazy one night and eating half a block of cheese at 1 a.m. Am I saying that because that's what I did last night? Yes. But I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm just gonna go outside and spike some footballs and get right back on track. So I'm about 2 weeks into eating like Tom Brady, and I can't say a lot has changed. I did notice that I've started floating. I don't really know how I'm doing it. I just know that whenever I go to walk somewhere, I am now levitating off the ground. If I had to guess, I would assume that my body has simply transcended past the need for gravity, which is cool. I don't think I used to be able to do that. At least not that I remember. I love how this box they gave me is just filled to the brim with crap, and yet there's no instruction manual of any kind. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I mean, I know what this bag does. I've used a bag before. So I was looking at some of the exercises in the book, and I kept getting confused on like, okay, I see that you're supposed to pull on the rope, but what is the rope attached to? And the photos don't help because it sort of just fades off into the void. But I realized one of the things in here was this like door strap. So I should be able to strap this to my door and then connect things to it, hopefully without breaking the door in the process. The issue with this for me though is most of the doors in my house, there's not a lot of room in front of them to maneuver and do things. So I'm gonna have to be doing most of my workouts in my laundry room. I'm realizing maybe I didn't put the camera in the right spot for this because I did the whole thing and I don't think you could see any of it. All right, looks pretty good, I think. Still worried this is somehow gonna break my door? If it does, I'll just ask Tom to buy me a new one. I now have something else I'm deathly afraid of, which is that while I'm doing one of these exercises, the back will snap, propel forward into the back of my head, and I will immediately die. The good news is if that does happen, I will at least clue you in on what's going on here. So something that seems to be unique to Tom's workouts is his emphasis on pliability, and I'll let him explain it for me.
Pliability is at the core of the TB12 lifestyle. Use a TB12 vibrating pliability roller or sphere to target the muscle groups you're using.
So basically, before and after every workout, I gotta roll this thing all over my muscles.
There are 2 parts to pliability. Active muscle work, active muscle work, active muscle work.
This is how you play football. Finally, with just a few days left, having transformed into the best shape of my adult life, which unfortunately does not mean anything, it's time to hit the field. Hi, my name's Drew Gooden. I'm over 4 feet tall, and this is my audition for the role of quarterback. Dear Roger Goodell, President of Football, I am politely demanding that you have me signed to one or all NFL teams as soon as possible. Obviously, my talent and positional versatility should speak for themselves, but I also have other attributes I can bring to the table that will make me instantly marketable as the new face of the league. Number 1, I'm charitable. When this crazed fan came up to me and demanded my attention, I didn't throw 100 footballs at her face until she went away, even though I wanted to. I took the time to take multiple photos with her, a memory I'm sure she'll treasure forever. Reason number 2, I'm already friends with several Hall of Fame athletes like Rob Gronkowski, Jeff Gordon, and Air Bud from the movie Air Bud. I believe these connections will help me thrive in the NFL. After all, it's a relationship game, not a football game. Reason number 3, I think I could do a touchdown dance. And the final and most important reason why I should be immediately given a lifetime contract is that I am desperate for money. Over the past month, I have spent all of my life savings trying to do the Tom Brady diet, and now my house is being foreclosed. Not to be nosy or anything, but I saw how much you're giving some of these other guys, and I decided, can I have some?
I'll do any position. I'll even be punter. Please let me play.
Anyway, I hope you consider me for the role of quarterback. Have a wonderful day. What the fuck? You're telling me I lost 5 pounds and felt great for a month and I have nothing to show for it because I can't even play professional football?
I'll get you, Tom.
Ooh, I just know for a fact that I am the person most negatively affected by this. Okay, so maybe I am the person second most negatively affected by this. So I'm gonna break down my final thoughts on this by answering 2 questions. Number 1, is the TB12 diet good? Yeah. With the exception of the one disaster, all the meals were tasty and they got easier to prepare the more I made them. And a lot of the restrictions are easier to pull off than it seemed at first, as long as you don't think about what you're missing out on. Like, it's really daunting when you start off and you think, oh man, I can't have this or this or this. But then you get going and you're just focusing on the food that you are making and you realize it's been 2 weeks since you thought about pizza. I'm proud to say I only cracked twice. There was the cheese incident and I also went to Taco Bell one day because I was kind of going through it. But I think it's good to at least have one meal every once in a while that you can look forward to. Otherwise, you're gonna lose motivation pretty fast. In hindsight, yeah, maybe I should have swung for something better than a 5-layer burrito, but at the time, it's all I could think about. Other than that, the meals were all just good enough to keep me from daydreaming about junk food. But the other question is, given the financial and time investment necessary to pull this diet off, how feasible is it? And that's a little bit trickier. It would be dumb of me to ignore the obvious advantage that I had while doing this, which is that I was able to put my job on hold for a while by turning the diet into my job. And even still, there were days where I'm like, fuck, it's 5 o'clock already? I don't wanna cook. I just made food yesterday and now I gotta do it again? When will it end? And I tried to imagine what it would have been like to try to do this back when I had a 45-minute commute to my carpentry job, where I'd be lucky to get home before 6 o'clock and I'm tired and I'm sore and now I have to prepare this complicated ass meal. And whoops, our broccoli went bad. Should I go to Publix? No, I'm gonna go to Chipotle for the 3rd day in a row. You know what would be nice? If there were more convenient, healthy food options. The best I could find around me is a place called Fresh Kitchen, and it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but the bowls are like $15. Also, I don't even know if that place is healthy. Did you know that restaurants aren't required to provide nutritional information unless they have over 20 locations? I didn't know that till I tried to look it up. And yeah, you can always drive through somewhere to get a fast food salad, but not only do I not want to eat salad every day, but a lot of the time, the salads have more calories than the regular food that they sell. Without a doubt, the best way to follow the TB12 diet is to have multiple fresh cooked meals every single day. And the easiest way to do that is to pay someone to cook them for you. But I'm not gonna do that, and you're not gonna do that, so who the fuck is gonna do that? Following this diet is possible, but it's expensive and it's time consuming, and you have to sacrifice a lot of convenience in order to make it work. And just like with all diets, you have to be patient. If you're hoping to lose weight, it could take 2 weeks before you even move the needle at all. So really, in the short term, there are almost no noticeable differences. Like, I remember my dad asking me after a couple weeks how I felt, and I thought about it, and I was like, just kind of normal, I think. For some reason, I guess I thought, I'm eating all these superfoods. I'm gonna feel amazing. These omega-3s are gonna be coursing through my veins. But I realized it's more so just an absence of feeling bad. It's been a week or so since I officially finished doing the diet for a month, and I've tried not to stray too far from it since then, but I've loosened up the restrictions. Like the other day, I had a milkshake, and it was fucking delicious. It was so good. I don't regret it at all. But I felt like garbage afterward. I was in a bad mood. I was groggy and irritable and I went to bed really early for some reason. Same thing happened when we had pizza a few days later. It was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. At least it felt like it at the time, you know how it is. But it also made me feel like shit. I was so full, but I was also really grumpy. I kept getting annoyed at everything. It kind of ruined my night. And when I thought about it the next day, I was like, I think I'm good on pizza for a while. It also gave me acid reflux, which made me realize that I had not had that for the entire month that I was on the diet. So now that I think about it, maybe I'm onto something here. So food good, diet good, but everything outside of the meals, I could take it or leave it. The electrolytes are disgusting. The vitamins cost like $2 a pill. The water bottle's nice, but you're essentially paying an extra $40 just to have Tom Brady's name on it. And I love the guy. but not that much. The exercise equipment was a pretty good deal as far as I can tell. I'll let you know if all that shit just starts breaking one day. But ultimately, for a lifestyle change as drastic and as costly as this can be, I wouldn't recommend starting it off by wasting a couple $100 on a bunch of the less necessary crap. Just save that money for all the fish you're gonna have to eat. I know there's probably gonna be a lot of people who watch this video and think, whoa, you went on a diet for a month? That's crazy. What are you, like a regular person? And that's fine, but I'm proud of myself for doing this. It's not that I don't normally pay attention to what I eat and try to eat as healthy as possible, but I'm certainly not very consistent about it. So every day that I would get through the entirety of without making any bad dietary choices, it felt good laying in bed that night knowing I did a good job. And the more I stacked those days on top of each other, the better I felt overall. And I also realized when I'm only having one truly bad meal every week or two, it makes it taste so much better, because I've earned this. I'm gonna savor this shit. Again, I know these are very basic human principles that a lot of people are gonna hear and be like, yeah, Drew, it is hard. Everyone struggles with cravings and making good choices. It's not like extremely healthy people were just born with a different brain and they never think about how good ice cream would taste right now. They just have better self-discipline than I do. Anyway, this is a diet that I've wanted to try for several years, and maybe it's a good thing that Tom pretended to retire for just long enough to make me actually do it, because if he didn't, I probably wouldn't have. I'm still kind of pissed that he took my spot on the team, but I'll try not to hold a grudge. Well, I think I have finally run out of things to say. I've been working on this video for almost 2 months now, and I'm ready to be done. That said, I probably won't do any other videos like this for a while, so if you liked this one and you want to support me, consider sticking around and hearing me talk about today's sponsor. See you next time! Hey guy, I know you probably want to, but you don't actually need to tell me that I have 2 distinctly different hair colors fighting to the death on top of my head. I am aware of that. I am also aware of the fact that they are both losing. So a little over a year ago, I got an ad for something called The Cove, an almost $500 sleep headset that was touted to me as a hug for your mind. Not that there's literally any other information in this ad. It's just kind of floating there, and I guess you're supposed to be like, well, it emits vibrations, so it's got to do something, right? As expected, the website focused more on buzzwords than anything else. Enjoy life more by stressing less. Cove makes peace of mind effortless. Cove plus TV equals evening serenity. I feel like it's such a cop-out to be like, this thing will make your brain calmer. Just, you know, make sure to wear it while doing something you enjoy. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. Like, I wonder what's making me happier right now. Is it the show that I like, or the piece of plastic I put on my head? The most notable scientific citation they have is something called interoception, the sixth sense that we've conveniently never heard of. Because how can I say that they're wrong if I don't even know what that is? Anyway, at a price point of $490, I didn't end up buying it at the time because it was so expensive and supposedly life-changing. I figured I would save it for its own video one day. But before long, I noticed that the Amazon link I had bookmarked changed it to say currently unavailable. So I thought maybe they're coming out with a newer version. I guess I'll just wait and see. Cut to about a month ago, I checked their website again, and the Cove has been discontinued. No! Where am I gonna get my interoception from now? Here is their explanation. In an effort to scale Cove's proprietary technology to reach as many people as possible, we have made the strategic decision to discontinue the Cove product line as it exists today and will no longer be selling directly to consumers. Huh? In an effort to get the Cove to as many people as possible, we will no longer be making or selling them. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, so maybe they explained it more somewhere else? No posts in over 10 weeks, and you can't comment on their Instagram, and you can't comment on their Facebook, and you can't reply to any of their tweets. Now, I can't say for certain that they're trying to hide something, but I can say that if you were trying to hide something, this is how you would do it. I tried to look more into it, and all I could find is just like article after article over the past couple of years of people either saying, it kinda helped me, I think, or that it was a huge waste of money. And then all of a sudden, it's just gone? So I don't know what happened for sure. The wording of their statement almost makes it sound like they sold their technology to another company. Maybe because they didn't actually believe in it that much in the first place, so as soon as I got an offer to cash out and disappear, they jumped on the opportunity. But either way, this abrupt departure and nebulous goodbye message is not really a great look for them after spending 2 years promising to change people's lives. Well, it seems we've killed the man, but not the idea. There There are now seemingly dozens of copycat headsets and watches and vibrating eggs you put on your chest. A whole slew of little devices that each cost hundreds of dollars, all with the same promise of fixing your broken brain, usually backed up by vague in-house research. I mean, we think it works pretty good. And can you guess what all of these things have in common? That's right, I've gotten ads for every single one of them on Instagram. If I had to guess why, it's because about a month ago, I had the worst panic attack of my life, which honestly is saying something because in the past I've talked about having to go to the ER from panic attacks. But this one was terrifying. For a little over 2 hours, I thought I was going to throw up, pass out, suffocate, die, any or all of those things. And as panic attacks do, it eventually went away and I'm doing a lot better now. I mean, the next day I was feeling great. It was just, that's how anxiety is. It comes up out of nowhere sometimes and it feels like debilitating, like there's nothing you can do to stop it or that it will never go away. So even though I'm in a much better mental state now, words still got out that, you know, sometimes my brain forgets we're supposed to be on the same team, and Instagram has been having a field day with this. Mind Bloom, Brain Luxury Inc., Call Me Go, Mendy, Leaf, Apollo Neuro, Sensate, The Neo Rhythm by OmniPimp, a sleep insert that's implanted into your body? You think I'm gonna buy a surgery from Instagram? Right away with these ads, there was a pretty big red flag for me when this guy popped up. If you've watched some of my other videos, you may recognize him from a very different Instagram ad for the work oney.
There's even a flap on the back, just in case.
So it's like, okay, maybe this is not a connoisseur of internet gadgets. This is a paid actor. And that doesn't mean that this product can't work, but it does sort of break the illusion that this is just a candid testimonial.
Working several jobs, I tend to have high stress and anxiety buildup. I decided to try this product right here to help with that. This product is clinically proven to decrease stress and anxiety in 8 weeks or less.
8 weeks is a long time to have something taped to my chest, not even knowing if it's gonna work or not. Also, a lot can change in the span of 8 weeks. Like, there's so many factors that go into mental health that it's almost hard to like even point to this as the sole reason why your stress or anxiety would go down.
The Leaf is a wearable device that utilizes vibration feedback to assist in regulated breathing and increase your heart rate variability.
But all right, product number 1 uses vibration feedback. Product number 2 is the Mendy.
I had been using it probably about 3 times a week for a couple of months, and then went to a conference with my husband. I was sitting there listening and thought, okay, pay attention and focus. And as I did that, I realized I was focusing.
All right, that's very anecdotal.
The Mendy is working.
At least the other one, they said vibration feedback. This one, she's just like, I put it on my head 3 times and then I was able to listen better at a conference. The headset is used to measure your brain activity. It automatically connects to Mendy's app. Okay, but what does it do? Follow your progress and get lifestyle recommendations that help you boost your training and brain health further. Okay, but what does it do? Controlling mood, increasing focus, improving sleep. But how? How does it do those things? The training game shows what's happening in your brain. Simply focus to make the ball rise. Okay, so it doesn't like do anything to my brain, but it can measure my brain's activity. I can sort of train myself to focus by rewarding my brain when it does a good job, I guess. Up next, we have another headset. It's called the Neo Rhythm.
I swear by my Neo Rhythm.
Notice big differences. I'm able to fall asleep faster.
Okay, so it helps you sleep.
Able to get a lot more work done.
Okay, so it helps you stay awake.
This little miracle of a device has kept me up for the past 8 hours.
Okay, so it keeps you from sleeping.
I was really skeptical. Like, it looks like a Halloween costume, let's be real. But I have to say, I think it's actually working.
All right, well, I mean, if she thinks it's working, then I gotta spend $300 on it. Neo Rhythm is a pulsed electromagnetic field therapy device that emits corresponding dominant and accompanying frequencies to which the brain synchronizes, creating a perfect mental environment for the desired state of mind. The fuck? I guess I'm just skeptical on how the same device could help you do 2 opposite tasks. How does it know whether I'm trying to sleep or stay awake? Well, let's see the reviews. I
like the idea, I just have not felt any benefits or difference from using the device. Seems to be a scam. The product does not have an efficacy beyond that of a placebo. It's hard to know if you're improving as there is no feedback. My experience so far has been no different than if I'd purchased a really expensive piece of plastic with an LED light on it. I've tried almost daily for several months as a sleep aid, but can't say I've noticed any difference. Damn. But still, way more people seem to swear by it than the amount of people that think it sucks. Maybe they're just doing it wrong. Maybe they're just stupid. So those are things you put on your head. You've also got the Apollo that you put on your wrist.
Why I can't go a day without this wearable. It improved the quality of my sleep. I've never slept better than when I started using the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps you sleep.
It helps me focus when I'm working. My productivity has almost doubled since buying the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps keep you awake.
It's kind of like a wearable hug for your nervous system.
I mean, that sounds good, but like, what does that mean? Like, I don't want to hear a metaphor of what it's like. I just want to know what it does. So this one is the one I've heard the most about. I've heard it mentioned on podcasts before. It's also the most expensive out of all these products, although they're all about the same price. So we'll see. Product number 5, we've got the Sensate, which is described as a pebble that emits infrasonic vibrations to tone the vagus nerve and improve overall well-being. From what I can tell, you put it on your chest while meditating, and then it like makes you calmer over time. Now, if this is a product you have to use while meditating, it's hard to really know if it's actually doing anything, right? Because meditation in itself is something you can do to calm yourself down. It doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. So if you meditate with this egg on your chest and then you feel better, was it the egg or was it the meditation? Who's to say, you know? Guess there's no way to prove it. And then the last product is called the Calmigo. It's pretty different from all the others, but kind of has the same goal.
Everything's better now. So how do you look so calm? I use Calmigo. It's a little device that helps calm you down when you're anxious.
Okay, so it's like an inhaler that you breathe into and you're having a panic attack, and I guess it smells good. The thing is, though, like my first impression of this is that out of all of these products, this would be the most helpful because it doesn't rely on doing some invisible thing like emitting magnetic rays into your brain. I can't see that, so I don't know if it's actually doing that. Whenever I'm anxious, the first thing I'll try to do is like pay attention to my breathing. I'll breathe in slowly and breathe out. And if that's what this thing is helping you do, then like, even though it's overpriced and you can breathe for free, at least it's like doing a physical thing to help you. So you probably notice I'm a little skeptical of almost all of these products. I want to believe that the science is all true and it's all legitimate. I want to believe that these companies truly just set out to help people on their journey. But let's be real about it. As more and more people talk about mental health struggles, there are other people who look at that as a new market to target. It is an ever-growing demographic of people who are probably seen as easily exploitable. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to just be like, oh boy, all this stuff is gonna fix my brain. Because you wanna know how much money I spent on 6 devices? $1,462.96. $1,462. Hi, welcome to the unboxing couch. This is where I will take things out of a box and put them on my head. Now, any mathematicians watching may have noticed that I bought 6 products and yet I only have 4 boxes. What's up with that? Looks like DHL had an issue delivering the Neorhythm and it's currently stuck in Slovenia. And the Sensate egg ball is on back order. You'd think maybe they could have told me that before I paid for it, but then, you know, I might not have bought it and then they wouldn't get any money. So why would we tell you that? Usually I would try to be a little bit more understanding about this. I know that there's supply chain issues. I know that things get delayed all the time. But I do feel like if you're gonna market yourself as like the we made this product because we care about people company, then, you know, maybe you should have slightly higher standards. At the very least, once you're aware of the fact that you don't have any of a product left, maybe stop taking orders. Even though I have no idea when my Sensate will show up, I can still go on the website and buy another one. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't really seem like you care that much about people's mental health when you're willing to just hoard their money for an indefinite amount of time. So I don't think I'm gonna get this one in time to include it in the video, which is unfortunate because I think it might help alleviate some of the stress that it is causing me. But honestly, I don't know if I had super high hopes anyway for a product whose worst reviews are all like, it's broken. It broke. And the best reviews are like, it was great until it broke. Hey, it can't stop working if you never get it in the first place. Mindy was one that you put on your head, right? I'll start with that. What is the point of this? It's in a box, wrapped in bubble wrap, inside another box. And then for extra protection, they put in one sheet of paper. This is how it arrived in one piece. Oh, it's beautiful. Finally, I can pay attention at the conference. Welcome to Mindy. Inside this box, you have one of the very first Mindy devices to ever see the light of day. Guess they haven't sold that many. Important product and legal information. This product is illegal to use. Good to know. Now here's the goods right here. Ow. I don't think I'm supposed to put it on my head yet, but obviously I'm gonna put it on my head. So this one has no information on it. I just have to download an app. Ooh, the app has a 3.6. Not great. And from all I know about this, like the whole thing is the app. So if the app sucks, then the product is useless. So that's not a great sign. Mindy doesn't have enough variety. It is currently only the ball game and one music piece. For something you are encouraged to do at least 3 times a week, 5 minutes a session, I wish there was more. For the price, I feel like this hurts the experience and desire to use it. That's a good point. Welcome to Mindy. Let your brain health journey begin. Great news. There's an update available. Is that great news? It's a headset right above your eyebrows. Tighten as much as possible. Fuck. It's already pretty tight. It's not super comfortable, but I'm here for results, all right, not comfort. No pain, no gain, even with your brain. Avoid bright light. Oh, not sure that's really an option. All right, the movement of the ball represents your brain activity. Ball rises a few seconds after you increase your brain activity. Win stars by sustaining your brain activity. I want to win some stars. Do they work on the Jeremy Renner app? I don't know how to make myself focus more. Whoa, I did it. Oh, I suck now. Don't get me wrong, I love that I'm getting stars, but I don't know what I'm doing to earn them. I'm just gonna shut up and focus. It worked. Oh no, oh no. I'm plummeting right now. 58? I failed? I guess the thing is, like, I don't know how to be good at it. Like, I understand that if it goes up, I'm doing well, and if it goes down, I'm sucking ass, but I don't know what I'm doing to cause either of those things. The only thing I do know is that it's on so tight I can feel my pulse in my forehead, and I don't love that. Okay, at least though, it gave me a metric, it gave me a starting point. I can do this every day for a couple weeks and see if I get better at it. Set a weekly goal. 7 days. I'm doing it every day this week. Add the weekly goal to my home screen? Aw, no. So you're supposed to do this like every day when you first wake up and then go straight to work and have like a giant like bruise on your forehead. So I've got something for my head. Now I need something for my wrist. I gotta stop trying to figure out how stuff works before just reading the instructions. We recommend having the Apollo wearable gently vibrating on your body for at least 3 hours a day. I have 2 watches? I look like such a dork. I look like I'm under house arrest. No, officer, it's not like that. I just have anxiety. Apollo's modes deliver a novel touch therapy that signals safety to your brain through your sense of touch, restoring balance to the nervous system and helping you bounce back faster. Does this have an app too? 3.5? That's even worse. You know the worst thing about making these videos is, every time I sign up for something, every time I buy something, I start getting spam emails from them. I'm gonna get so many emails. I don't want any emails. Ever. Okay, I can feel it vibrating when I touch it, but I don't feel it vibrating on my wrist. I guess I kind of feel it. It's like really light. Adjust intensity until vibrations are noticeable but not distracting. It's a little distracting, I'll say. Do I want energy and wake up, social and open, clear and focused? Let's do clear and focused, all right? So it's just gonna vibrate on my wrist, but like really gently. Hi, me from the future. All my hair fell off. Don't ask any questions. So I wanted to look a little bit more into some of the research that these companies are citing. Like for the Apollo, they've got a pretty small study here, only 38 participants, but they're touting a 25% increase in focus. Interesting. I didn't think that's something you could measure with a number, but you know what they say.
Science is whatever we want it to be.
All right, let's check out the abstract. And it is behind a paywall. It's gonna cost me $31 to actually see the study that they are bragging about. Awesome. Here's some more preliminary studies. These seem to be promising results. Now let's go to the study itself, where you can see that the results have not been published. So where are they getting these numbers from, huh? it's not over yet. Now, to be fair, these numbers are positive, I'll give them that. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be making things worse for people. But wait a minute, what the hell is an Oura Ring? Another $400 device? Do I have to have both in order for this thing to work? I'm running out of money. Speaking of which, how the fuck does this wristband cost $400? All it does is kind of vibrate. And I guess it has Bluetooth in it too, so it can connect to your phone. You know what else has Bluetooth and the ability to vibrate? A $35 Xbox controller. There's no way it costs even $100 to make one of these things. It's not like it's an all-in-one device either. It doesn't track any of the data that it is supposed to be having an effect on. You need to buy another device to go with it in order to be able to tell if it is working. Now, I'm not saying these companies shouldn't be able to profit. There's a lot of work that goes into production and marketing and coordinating these studies that get hidden behind a paywall. But at a certain point, it's like, what are we doing here? Do you even want this thing to be accessible to the people you're trying to help? I don't want to just dismiss this device altogether because I know that there are promising studies about it. There are a lot of positive testimonials from people. I just think this company could find a way to still be very profitable without pricing it like it's some miracle device filled with state-of-the-art technology. It's a piece of plastic with a Velcro strap on it. All right, well, I got to do this for 30 minutes, so let's keep opening boxes. Call me go. What does a 3 minutes at the top mean? It only takes 3 minutes to do what? To use it? It only takes 3 minutes to set it up? I'm so excited for how calm I'm gonna be. I got my wrist shaking up a storm. I got this inhaler that smells like lavender. And it only takes 3 minutes.
Oh, hell yeah. It came with a little screwdriver.
And free batteries. I didn't know it was my lucky day. There's a phone number for a free one-on-one training session. All right. Not a great sign. Can't be that hard. I'll figure it out myself. Oh, I'm high as shit. I don't know what I'm doing. When I blow into it, I can feel a little ball inside and it goes up to the top and then the light turns blue. And then when I stop breathing, the light turns off, indicating that I'm not breathing. And the ball falls back down because I'm not blowing into it anymore. But what does it actually do? Well, guess that's going off for now. Last but most certainly not least, Leaf Therapeutic with a hole in the back, just in case. Aw, how nice of them. They already gave me a return envelope. They know I'm gonna return it. This was the cheapest product technically, because I think it was only like $99, but that's $99 a month. If I really loved this product and I really felt like it was helping me and I wanted to use it for an entire year, that's $1,200. But we just want to help people. We want to make it easier for people to give us money so we can buy stuff. Oh no. Oh no, there's a lot of 1-star reviews from years ago. Wow, these are from 3 years ago. Super disappointed in this company. There are no instructions and the data is so hard to see and or understand. When I tried to get help, the company tried to sell me coaching. I needed customer service to explain the product. Super disappointed in this company. I think I'm gonna hold off on this until tomorrow actually, because I've got to be somewhere in 20 minutes and I don't want to have, wires dangling from my chest. But thanks to my new upside down watch, I'm gonna be really calm and focused when I get there because my wrist is gently shaking. That's how brains work. Oh, my forehead's so cold. Good thing my other headset just arrived. Oh God, there's so many things. Charge, download the app, sign up, log in, tap once, activate Bluetooth, first use, select and tap, 2 taps to change, 2 taps to repeat. And it's as easy as that. Oh, this is great. I guess I gotta charge it first then. While that's charging, I'm gonna do my Mindy for the day. It's really important that I begin every clip in this video with a giant red mark on my forehead. I think this time I am gonna watch the video. I was too cocky.
Optimize your experience by wearing headphones that cancel out any outside noise. When you start your training, concentrate on the pressure of the Mendy headband on your forehead. Focus on this sensation and hone in on the movement of the ball. Focus your gaze on the movement of the ball. but don't place too much emphasis on its upward movement.
Okay, but here's what I don't understand. I've used this a couple times. If I just focus on the ball, I'm not in a flow state. I'm waiting for the ball to do something, but then I'm the one in control of the ball, but I don't know how to control the ball. That makes me reactive. You know, how is that any different than me just like scrolling through Twitter, like waiting to be stimulated by something? If I'm waiting to be stimulated by the ball, I'm not doing anything, you know?
Making Mendy a habit and including it into your wellness routine will have a positive impact on your progress.
Like you said, I'm gonna put noise canceling headphones on so I'm not distracted. And this should be my best one yet because I'm following all the rules. Hi, me again. Now, I developed a suspicion early on that no matter what I did, the Mendy app was going to tell me that I kept doing better every single day because obviously it wants me to think that it is working. So after a couple days, I decided to see what would happen if I intentionally sabotaged my training. On day 4, I just laid down until I dozed off, and boy was I focused. I mean, look at all those stars. I'm killing it right now. On day 5, I spent the entire session just watching a YouTube video. On day 6, I played RimWorld the whole time. On day 7, I didn't even look at my phone once. I just spent my whole session eating a wrap that I made purposely too big. My best score so far. On day 8, I rode my exercise bike while playing a guitar solo to the Mendy song. And even though I forgot to plug in my actual microphone for this shot, I still knocked that ball game out of the park. I think I cracked the code. Just as I suspected, my score went up incrementally every single day. 58 to 64 to 68 to 71 to 79 to 86. Despite the fact that I wasn't even trying to do any of what the app told me to do, my brain was getting better and better every day the more I used the Mendy. And sure, there's a chance that maybe I really was just more focused every time. Shit, maybe all these products in conjunction with each other are working as intended and my brain has doubled in size. But it's hard not to think that maybe the app is just doing exactly what it's designed to, which is to make you think that you're getting smarter every day and that this was a good investment. Call me a cynic, but I'm not buying it. And if you still don't believe me, on day 9, I strapped the Mendy to a container of oatmeal, and you know what happened? Nothing. Actually, it knew that I was trying to deceive it. So I do have to give this thing a little bit of credit for at least being able to tell the difference between a human head and Publix old-fashioned dry oats. It's doing something in there. I'm just not exactly sure what. All right, so this is probably charged enough to get one thing out of it. Gotta download the app. This is too many things for one video. I should have just bought like 3 of them. Oh, yikes. 2.6. Double tap the device. Okay, I heard a buzz. Oh, it's just running now? That's it? It just started? Where do I put it? Oh no, it doesn't fit. It's supposed to sit right here. And instead, it sits right here. And it smells bad. I'm sorry, but it stinks. I think I'm supposed to wear it like this, actually. I can hear it. It sounds like crickets almost. It's like tick, tick. This has really bad branding because it's like, okay, I set it up, but like, what do I do now? It's not giving me suggestions of like what mode to do or when to do it or how often to do it. I'm supposed to just know all this stuff, I guess. I want to enhance mental capacity. I'm trying to get that limitless brain. We're gonna do it for 30 minutes. I'm going to continue the video while my brain just gets bigger and bigger. You guys let me know if I start getting really smart in the next 30 minutes, we'll know why. All right, let me figure out how to get this fucking leaf thing going. Put on torso, find the edge of your ribs. This blurry ass photo is all I have to go off of? Oh, I'm stuck. I'm just gonna say it goes right there, and it's cold. Why do you need my location? So this is like completely dead? Never mind, I can't get it to work until it charges. So should have opened that box earlier. You know, I guess in the future, maybe instead of unboxing everything on camera, I'll unbox it beforehand so I can charge it first. Hey, wait, that's a pretty good idea. Did I only think of that because I got this fucking thing on my head? I really am smarter now. Just gotta grab these. This one and leaf on top of that, and this guy, and then that's the wrong plug. There. Don't forget one. And now I can relax. All right.
Let's talk about the Leaf. I'm not gonna wait 8 weeks to see if this starts making a difference. I'm gonna return it now. I think it's awfully convenient a company that charges you a monthly fee wants you to be extremely patient with their product. Please pay us at least 3 times before sending it back. And it's not because I think this is a piece of junk. Honestly, it does exactly what it's advertised to do. It tracks your HRV, your heart rate variability, a metric that I had never heard of until it told me about it. And it guides you through these like timed breathing sessions in order to increase the number, because the higher the better, I guess. At least if you Google HRV, it'll tell you it's a big predictor for future health. If the number's high, you'll live forever. If it's low, you might as well dig your own grave now. But upon further research, it seems like there is some debate about what the number actually means. Some people believe everyone just kind of has their own baseline level, and the value in tracking it is simply that when the number starts to trend downward, that can be a sign of a lot of added stress in your life, or even that you might be a couple days away from getting sick before showing symptoms, which is actually really interesting. But anyway, while I'm not 100% sure what to do with the number it gives me, I do know that having an app that I can open up at any time that'll show me how close I am to allegedly dying is probably the worst thing for my mental health. It's kind of like when I first bought an Apple Watch a few years ago and I started obsessing over my heart rate, because up until that point I had never had a device that could track it for me. So then I spent the next few months worrying about how high it was and what that might mean for my health, until one day I decided to just stop looking at it, and then can you guess what happened? It went down. I was causing the problem that I was stressing about by stressing about it. So I'm not gonna make the same mistake again with this thing, although it would be unfair for me to judge them because of that. That's my own issue. So let's say hypothetically I were to keep using this, what would that experience look like? Well, for starters, I would have to tape this device to my chest every day. I have to feel this cold, sticky tape on my torso, what, for the rest of my life? And then when I run out of tape, I'm gonna have to buy more? I'm not gonna do all that. Also, there is a massive flaw with this device, which is that it is touch activated. By tapping it, you can initiate an automated breathing session where it vibrates super hard on your chest for like 3 minutes. I wore this thing for a day and a half. I must have accidentally activated that thing like 25 times, 10 or so of which were while I was asleep. And it kept waking me up. And maybe you're thinking, Drew, surely that is a setting that can be turned off. No, it's not. If I want to use this thing to track my HRV and my sleep, I just have to deal with the fact that it's gonna wake me up a bunch. The funniest thing about this to me is that I used another app to track my sleep quality. So this right here is me just going to bed normally, no devices, just raw dogging sleep. And this is the one and only night that I wore the Leaf. Not only did my sleep score go way down, probably because I kept getting interrupted, but my heart rate variability got cut in half. That is the one thing this device is supposed to improve. So I'm thinking, like, what's the end game here? I keep using this device for weeks and hope that that number keeps improving until it gets back to where it was before I started. And then when that finally happens, I decide, gee, I guess I can't live without this device. I guess I'll keep paying them $99 a month forever, because as far as I can tell, there's no way to opt out of the coaching they automatically signed me up for when I bought it. Which also, like, what do I need coaching for anyway? The app tells me how to do it. She didn't even get my name right.
Hey, Andrew.
If HRV is important to you and it's something you'd like to be able to track, then I would recommend getting one of the many devices out there that will track it for you and that you don't have to tape to your chest. And even though all of these devices are more expensive than $99, after a couple months, it will be the same price. And then every month after that, it will be another $99 cheaper, and so on and so forth forever. Who thought of this business model? And why are they not in jail? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go put that in a prepaid envelope. All right, this is gonna be the most positive segment of the whole video. I think the Call Me Go is a pretty okay product. I will not say it's worth $200, but that still makes it the cheapest out of all the products in this video when you consider the fact that you don't have to subscribe to it. I finally figured out how to use it, even though they never answered my phone call. Basically, you just breathe into it until it vibrates, and that means you've exhaled long enough, so then you breathe in, exhale again, so on and so forth for a couple of minutes. Thankfully, I haven't had a panic attack since I got this thing, but the next time I do, I will definitely try
try to use it and see if it helps at all. While the rest of these products have the promise of this sort of silent, long-term effect that you're supposed to just trust is happening and hope that in like 2 months that maybe you might feel some slight difference, they don't do anything to help you if you have a sudden onset of anxiety. This is something that at least has the potential to give you some immediate relief. Again, there are plenty of free ways to accomplish the same exact thing. There are YouTube videos with breathing exercises. You could even just like time how long this tells you to breathe in and out, and then next time count out loud yourself. So I'm not going to say $198 is some great value for this, but does it do what it's supposed to do? Yes. I can see the practicality in owning one of these. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that because I have nothing else nice to say for the rest of the video. You meowed at the door to come in, and I let you in and I closed the door, and now you want to get out? Too bad, you're trapped. My favorite thing about the Apollo is how cumbersome it is to wear on your wrist because it has to go on the bottom, so it gets in the way of everything. Luckily, the solution is to wear it, that's right, on your ankle. So now every time I walk outside my house, my neighbors do a double take and then sprint in the opposite direction. I didn't commit a crime, Beatrice. I just have trouble focusing. So I've been sleeping with the Apollo and the Neo Rhythm. I've done different combinations. Some nights I'll only wear one. Some nights I haven't worn either of them. Actually, the very first night I had this on my head, which I thought was super uncomfortable. And then I found out you're supposed to put it under the pillow. So that's probably the dumbest I've ever felt. Though it's not like they said that in the app. I had to find that out from a random YouTube video. And if I hadn't found that, I would have just kept putting it on my head every night. But then hold on, and I know this may be a stupid question, but can the electromagnetic pulses even make it that far? Like, I still don't really know how this thing works, but how far do they actually go? Not to brag or anything, but my pillow's pretty thick. Can the pulses go all the way through it? They give you this little magnetic tester that beeps when it's on, which I think it's funny that they feel like they probably have to prove that this thing actually does something, and that's why they give it to us, but that's besides the point. But how it works is that you can only hear it beeping if it's right up next to it. Even if I'm like an inch away, it stops beeping. So you're telling me it has to go all the way through my pillow and pillowcase and skull just to make it into my brain? Shit, what's to stop it from going over to my neighbor's house and getting into their heads? Guess the whole neighborhood's sleeping good tonight. Anyway, for me at least, it seems like it has no effect. As you can see, I am physically incapable of having medium quality sleep. I either sleep amazing or terrible. Just for the sake of being thorough, I'm gonna keep experimenting with these things for the next couple of months, and I'll let you know in a future video if anything drastic changes, but for the time being, I don't feel like I'm getting anything out of these wearables. There are people who say that they felt relief within seconds of putting this thing on their neck, and like the third time I put it on, I got a headache. I'm not trying to spend $300 on a headache. I don't want that shit for free. Out of curiosity, I looked up a few reviews of the product on YouTube, and it kind of seemed like all of them had affiliate links in the description, which sort of means that they're incentivized to say positive things about the product. Even still, I thought it was funny how many of the reviewers would say things like, this technology is groundbreaking. It's so cool. It didn't do anything for me, even though I wore it for 3 weeks, but maybe if you buy it, you'll have different results. Now, the thing about mental health is you can't see it. To everyone else around you, it's invisible. That's why even though it has been heavily destigmatized, no matter what, there will always be people who look at you and say, you're not depressed, you're just lazy. Or like, anxiety's not real because I don't have it, and I'm the main character. But because brain health is invisible, it's impossible for me to prove that these products don't do anything. Like I said, there's people online who say they bought one and it changed their life. I would love it if these things worked perfectly for everyone all the time and it made all our lives better. That would be amazing. I would love it if I could put a piece of plastic on my head and never have anxiety again. But I worry that because it's so clear how hit or miss these devices are, that maybe there might be some placebo effect going on. And look, if it works, it works. That's great for those people, right? Because if it is a placebo effect, that means for everyone who bought it and didn't get anything out of it, all it's done is made their lives worse because they still have anxiety, but now with $400 fewer dollars. What I will say is that I think there's legitimacy in just having something to focus on when working towards a goal. A lot of the time with mental health, it kind of feels like the only thing you can do is just wait for it to get better, or you end up in a depression loop where you don't have the motivation to do any of the things that may make you feel less depressed. That was a story of my life for like 2 years. So there probably is something beneficial just in scheduling a task every day. Maybe part of it is the task itself, and part of it is the sense that you're actively working towards something. Like, these things don't do anything unless you tell them to. So when you sit down to work and you're like, I need to be more focused, I could try putting this thing on my wrist and activating focused and energized mode, and then, maybe I'll get more work done. And maybe on the other end of the spectrum, because I went into this so resistant and so skeptical, it's kind of my own fault that this didn't work for me because I wasn't allowing my brain to take on any change. It's sort of the whole I can't help you if you're not willing to help yourself thing. Although that's me really trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, to recap my experience, I think the Mindy would be a bad investment for most people. I think the Leaf would be a bad investment for anyone. I think the Neorhythm is a little too risky to try out yourself because it seems like a lot of people have no sensitivity to these kind of devices, and even if you want to return it for a refund, you have to spend upwards of $60 to ship it all the way back to Slovenia. I think the Calm Go has a very niche use, but a use nonetheless, and the Apollo is probably the most overpriced product I've reviewed on this channel since the MoonPod. I doubt even the biggest believers in this wristband can honestly say that they think this is worth what it costs. It feels so light and cheap in your hand. Just yesterday, I got an ad for almost the same exact type of product, and I don't know anything about this one, but they were charging $90 for 2 of them. And they're also just little watches that vibrate. Sure, maybe this one knocks it out of the park. Maybe it's way better, but is it $350 better? I doubt it. So as a company focused on people's well-being, if you can afford to charge substantially less for a product and still profit from it, why aren't you doing that? It seems like you've arbitrarily tacked on this mental health tax because you know that your target audience might just be desperate enough to spend all that money anyway. And so no matter how effective these things prove to be, I cannot comfortably get behind them. To me, this whole business model seems extremely exploitative. That being said, I'm curious to hear if you guys have bought anything like these and if you've had similar or hopefully better experiences. It's always hard to tell exactly what the consensus for something is, when from past experience, I know that some of these websites heavily moderate their reviews. And also half of these products don't even show reviews. They just show a handful of testimonials at the bottom and call it a day. Wow, this product is approved by 3 out of 3 people? I guess it's perfect then. Well, it's that time, folks. Time for me to earn back the money I wasted on this video by telling you about today's sponsor.
Hey guy, welcome back to the first and... What the hell?
Danny? Danny, you didn't even tell me you were here. Where did you go? Danny? Danny, what the fuck? Okay, real funny, Danny, but we're in the backyard now? Aha! Danny.
Oh! Hey, Drew.
Want to make a video?
Hey What's up, Greg? Welcome back to another episode of Beggars Can Be Choosers. So in case you guys didn't notice, Danny's in town.
I am in town.
He's in town. This town, specifically.
Which town is that?
I don't want to say.
Funky town.
That's right. So Danny was actually going to be in town already for just something completely different. And we wanted to make a video, but we didn't really have anything to talk about until the most perfect Instagram account just fell into our lap. Thanks to, there's a guy on Twitter named www.youtube, which I think is a very fitting name for this. You probably saw this guy already, but his name is Hard Rock Nick.
It's Hard Rock Nick. I think the reason that this tweet went so viral is because of the captions he puts on his Instagram pictures. Right. It's basically just flexing to like the highest degree to try to get girls to hook up with him.
I've never seen someone fit so many brags into such a short amount of time.
Born in Las Vegas, Nevada, grew up in Manhattan Beach, California, graduated from UC Berkeley on my 12th Mercedes-Benz. Which, I don't know how that's a flex.
I've crashed 11 Mercedes-Benz. I'm on number 12 now.
Houses in Irvine Cove, Del Mar, San Francisco, West Hollywood, Las Vegas.
Of course.
Of course. Dallas, Texas, and Tokyo, Japan. In case you didn't know where Tokyo was, it's in Japan.
I didn't know where Dallas was.
Usually shop at Bristol Farms, Gelson's, or Whole Foods Market. Wow, you know he's a multi-millionaire
when he shops at Whole Foods. They won't even let me in Whole Foods. I don't have enough money.
Average 1 Amazon package a week. That's down from 2 this time last year.
I've never heard someone use that as a flex.
Yep, I order new toilet paper on Amazon every week. It's a subscription, and it comes in the mail, so I guess you could say I'm pretty
wipe
fucking
my butt
rich.
a lot.
Oh,
Or
I'm really fucking rich.
Oh, okay. Worth a good $350 million, not counting the house. I don't know. Why not count the house? So pretty standard flex so far, right? Here's where the curveball kicks in. Prefer eating pussy from the back. Love, and I mean love, getting my dick sucked.
As if that needs to be said by anyone ever.
Alexa'd the shit out of my house. Great. San Francisco 49er fan. Doesn't fit into anything else here. Excelled at tennis and soccer in my youth and could have easily turned pro.
Easily.
Which you can say because there's absolutely no way to fact check that.
Yeah, I could have easily gone pro, but instead now, at the age of 50, I'm begging for people to fuck me on Instagram.
In addition to flexing about all the things he owns, he's also very confident. I've never seen anybody as confident as this guy. Once you've dated me, it's mathematically impossible to do better than me in selecting another mate. After breakups, my exes have endured the likes of terminal brain cancer, no bullshit. Suicide by lethal injection. I'm glad he didn't just say suicide. He was so specific.
Yeah, thanks for sharing the private details of this very tormented person.
Decades of psychotherapy, prison time, or in other milder examples, have become gay or settled for men who in some way or another reminded said ex of me.
Yeah, I like that that's a mild case, is being with this guy turned somebody gay.
Yeah, it's almost like not even worth mentioning that after you say that one of your exes has killed themselves.
Yeah. Or somehow implying that somebody got brain cancer because they weren't dating him. Yeah. So you're probably thinking this guy's a little bit of a creep. But,
a little bit, yeah.
I think that you'll think he's a lot more of a creep after this picture.
Yeah, here's another caption that takes an unexpected turn halfway through. Told my private chef to make protein-style cheeseburgers and hold the fries for my lunch today. Okay, because my new girlfriend is 18 and still in high school.
Hashtag rich gang. You can't afford a girlfriend who's still in high school.
That was probably the worst thing about high school for me, because I get crushes on girls, and I couldn't date any of them because they were always dating rich 50-year-old men.
They were always dating Hard Rock Nick.
They were always dating this guy.
Yeah, the more you look at his Instagram pictures, and especially his YouTube videos, you start to realize that everything he's bragging about is not true.
He takes a lot of pictures of cars at the dealership. This one says hashtag buying. So just take a picture of it when you get home.
I don't even think this is at a Bentley dealership. This says at the Grove, which is a mall in LA. So this is one of those...
of those just like display cars.
Yeah, that you see at the mall that he might win. Buying! And it's him behind the wheel of a Tesla. Very clearly taken at a Tesla dealership where he just asks, can I sit in this car really quick and take a picture?
He also brags about his cleaning crew. This is a hilarious brag. My cleaning crew told me to pick these up from the store on the way back from the car wash. We on some new shit.
We on some new shit now, son. Clorox Sentiva disinfecting wipes.
Hell yeah. You know how when you're rich and you have a bunch of money to pay a cleaning crew, but they make you get the supplies for them?
Hey, I know it's our job to clean your apartment, but we just realized we got there and we forgot all the cleaning supplies.
Can you buy them for us?
Just bought this beautiful house in Del Mar, California.
I've never reversed image searched something with this many results.
Yeah, this is just a stock image of a nice house that he must have found by Googling nice house.
He was reading one of these and was just like, all right, I'm going to screenshot that. And I bought it.
If you Google most biggest house in the world, this picture of the house comes up because it's the thumbnail of a YouTube video called World's Most Beautiful Homes. Crazy that he owns one of the world's most beautiful homes and didn't just steal that picture off of a stock photos website. If being rich wasn't good enough, he's got a killer smile.
And by that you mean he could kill someone with his smile.
Yeah, by that I mean this is the smile someone gives you when they're about to kill you.
I want to go ahead and throw this out too. This isn't just like a weird guy we're kind of making fun of because he's insecure and lying about how much money he has. Not only is he insanely misogynistic
and dating a high schooler.
He's also a little bit racist. 10 turnoffs in a woman in order of level of turnoffness. Number 1, non-Caucasian.
The worst thing you could do as a woman is not be white. And he elaborates in another post that he means pure white. American-born female. Not mixed with Mexican or Israeli and shit.
Yeah. Here's another turnoff from him in regards to women. Wears too much makeup. Which is really funny because if you look at any of his pictures, he's obviously wearing makeup. Holy shit, your lashes. What do you use? As with many other physical traits, it's 100% genetics. Only way to get my lashes on you is if I'm eating you out and they're resting on the top of your pussy lips.
Freshly shaved legs on a Saturday morning while I visit family.
My parents get so pissed when I come home to visit them and my legs aren't freshly shaved. Oh, that's why he's so confident. He thinks he's The Rock. He's just like the hard version of Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, hard The Rock Nick.
So Instagram is one thing. Instagram, that's great. But where it really gets good is his YouTube channel. It's called White Trash Millionaire Rock and Roll Bodybuilder.
Let's talk about why badass, good-looking, rich guys don't have girlfriends, like me. Why is it that girls will date a guy that has half my wallet, half my dick, half my car?
This guy's got half my dick! Give me the other half of my dick back! Yeah. It's like the left half.
Half my sexual prowess. But they'll pass up a guy like me who's fun, good-looking, interesting, edgy, educated, and wants to be a dad.
I'm rich, I'm cool, I'm a badass motherfucker who don't gives no fuck.
Rock and roll bodybuilder!
I want to be a dad.
And I want to be a dad.
But why do they have girlfriends and why don't I? Or let's say, why doesn't another good-looking bodybuilder or a good-looking rich guy?
We don't have to say another one, because we know you're just talking about yourself.
I know,
here.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like he keeps accidentally saying like me or like any other
like me.
guy. I'm not necessarily talking about me, but why won't anyone date me or
anybody,
any other badass rich guys who want to be a dad?
Whatever it is, if you look too good and you got it going on, women are motherfucking hating cunts. They don't like to see you ball. They don't like to see you succeed.
That's one thing that women hate is when guys are put together and look good and have a successful career.
They don't like you being confident in yourself.
How long is this video? 3 minutes long. Is the rest of it just listing things that they don't like?
They don't like you having the upper hand.
They don't like the way that you shaved your beard because it makes you look like a superhero villain.
They don't want you being desirable.
Because no woman wants a desirable man.
Women desire a man that they won't desire.
Because that's gonna make them vulnerable to you leaving their bitch ass.
It's like he maintains his composure, but every now and again that bitterness comes back, and it just seeps in. And
leaving
they're bitch ass that don't want to have sex with me.
All in some badass Nikes or Jordans, and you dress cool, and you ain't got a girl, homie. It's a compliment to you. It's a compliment to you. That means these bitches can't step up to your level.
No, I think that means that everything is right except your personality. Look, if you have all of these things that make you right, then it's a lot easier to narrow down the thing that's wrong.
Because there's no other thing it could be.
It's the very essence of you.
I don't take it personally. Look, I still fuck a lot.
Oh, okay, cool.
But those girls that fuck me, they're afraid to be with me.
Because after I fuck them, then it's time to pay them, and then they have to leave.
And the transaction is over.
Yeah.
Don't take it personally. I'm here to be your fucking rock for all you guys out there. And like I said,
what perfect timing. I'm here to be your stability.
You ever need someone really stable to lean on? Guys, don't worry, I got you.
Women are internally very jealous creatures. They're very insecure.
Their voice quiver.
Insecure.
Not confident like me.
He mentions a few times that he owns a hotel.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that just means he has a hotel room sometimes when he goes to Las Vegas.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my actual personal motherfucking suite. In other words, nobody else sleeps in this motherfucker.
That's how hotel rooms work. They don't let anybody else come sleep in them.
Yeah, the door is locked.
Yeah.
What I also love about this room is you can pretty much, like, look at the airplanes fucking fly in.
That seems like something that Laura's 6-year-old nephew would be excited about. You'd ask them what they like about the hotel room.
You can see the planes over there.
Yeah. You'd be like, do you like the bed or like the interior? And like a 6-year-old would say, I like that you can see an airplane outside the hotel room.
As you guys may know, the Hard Rock is probably the closest casino to the Las Vegas airport.
So he's saying he's staying at the Hard Rock in Las Vegas. One could only assume that he's saying that that's the hotel that he owns. He's nowhere to be found on the Wikipedia page for the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
Well, I mean, it's Wikipedia, so it could be wrong.
People could be deleting it because they're jealous women.
Because they're jealous women who hate to see him succeed.
Just because they're jealous bitches. Or, I mean, just women and
girls, 18-year-old girls.
Yeah, another thing about 18-year-old girls is they've got dads that won't let you date them. their high school daughter.
And it pisses me off. It's like, I'm older than you, dude.
There's a CVS and a Johnny Rocket.
This whole part, he's bragging about things that you can see from the hotel room, almost like he's too afraid to show you the inside of the hotel room.
Yeah, this is the beginning of... He's yet to turn the camera around. The selling point of his hotel room is you can see the airport, the college campus, and a CVS.
Ooh, baby.
And then on this side, which is my bedroom.
The whole room is your bedroom. What are you talking about?
This window, which is my bedroom.
I'm not gonna do a full tour of the apartment because of time, but
I love that line so much. I can't do a whole tour of the apartment because of time.
Because the concept of time exists, and that's why I can't.
This is exactly like Gabe Gundacker's character he does on Instagram, where he's like,
"Hey everybody, I'm on the back of New York, looking at the blood moon in the Empire State Building on the top. I can't show the moon because it's in the sky and I don't have access to the sky.
And I can't show you the bed because I don't own it.
And there's someone else sleeping in the bed. I lied about no one else being able to sleep in this room.
You can pretty much see every casino.
I mean, from my room, you can pretty much see all the better hotels.
You see a lot of traffic going on. People are getting off work. People are driving in to Las Vegas.
Again, this isn't a feature of the suite. This is just how major cities work.
We're more than halfway through the video. He has not shown us the inside of the hotel room.
Celebrities, of course, fly into Vegas for the whole weekend. Even though 4th of July falls on a Thursday. That's where I get my dick sucked, ass eaten out, balls tugged on one by one.
I like how he said it was like he'd gained this confidence out of nowhere when he said that.
Possessed.
Yeah, so these are all the hotels, and this
where
is where I get my dick sucked, my ass eaten out, my balls tugged on one by one.
Custom bed right there.
What's custom about it? Maybe he just means they asked if I wanted 2 twin beds or a queen, and I customize it to be a queen.
We're just gonna take a little nap.
I can't show the rest because of time, and then at the end of the video he says, I'm gonna go take a nap.
If you guys were curious to see the rest of his hotel room, because he couldn't show you, he was at time crunch, tight schedule.
Time existed, and so he couldn't.
And just like with the other one, he spends a couple minutes pointing the camera outside.
Eventually he turns the camera around so you can see him, and it's terrifying.
My sex toys.
Any good part of a hotel room tour includes your bag of sex toys.
What do I do with this? I like to spank your tits.
I like to spank you. I will not touch you with my hands.
Ever, at all.
Ugh, no. If I want to spank you, I'm going to use a little paddle.
To spank your boobs.
I want you to look at me looking at you while I fucking get my dick sucked.
God, I'm so worried about how sweaty he is. He's got to be on like PCP or something.
Yeah, he also definitely just killed someone.
Oh God, I can't believe I just did that.
Fuck, how do I get my mind off the murder I just did?
Alright guys, this is Hotel Snobbery Part 3.
This might have some of the strongest water pressure by request of any shower I've ever had. That's my custom loofah.
My custom loofah. It's just a regular loofah that I glued a stick to so that I can hold it.
It pretty much goes over every square centimeter of my body.
Gross.
The last thing I want to show you before I sign the fuck off and get my ass eaten out tonight while I get my cock sucked.
His ass eaten out while he gets his cock sucked?
By the same person? At the same time?
Holy shit, that's impressive. They can unhinge their jaw like a snake or something.
And I've just been taking it all the way down because we've been fucking in this bathroom actually. Right up against the granite. Doggy, actually anal.
We've been fucking in this bathroom actually. Or doggy, or actually anal. Anal. Getting my ass eaten and dick sucked at the same time.
Of course.
Of course, obviously. Yeah. So the last thing I want to show you guys is he did a live the other day because he's starting to get a little bit of clout.
Thank you for the love on my hat.
So we decided to do a live stream yesterday on Instagram
to sort of clear up, any allegations, which by denying certain allegations in this live, he actually brought to most people's attention those allegations.
Yeah, like things we hadn't heard about, and we'd been researching him all day, and there were things in there about And I never stole money from my mother, so stop saying that.
I did not steal from my mom.
Also, my favorite thing from the live, he keeps saying like, all right guys, now I'm going to open the floor to questions. And then he'll find one hate comment and rant about it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, ready? Any questions? Hey, I'm not fucking gay. He'll talk about 5 minutes why he's not gay.
Yeah, my favorite response that he had was someone calling him gay, and he responded, I was not gay.
I was not gay.
Past tense.
Never in a million years was I gay back then.
Yeah, even to this day, I still wasn't gay back then.
You could ask anyone I know, and they'll tell you the same thing. I wasn't gay.
No, I was not gay.
Nor am I now have not been gay.
Whatever y'all reading on the internet, I've never been to jail even for 1 minute.
Oh yeah, I've never been to jail. That's another allegation that he brings up that nobody thought about him in the first place.
No, my real name is not Allie.
No, my real name's not Vanessa. Please stop saying my name's Vanessa.
Everything he's listed so far, he's brought to our attention.
Yeah, it's like, nobody thought that.
I cheated on my wife. I hit my wife.
I'd love to see him in like a police interrogation. He would admit to any crime so fast.
All right, I killed her, all right? We arrested you for shoplifting.
Okay, maybe I was loosely involved in Watergate. Get off my ass! Or eat it, if you're gonna be down there.
Yeah.
And tug on my balls, one by one.
Biggest turnoffs. Non-white women and getting my balls tugged on 2 at a time.
Also, you know that shitty-ass truck he's always driving? Apparently he sold it for $100,000.
Wait, so he spent $100,000 on engine upgrades, plus the original price he bought the car for, and sold it for $103,000.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you know. I guess that's why I'm such a good businessman. You gotta spend money to lose money. Anyway, guys, I need to go ahead and wrap this video up because of time. I'll probably go get my dick sucked,
ass eaten out, balls tugged on, one by one. Well, I think that the only way that we can really properly end this video is by signing off with a killer smile.
All right.
Greg, I shouldn't even call you by your fucking name. You're being a motherfucking little stinker, little son of a bitch boy. You're a little motherfucking stinker. I want you to know that.
I think I might have too much stuff. I gotta stop making these videos where I just buy the first slightly interesting piece of garbage I see advertised on the internet. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Or this? I spent like $200 on this tracksuit and I literally only use it to muffle the sound coming from my room when I'm yelling at Fortnite at 2 a.m.
Where did you go? I'm getting shot.
Just because I have a lot of fun making these videos and people seem to really like watching these videos and it's my favorite series to do on my channel doesn't mean I should keep doing it.
Oh my god. I gotta buy this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium. So as it turns out, the man cave sign that I was really excited about in my last video flashes at all times, and that's gonna be really distracting. So
I'm gonna have to turn that off.
There's a fun game I've started playing that you too can play if you wanna fuck with advertisers a little bit. Instead of ignoring an ad for a product that you don't want, click on it. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but hear me out. You're gonna wanna scroll around for a bit, just maybe 10, 20 seconds, enough to establish a presence there, and then exit out of the ad and go about your day. The algorithm is going to make note of that and they're gonna show that ad to you again. Don't be alarmed. This is all part of the plan. Next time you see it, you're gonna wanna repeat steps 1 and 2 until you get the ad for a third time and do the same thing, so on and so forth, forever. Now, it's important that you never actually buy anything from the website. That is not the point of what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is get this company to waste their entire ad budget on you without ever getting a sale in return. It's the perfect prank. But unfortunately, this is not a series about getting advertisers to waste their money. It's about me wasting my money for your entertainment. So let's start. I'm gonna show these to you in order of most promising to most confusing. First up is the Cozy Band.
I love relaxing in bed with my Cozy Band headphones. They're perfect for Netflix, music, podcasts, meditations.
Not gonna lie, this is very intriguing to me. I've noticed I fall asleep much faster if I'm listening to music, and obviously I can't just blast some speakers right next to a bed that I share. And it also kind of hurts to wear my giant headphones to bed, unless I'm laying face down. But every time I do that, I suffocate and die. But this thing, I can just have on my head. It even doubles as an eye mask. To be fair, yeah, you technically could just do this this with regular headphones, but I know if I did, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep because I'd be distracted thinking about how cool I look. Not really much else to this. It's kind of on the cheap side, which actually worries me. I know that sounds weird. Obviously, if something ends up sucking, I'd rather have not spent a lot of money on it, but now I'm just expecting these headphones to sound like shit, so we'll see. Another thing I'm genuinely curious to try is this garlic ejector.
You don't have to peel your garlic, you don't have to chop it, nothing. It scrapes itself clean, which is crazy, and then it pings away the peel, all in one go. You don't have to touch your garlic at all.
Peeling and mincing one little clove of garlic is the most annoying detour to have to take while cooking. It's not the cutting part I dislike, it's the stickiness of the garlic. It gets all over your fingers, and now you gotta wash your hands again, even though you already did. Hopefully, please tell me you washed your hands. But maybe the Garject tool from dreamfarm.com is the answer to all my problems. Normally, I would be put off by the odd font choices they've made here, a font that I can only describe as Comic Sans trying to clean up his act. But after seeing so many websites in the series that all look the same, this is actually kind of a nice change of pace. I guess you gotta be a little silly when you have a product called Brizzle, or a Flisk, or a Mini Sapoon. Am I having a stroke? I'm having a hard time telling the difference between the regular and the light version other than the price. So I guess I'll just buy the cheaper one. Sorry, Dream Farm, you gotta make the premium version look more enticing. Now, I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I'm something of a content creator. I like to make videos on the internet and then do nothing for 3 weeks. But maybe the thing I need to help boost my productivity is a little tripod that follows me around. That way I don't have to sit down and set up my camera. I can just be passively recording myself at all times.
I can be washing dishes here in the sink, checking on my pie crust, opening the oven, blending in my blender,
tying my shoes, petting my cat, getting scratched by my cat, berating my cat. Make an impression, build a following. You know, I don't think they can guarantee that. You're not definitely gonna get famous just because you bought a spinning tripod. Again, I'm gonna buy the light version because just like with the garlic thing, they've done nothing to entice me to buy the expensive one.
Nano bag, a bag inside a bag. That's because as spacious as the sling is, sometimes you go a little too overboard with souvenirs, and once you pop this open and allow it to reach its full potential, you've now got a whole grocery bag worth of additional space.
I don't really have a joke for this one. It's a little bag. That's all it is. I'm just curious to see it. It's gotta be thin as hell in order for it to get that tiny, and I have a feeling you're not supposed to make it look delicious.
My name Jeff.
We already sent you to free slushy cups.
I wanted for.
That's how you do it, shit.
I'm not sure I understood any part of that conversation, but they did make ice pretty fast, so that's cool. Okay, but so far they've made my two favorite flavors of slushy, laundry detergent and water. Yum! Let's check out their website. We're about to enter the hottest season of the year, and you need to make sure that your body's taken care of. Not only do slushes taste amazing, but frozen drinks are proven to be beneficial to our health. You know, I don't think I'm gonna take health advice from the guy who did this. Also, you got a reference for that? Like a data you could show me? Or am I just gonna have to take your word for it? Is cold drinks good for health? Oh. Kind of seems like the opposite is true. Okay, well they're talking about like soda, and so obviously soda's bad for you. Frozen drinks, good for health. Cold water impacts digestion. What is this like science meme website? Who is this for? Well, I Googled it for 30 seconds and the results are inconclusive, so maybe I'll just read the reviews. I took it for my daughter. She is happy. In principle, a cool thing. All right, well, I'm sold.
Is that Instagrams?
My upright vibrates every time I slouch.
Immediately, great start to an ad. Is that Instagrams? Uh-huh. Yeah, I taped a photo sharing website to my back.
Which trains my brain to sit up straight.
Finally, he's using his brain.
Now, I love me a good silly ad. This is pretty solid marketing, especially for such a bizarre looking product. But they do make a lot of promises in a short period of time.
So now I can focus on my work instead of my posture. It saves me money. You always wanted to be 2 inches taller, right?
So I'm gonna get more work done, I'll save money on my chiropractor, and I'll get taller by using this. That's a lot of benefits for $76. That guy who spent like $100 grand on limb lengthening surgery is gonna be pissed when he finds out about this. Okay, so there's one last product I found that I have no intention of buying because even though my scam detectors were off the charts, I'm pretty sure it's going to burn my house down. But I wanna show this to you because it's actually one of the most bizarre ads I've ever seen. You know what? Actually, it's over 5 minutes long. I'm just gonna sum it up. So this guy, Alan Jackson, is one of the most accomplished students at MIT. He invented something, which they take forever to even explain what it is, and the biggest power companies in America tried to buy it from him for $1 million so they could shut it down, but he said no. He's a man of the people. You see, Alan was blessed with an IQ of 150, a made-up number that doesn't actually mean you're gonna be more likely to invent something, but go off. He discovered that more power was flowing through their house than they needed and they were spending all this extra money. So he creates a thing that like gets it to stop doing that. And then he tests out his prototype and it's so successful that according to this image, the power bill was a negative number. This device is so efficient that the electric company owed him money. 3 minutes in, they finally explain what this thing does. You plug it into any power outlet in your house and it saves you $300 a month. So that all sounds great, I guess. But I did a little bit of research and I'm pretty sure none of that is real. Alan Jackson, the genius MIT student, totally made up. You'd think there would be even one article about this 19-year-old whiz kid who's literally cutting people's power bills in half. But the only notable Alan Jackson I could find is a 63-year-old country singer. Hoochie coochie. They also used a quote from Tech Daily magazine, who I found on Instagram. They have 0 followers and haven't posted in 15 months. So maybe this is a quote straight from their website. Well, they also haven't updated that since last year. And you're not gonna believe this, but PowerSave isn't even trademarked, at least not by Alan. He would not have even been born yet when this was registered in 1994. So I guess my question is, who the hell is this kid? They have all this footage of, is this like a YouTuber they found? Or is this just more stock footage? I mean, they certainly got their money's worth from their Storyblock subscription. I'm pretty sure they used their entire library in this ad. But whoever it is, I would love to find him and bring this to his attention. So if you recognize this man, let me know. So to summarize, the inventor's not real, his backstory's not real, and the product is clearly just a piece of crap that's either extremely useless or, worst case, extremely dangerous. But like, you can do that? You can just resell some cheap bullshit you found on AliExpress and make up an entirely fake narrative to go along with it? Don't mind if... So the way I make these videos now is every time I see something that is interesting to me and I know I'm gonna make a video about it, I just buy it that day. So some of these things arrived a week ago. Others have been sitting in my closet for like 2 months. In other words, I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Definitely the first thing I wanna open is the posture corrector. The sooner I start using that, the better. They said that sweet old lady from the commercial is 2 inches taller now, but with my slouch, I'm thinking I could go like half a foot. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, this is the Upright Go 2. They worked out all the kinks from the first one. I don't know what those kinks might have been. Maybe it shocked you too hard. Yep, see this one says gentle vibration feedback. Definitely it was too harsh before. You can track your posture from day to day. You can have daily goals. I assume the goal would just be to have good posture every day. This box is very reminiscent of opening up an iPhone for the first time, only way more disappointing.
So this comes with, looks like about 10 pieces of tape and then a few alcohol prep pads. You know, gotta disinfect your back before you put this on. Comes with a little guitar pick. How fun. I mean, technically it says adhesive removal tool, but I could strum a few chords with this. So, I think I can just put it on now. I hope it's charged. Am I gonna have to charge it while it's on my back? I don't even know how to film this. It's hard enough to put this on by myself. Oh, there's a button on it. I accidentally hit a button. I hope that's not self-destruct mode. What's your main posture goal? For it to be better? I'm in this purely for vanity. I'm just trying to look better. Turn on your go. No, I can't see it. I hope it's blinking. I put it on way too early. Sorry, I gotta update it first. I think the new season just came out. Should I buy the battle pass? Now let's learn how to place the go on your back. Well, I already did it, so. Attaches, Make sure your upper back is clean and dry. Now peel off the green cover. Okay, I already, what the fuck? Dude, this thing will just randomly go back like 5 steps. Is it because I'm clicking too fast? And it's like, nope, you're not comprehending. You're gonna have to start over. Great. Okay. Did the app crash? Or I think I broke the app by trying to use it. What is happening? It's just stuck on this black screen. And every time I exit out, it's still on the black screen. What if my posture is just so bad that the app took one look at me and was like, yeah, dude, there's nothing we can do here, sorry. This guy is a lost cause. It's not my fault that puberty gave me scoliosis. That moment when your posture app crashes, so you have to restart your phone. All right, let's fucking go, dude. I'm so pumped for this shit. I don't even know what to do. All right, last resort. I am going to delete the app and I'm going to download it again. I'm having a great time. This is the best day of my life. Let's learn how to place it on your back. More on adhesives. Yeah, can you tell me how tape works, please? Jesus Christ. Okay, should I watch the video? I'll watch the video. I think they got mad that I didn't watch their video they made.
Plant your feet on the ground so your knees form a 90-degree angle. Now straighten up and imagine there's a string pulling you up. Next, pull your shoulders back slightly. Being upright should feel comfortable. Lastly, relax. And don't forget to breathe. Let's start by saying hello to your avatar. Every day you get a daily uptime goal. Fill up this ring to complete your daily goal.
Okay, yeah. My goal is an hour a day. That doesn't seem that, like, it doesn't seem like that much. Like, I feel like if I'm slouching for every other hour of the day, I'm not doing a good job. All right, let's see. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah. I knew it was gonna happen. It still scared me. It doesn't just buzz once to let you know that you're fucking up. It keeps going until you correct it. Cool. Well, the battery life is already 50%. I'm curious to see how long it lasts. But other than that, I guess I can just go about the rest of my day and check in on this when I need to. This is definitely the nano bag because it is microscopic. Oh, that's right. I got 2. They just gave me a free one at the end. This is the regular one. And this is the mini. As you can see, there's a pretty massive difference there. This is probably 1/4 of an inch taller. I feel like it's gonna be really hard to fold it up the perfect size and get it back in here. Have you ever taken a cover off of a beanbag chair, washed it, and then tried to put it back on? It's a nightmare. And I'm gonna have to do this every time I go shopping? I don't know about that. Okay, it's going in. No, this is pretty cool. Maybe I'll just leave the handle out, so. Okay, this is gonna take some getting used to. For the next 6 days, I wore my upright everywhere I went. I wore it to Best Buy. I wore it to a thrift shop. I wore it to Curtis Connor's stand-up show. Because good posture takes no days off. I treated it like a boot camp. When the battery died, I just plugged it in and kept on going. And whenever my back would vibrate, I would punish myself by doing 50 push-ups. Unfortunately, it would think that I was still slouching while doing the push-ups, so then I would have to do even more. It was sort of this endless cycle of I probably did thousands of push-ups yesterday. Long story short, my arms are very tired. So this thing definitely gets in your head about how you're sitting. There's so many things you do every day that you don't even realize that you slouch during, but that also arguably don't really matter that you're slouching. Like every day,
when I eat my lunch and I'm leaning over to eat my food, this thing screams at me, no, that's not how you're supposed to sit. You're supposed to sit up straight. God forbid I bend over a little bit.
And then the opposite of eating, which is, of course, going to the bathroom. Upright does not like that.
Back must be pressed against the toilet at all times. This is how you poop.
Although it took me like 3 days to stop thinking that I was getting a text every time it buzzed. My shirt would randomly start vibrating and I would be like, wait, is that Instagram?
I very quickly had to raise the delay from 15 to 30 seconds because it was driving me crazy.
The constant buzzing whenever you're so much as reading an email is, I think, more annoying than helpful. I think it was also a good idea to turn off the device while I was doing an activity that I knew I would have to slouch during. Like if I know I'm gonna be leaning over my stove for half an hour, I don't want my back vibrating at me every 5 seconds because I had the audacity to look down at what I was doing.
I don't think I would feel comfortable saying that this is worth $76.
But if I were to ignore the cost and just look at it objectively, I think it did have a slightly positive impact on me.
At the very least, it gets me thinking about my posture.
And if I'm able to transform that into more of a subconscious thought, and that's what it takes to finally fix my gamer boy slouch, then, you know, so be it.
Did someone say bag test?
I did. It was me.
In an effort to review the most utilitarian product in an interesting way, I'm just gonna keep putting a bunch of stuff in it until it breaks. Don't worry though, if it does break, no harm will be done because I'm gonna do the test above my very soft and very big beanbag chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think I was talking about you? Hell no. You're not soft. You're not big. If I dropped my valuable possessions on top of you, they would all break.
So anyway, let's get started.
The website says it holds up to 66 pounds, but I think they're talking about the regular version. This is the mini. I assume it would hold less than that. I have like 55 pounds worth of weight, so we'll see if it can do all that.
The best part is I didn't spend any money on this, so if it does break, that's okay. It was free.
17 pounds. So far, so good. This will be 27 pounds. 37 pounds. Okay. So if I were just doing this test in my regular life, I would stop here because I can't imagine myself ever needing to carry more than this. If I did, I would just take more bags. But this isn't real life. This is a YouTube video. So, yeah, I'm gonna do all the weights. If it'll fit. 55 pounds. I'm not stalling because it's going to be difficult for me to lift this up at this angle. I guess I could stand on the beanbag, but then if it drops, it's going to drop on my foot, and I might like break my foot, and I don't want to do that. Gotta be real careful with it. I would find more things around my house to put in there and make it weigh more, but the fact that this holds 55 pounds with no issues, and I myself can't really hold 55 pounds with no issues, I don't see this ever being a problem if I'm out in public and this is the only bag I have. I'm not gonna get 70 pounds worth of stuff because my arms will fall off. Alright, let me try again. I really thought this would break. I don't think I've been this surprised to see a product do what it was advertised to do since I poured Gatorade all over that shirt.
Lucky for me, I have another tiny bag here. This one holds the cozy bag. Now, usually you would hope and even expect that a device like this would come with written instructions, but these two items were literally the only things in the box. Guess I'll just figure it out on my own. First thing I noticed is somewhat of a troubling aroma emanating from this thing, which is fine, you know, I only have to put it on my face. I wasn't sure if the inside would have actual earbuds that like hook into your ear. Looks like little speakers kind of hidden beneath the band. Oh, cool, you could have like the wire stick out if you want. Maybe that I could hook onto my ear, make sure it doesn't go anywhere. So far, so good. Kind of seems like they don't get close enough to my ears. I guess if I was laying down, it would work. Obviously, the only thing I can do is try it out. I'm gonna sleep with this for a couple nights, and I will let you know. Nighty-night! Okay, well, it's been a couple days now, and you can definitely notice the cheapness here. The sound quality's not great. It kinda seems like they just shoved 2 speakers into a sweatband, probably because that's what they did. If you were hoping to wash this in some capacity, you have to painstakingly remove the electronics from the Cozy Band and then put them back in exactly where they were, which is an extremely tedious process. This one single sentence on their website did not prepare me for how difficult it would be. It's certainly more comfortable than wearing regular headphones, although the speakers fit so loosely that they end up kind of sliding around and ending up in places they're not supposed to. So the solution for that is to make it louder, but the sound kind of bleeds out, and then I can't fully relax because now I'm worried I'm gonna wake Amanda up with the La Dispute song that came up on Shuffle. I will say it fits really well for me specifically. So hopefully you and I have the same sized head, otherwise you're out of luck because there's no way to adjust the size. That's why a lot of the negative reviews are either too tight or too big. For $40, you can't expect some super high-end device, so I will say that it's not terrible and it could be worse. So we here over at the Drew Gooden channel officially give the Cozy Band a 3 out of 5. Unfortunately, I didn't get a lick of sleep after this because even though I was up all night configuring my new tripod, which involved downloading their horribly rated app, when I was finally ready to use it to record the next segment with Amanda, this happened. Oh no, I don't think it knows what to do. Alright, it's slushy time. How does it feel?
Cold.
Yeah. Based on what I saw on this person's Instagram, they did an orange juice one, they did a strawberry milk one, famously from earlier in the video, and they also did a Coke one, but I'm more of a Dr. Pepper guy.
You want to shake this up before we open it?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Just do it a little bit. Probably good. And then you have to like squeeze it for, the box says several minutes.
It's so cold.
I guess it's kind of already slushed it up.
Doesn't really look that appetizing.
What do you guys think? All right, bottom up. Oh no.
It's like slimy.
It's so slimy, that's a good word for it. I mean, it looks good.
Is this what you feed babies?
Mm-hmm, mushy Dr. Pepper.
It's like chunky but slimy.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so slimy, it's weird. I think I'll do the honors this time. This is strawberry milk. It's not quite as pink as the one from the video. This looks exactly like a baby bottle. Oh my god.
This looks wrong.
I promise you this is what we're supposed to do. This one took significantly longer to freeze, so in the meantime, I'm going to read to you some of my favorite phrases from the box. As far as I can tell, the text on here went through one single pass of Google Translate. Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup slushifies your drink in minutes. It's that easy. No mess, no fuss. Put on the lid and squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Use Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup over and over again. The fun never ends. So is the point of this product to make drinks out of it, or is the point just that it's a fun toy? It's BPA free, it's non-toxic, it's easy make, it's no mess, no fuss. Attention, because of various brand models of refrigerator freezer temperature adjustment by different, sometimes need to put more time will be frozen. This is a normal phenomenon. This one I'm the most excited about. The orange juice, I don't really give a shit. I only bought it because they did it on the Instagram.
It's like eating.
It's like eating strawberry milk?
Yeah.
This one tastes good. This tastes like a strawberry milkshake that's been melted a little bit.
I would do this again.
That's pretty good. Honestly, don't do a soda. It's just not, I don't think it's made for soda. But this is pretty good.
Lactose intolerant.
You'll be fine though. This is just whole milk. Yummy.
You got a little something.
Huh? Right over here.
You got it.
Got milk. Well, I had to wait for this thing to get cold again, but I've made myself some orange juice slushy to drink while I garject. That was a weird sentence. Oh my god. It tastes just like orange juice, but a little bit colder. So anyway, I tried using this thing once already, and it kind of worked. As you can attempt to see in this extremely blurry footage, the peel doesn't exactly slide off in one swift movement as was advertised. If you leave it on like they said you could, it gets ripped up into little pieces and hitchhikes a ride into whatever food you're making. It's kind of like how if you had an egg and you tried to shove it through a cheese grater, the shell isn't gonna just magically disappear. It's coming too. But you know, that one major bit of false advertising aside, it works pretty well once the garlic is peeled. See, that's the part I was hoping to not have to do. It's a shame that you still have to, like, touch it if you don't want to waste all the garlic that's still stuck to the thing. But then, of course, your fingers get all sticky, which is the other thing I was hoping to not have to do anymore. We're kind of 0 for 2 on the two things I was looking most forward to. Is this better than having to dice up the garlic myself? Absolutely. Am I glad I bought it? Absolutely. But am I, you know, a little disappointed that I can't just do everything in one foul swoop? Yeah. I'm gonna have to do like 3 or 4 foul swoops. And that's too many foul swoops. Anyway, it looks like I have a frozen treat and a pile of minced garlic here, and there's 2 of us. So I'm gonna let you choose which one you want the, yeah, I thought you'd want the orange juice. No, that's fine. Yeah, you can have that. I'll just grab, I guess, a fork for this. No. You made up your mind. You can have the orange juice. No, you can have the orange juice. All right. You can't take it back now because you feel bad about what you've made me done. What I have to do. All right, I think that's enough out of that guy. Thank you all so much for watching episode 700 of Instagram by Try. We did it all today. Oh, I often wouldn't. And honestly, I think I owe 90% of the confidence I have now in the kitchen to the 4+ years of me using HelloFresh. When all of the guesswork is taken out of the equation, when you don't have to know a recipe off the top of your head, or go to the store to get all the crap that you need, or skip past 37 paragraphs of someone explaining to you why spaghetti holds a special place in their heart, it just makes the process so much easier. It's like training wheels, but for sauteing. One of my favorite things about HelloFresh is their flexibility and the variety of recipes to choose from every week, which you can easily manage on the app. Skip a week if you're gonna be out of town. Add some shrimp to your meal just cause you feel like it. Maybe you're feeling adventurous and you wanna try out some cheese stuffed burgers, or maybe you just wanna get the same meal twice because it's your favorite and it's easy to make. That's fine. This is a safe space for people like us. You will never get bored with HelloFresh because they're constantly cycling in seasonal meals to keep things exciting. Like I said, I've been using it for over 4 years now, and there are still recipes that pop up all the time that I've never seen before. And since everything is portioned to the exact amount that you need, I find myself wasting significantly less food than when I go to the grocery store and forget that I bought all those onions and never used them. Ultimately, for me, HelloFresh just makes the entire process of cooking simpler and therefore more enjoyable. I think they're a big reason why I like cooking so much now and why I feel so confident doing it. So if you want to try out HelloFresh for yourself, now is the perfect time because I've got a deal for you. Just go to HelloFresh.com and use my promo code I'mALittleStinker16 for 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. Again, my promo code is I'mALittleStinker16. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. Okay, that's the whole video now. Buy my merch if you want, but you don't have to. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye. You remember the first time you ever went to an arcade and you saw all the incredible, life-changing prizes available and your mind started running wild with possibilities? Shit, alright. I'll take the electric guitar, the skateboard, the PlayStation 2, 1,000 Tootsie Rolls, that stuffed animal that's taller than me. Hey Toots, would you mind wrapping them up in plastic for me? I'll wet the bed. And then 2 hours and $47 later, you realize you've only earned enough tickets to buy 1 whoopee cushion? Well, not to brag or anything, but I'm old as fuck now. And I'm pretty good at games, or at least better than I used to be. So for this video, I decided to test out an idea that I've wanted to do basically my whole life. I want to find out if you can profit at an arcade. If I just play the one game I'm best at over and over and over again, can I ultimately earn a prize that's worth more than the amount of money that I spent on the tokens? I didn't need to say all that. You read the title, you know what I'm gonna do.
So I headed to the second most touristy part of Orlando, Florida, to a place called Main Event, which is somewhere in between Dave & Buster's and Chuck E. Cheese. In spirit, I should say. Geographically speaking, Dave & Buster's is in the middle. This place has everything. Bowling, laser tag, a weird obstacle course hanging from the ceiling. But I don't have time for any of that right now. The reason I dragged my wife here at 3 p.m. on a Friday is to figure out the most efficient game to play and the best prize to buy. Now, this isn't like the old days anymore where you gotta lug around a 75-pound bucket of tokens. The first thing you do here is preload cash onto a fun card, which holds all of your credits and then also the points you earn from the game. And I gotta say, I immediately got overwhelmed from the onslaught of numbers. Okay, so 200 credits is not $40, it's $35. And 300 credits should be, quite frankly, $60, but it's not, it's only $50. And everyone keeps saying that 500 credits costs $100. It doesn't, it's only $75. You save $25 when you buy that, which you can use to buy 140 credits, which is actually $28. And plus, I don't know what any of that means. If I buy this one, does that mean I can play 200 games? No. Most games cost anywhere between 7.5 and 8.5 credits, which are such confusing numbers to keep track of. Why even include a decimal at all? Who thought of this? The last time I came here in 2019, I remember each machine just telling you how much it cost in terms of dollars. But if I had to guess, I'd say they changed it to be purposely confusing so you don't realize how much money you're actually blowing through with every passing game. It's kind of like how if I saw a Fortnite skin that said, this costs $20, I would be like, hell no. I'm not spending $20 on this. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of V-Bucks because then the costume is free. As with most arcades, there are pretty much 3 types of games here. There are the fun ones, like Basketball Connect 4, Air Hockey, Flappy Bird, but big. Typically, these are the ones you earn the least amount of points for playing, but if you're just here to have a good time, that doesn't matter. Then there's the luck-based games, which can, in theory, earn you a whole bunch of tickets, but you have no control over that because it's essentially just a giant slot machine with SpongeBob on it. And then lastly, there are skill-based games where technically you could earn the jackpot every time. The only thing stopping you from doing so is your own ability. The only downside is they're usually tedious and stressful and the least fun options out of all the games in the arcade. So in other words, they're perfect for this video. Let me tell you, I was ecstatic when I walked in and saw that they still had this ball cup game. This is the machine I had in mind when I was planning this video because I used to abuse the hell out of this. While the rest of my friends were playing skee ball and enjoying themselves, I was just standing on this machine for 1 whole hour, hoping to earn the best prize out of the group. See, I was playing the long game. Sure, maybe you guys had more fun that night because you got to play Mario Olympics and Vin Diesel Simulator, but I get to have this forever. So, who actually came out on top? Anyways, back to the ball game. So the goal with this is to get all 50 balls into these spinning cups without losing any of them, and you have to do so before time runs out. You really gotta try to be perfect with this one because the difference between getting 49 balls and getting all 50 is massive. But once you get the rhythm down, it's possible to start stacking jackpots and become the queen of the arcade. When I started out though, I was blowing through tries so fast. I'd started sweating immediately. I got very tense and nervous. I think the pressure of the video was mounting on me. And every time I would be just 1 ball away from the jackpot, the disappointment and frustration would hit me like a ton of bricks. Or a ton of feathers. They both weigh the same. But I managed to calm myself down, gain my composure, and on my 10th try, I did it. Give me that jackpot, baby. That'll be 711 points, please.
I love you now.
Now I just gotta stand here for 4 minutes while the machine counts up all my points one at a time for some reason. Why does this take so long? Is there a little guy in there trying to count them up by hand? Just use a calculator, dude. It's like they're trying to discourage you from winning the jackpots by making them inconvenient. Well, while we're waiting for that, I do just want to say, unironically, I was so relieved
when I won this. I think I had built this video up so much in my head over the past couple years, and I just felt it all falling apart before my eyes. When I started losing again and again and again, I started to freak out and think, did they make the game harder? Or worse, am I just dumb now? Am I gonna have to go to Chuck E. Cheese? They'll never let me in there. I'm almost 30. Oh, hey, my points are done. With the satisfaction of one, that's right, a single win in my belt, I decided to just enjoy the rest of my night with Amanda, knowing I was gonna have to come here by myself later in the week anyway. We went bowling for the first time in about 5 years, which reminded me that I am possibly the worst bowler in the entire world, including babies. I think a baby would do better than I did. The second game, though, I was like, wait, who are we trying to fool by doing regular mode? Let me just throw the bumpers up and then we'll have way more fun. Just kidding, I sucked at that too. Then we ate dinner, which was... it was fine. There's just something about cubed meat that makes me feel like I'm being given my rations for the day. When we were done eating, I decided to try out a few other games, but I quickly came to the conclusion that nothing was going to be as productive or efficient as Quick Drop. I should probably talk about the prizes, because that's the other thing I have to figure out. The single most expensive item in here is, for some reason, a minion named Turbo Dave. Just below that are some random kitchen appliances, some extremely cheap looking electronics, you know, the kind of headphones you buy for $3 at a CVS checkout line and they stop working before you even make it back to your car. There's a bunch of vlogging and podcasting gear. Then they've got a few plushies, which range from Among Us to terrifying. A fake wad of gum, you know, for pranks. And then finally, a whole bunch of candy that you throw in when you don't have very many points left. I always find it interesting to see how they price these things because it's not like there's a 1-to-1 ratio of points to dollars. Like, I don't think that the minion on a hoverboard is worth 14 Marvel mugs or 400 blow pops, but I'm not in charge of an arcade. All right, babe, let's see that haul. That's just what Amanda got with her entree and tickets. I found out you can save your points for up to 5 years. I don't think I'm gonna be saving them that long, but I am gonna come back in a couple days. I've got about 1,700 points stocked up. $37 in, I believe. So yeah, not off to a great start in terms of profiting, but I may have discovered a loophole. You see, anytime you buy something at Main Event, they give you the option to fill out a survey on their website in exchange for a free 30-minute game card. If I could stand on this machine for 30 straight minutes, I could win thousands of tickets without having to spend even $1 more. It's the perfect plan. So I headed back to the second most touristy part of Orlando, and I swiped my card again, and I dropped those balls. And turns out you don't actually get any points from the free plays. So, 'twas not the perfect plan. But I still had fun. Not that that matters for this video. I did get to play possibly the funniest game of Deal or No Deal in its entire history. Obviously, I couldn't risk ending up with only one ticket, so I decided to accept his offer of one ticket. Anyway, after farting around for half an hour, I decided to just suck it up, spend another $35, and I headed back to my favorite stress game. Took me a few tries to get back into the swing of things, but on my 5th game, I won the jackpot. Then 3 games later, I won it again, and 2 games later, I won it again, and at this point, no one could stop me. I won twice in a row, then 3 times, then 4 times before capping my streak off at 5 consecutive jackpots. If this isn't poggers, then I don't know what is. Grandma, if you're watching this, poggers is a gaming term for when someone does a good job. So... can you tell Grandpa too? Also, do you like how nervous I look filming all of these shots? I felt like the biggest idiot every time I picked up my phone to record myself winning this stupid game. The thought of someone watching me be proud of this is so embarrassing. Just looking at me from across the room like, does this guy have a job? It's Wednesday. Go home. Well, sorry to break it to you, person I made up in my head, but this is my job now. The arcade is my office, and I'm gonna give myself a raise. Just when I could feel myself starting to get a little bit too cocky, the universe sent another obstacle my way. Maximum payout? So now I'm getting punished for being too good at the game? At this point, I'm pissed
pissed. At least warn me ahead of time when I'm getting close. Like, hey, you might want to slow down there, big guy. This machine's almost empty. Also, what? You ran out of virtual tickets? Just make more of them. I thought about it, and I think this might be why they count up your points so slowly. So that by the time they've arbitrarily decided to stop giving you points, you've already spent $8 more on the machine, all for nothing. I even had to watch them count up my unawarded tickets one by one, and at this point, you're just taunting me. Anyway, when the dust finally settled, I had lost about 1.5 jackpots. Very upsetting, not gonna lie, but I don't think this completely ruins my plan. I'm pretty sure this is only a temporary limit. I think it's just there to keep you from hogging one machine during peak hours, which is fair, by the way. If I had a line of kids behind me waiting for their turn and I was just like, sorry, I'm making a video, that would be pretty selfish. But I came here in the middle of a school day and there was nary a child in sight. Since I wasn't sure if I'd ever have this many points at once again, I decided to cash out on day 2 and buy myself the hot dog toaster I had my eyes on from the moment I walked in the room.
Now, I'm not sure I would say that this is the best day of my life, but it's definitely in the top 5. I actually feel kind of bad because I had to get one of the employees to not only grab a ladder from the storage room, but also get like a special key to unlock the high value prize section. And he seemed really confused. I was hoping he might be like, oh, that's funny, you got the hot dog toaster. No one's ever redeemed this before. But I don't think he really said more than 2 words. All right, babe. I know you have a long day to work. Close your eyes. I know work's been crazy lately, but I have something for you. Open your eyes.
Thanks.
It's not for you.
If I open it and there's like crumbs in it, I'm gonna laugh.
I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's smiling at us.
Was that a thing? Was hot dog toasters
I doubt it. All my baby boomers in the chat, sound off. Was hot dog toasters a thing? Let me know.
With enough credits left to play 9 more games of Quick Drop, I headed into day 3 with a very clear goal in mind. From all the Googling I've done, I'm pretty sure this Marvel mug has the best points to potential resale value ratio of all of the redeemable items here. If each attempt cost me about $2, and I think I could reasonably sell this mug for $10, that means out of 5 tries, I only need to get 2 jackpots to turn a profit. If I get really lucky and win 5 jackpots in a row like I did yesterday, then I'd have enough for 3 mugs, at which point I could be potentially making a $20 profit. And so on and so forth until I've sold 1 mug to every human being on the face of the planet, and I'll finally have enough money to buy my own private island that no one's invited to. Also, fine, I'll explain my strategy with the game so you too can try to win at this specific machine in Orlando, Florida. The secret is to just drop 4 balls at a time. That's pretty much it. They even show you that in the little tutorial video that plays, and yet I still see so many people try to drop all 50 balls in 1 second like they're in a hurry to lose. If you drop exactly 4 balls every spin, which is pretty easy to do, you will end up with 48 out of the 50 balls with the time that you are given. That means at some point during the 12 turns, you only have to drop 1 extra ball twice to end up with 50. Personally, I like to get those 5th balls out of the way early so I know how hard I need to focus for the rest of the game, but if you'd rather save them for the end because you'll have the rhythm down at that point, I can't blame you. I'm just impressed that you flew all the way to Orlando to play this game. As usual, I got off to a bit of a shaky start. Probably didn't help that I forgot to take my Tom Brady brain pills like I did on day 2. I hope they don't consider that an illegal substance here, and it's not like the arcade equivalent of steroids in baseball. But after a few tries, I was able to win the massive jackpot that everybody else had graciously accrued for me. You see, every time someone loses this game, the jackpot goes up by 1 and resets when someone wins. So this means there had been about 300 losses in a row, and I got to benefit from that. That's another variable to throw into the math here, but even without that, 600 points is nothing to sneeze at. Anyway, after 3 days of mashing 1 button a million times and a hot dog toaster already sitting pretty in my kitchen, I headed to get my reward. Lucky for me, I got to ask the same guy from yesterday for help grabbing the LED sign that was just out of my reach. Instead of using a ladder though, he just kind of climbed on top of the shelves, and I really admired the creativity. Am I gonna somehow profit off of this sign? No.
But to me, having a man cave that's open all day, every day, is priceless. Oh, also I grabbed the mug that I came here for. I keep getting distracted by funnier prizes. As much as I wanted to race home and enjoy a celebratory cup of decaf coffee out of my new mug, it was time to get down to business. And I threw that bad boy up on the world's worst commerce website, Facebook Marketplace, and I waited and waited and waited. And just when I was starting to lose hope, my friend Cody offered to buy it from me with real American money. Sorry for the abrupt exit, Cody, but I had to rush home and count my earnings.
10?
I couldn't believe my success. I earned enough points to buy that mug with one game of Quick Drop. These kind of profit margins are unheard of. Jeff Bezos who? There's a new guy in town. Why did I even bother going to community college for 8 months when I could have been investing that tuition money into the school of video games? Let's go ahead and break down the numbers, shall we? I don't have a regular dry erase board, so this calendar is gonna have to do. Day 1, we spent $37. I still don't know why it was 37 and not 35. I guess the card itself, it cost $2 because when I refilled it, it was exactly 35 the next day, but I don't fucking know. We also spent $48 on bowling and $70 on food and drinks, but that doesn't count. That's not part of it. I'm just saying that that's what we did. Okay, but $72 spent on game credits, and here is what we earned. Number 1, a state-of-the-art hot dog toaster, a relic of simpler times, a rare and priceless artifact that is currently being sold on Amazon for $25. But let's say I was gonna buy that anyway, and in doing so, I saved $25, which is almost like earning $25, because penny saved, penny earned. Benjamin Franklin? Last I heard, he's the guy who electrocuted himself on purpose, so I think he knows a thing or two about math. We also got the man cave sign, and again, let's say I was gonna buy that anyway. Well, currently, that's being sold on eBay for an average of about $40. At less than 2,000 points, that's a bargain. If you're wondering why I didn't just try to sell that one instead, that's because I didn't think anyone would buy it. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Finally, of course, we have the mug, which I sold for $10. Now, if you have a calculator at home and you're playing along, you may have noticed that this number is bigger than this number. I'm trying to think if there's a word for that, like a math word, you know, for when you make more money than you spend on something. What's the term again? Oh, that's right. I think it's called a profit. And that's not even mentioning the fact that I practically threw away half my tickets on day 1, and the machine stole over 900 points from me on day 2, and I forgot to get my parking validated on day 3, so I had to pay for that myself. Also, I guess if you factor in like gas and stuff, because I had to drive a lot, that's probably another like $15. You know what, on second thought, I think we're just gonna call that part a wash. I made a $3 profit, and that is a success. So to answer the question of can you profit at an arcade, the answer is technically yes. Obviously, it depends on which arcade you're at, what prizes they have, if there's a machine that you can win consistently. But for this specific ball drop machine, I have learned that if I just win jackpots over and over and over again, making sure to take breaks so I don't hit the payout limit, I can absolutely redeem my points on something that I would have wanted to buy anyway and save a few bucks in the process. Am I gonna somehow turn this into a full-time job? You never know. I mean, I would pretty much be actively crashing the blue Marvel mug market by increasing the supply so much. Absolute best case scenario, I could see myself locking in minimum wage, but I would run out of people to sell mugs to eventually. Or, before any of that happens, the arcade might just run out of them, or they'll catch on to what I'm doing and nerf the machine I like, or raise the price of the prizes, or put a photo of my face on the wall that says, "Do not let this guy play Quick Drop, he is bleeding us dry." I guess if I had to pick one thing that I learned in this video, it's that unless you have a concrete plan going into it, and you've already done the math, you're probably only going to lose money at an arcade. Also, don't do what I almost did in this video and get really excited by the idea of selling something for a profit, because I almost got like a bunch of mugs before even seeing if they would sell, and then I barely sold one of them. Remember, the value of a product is only what someone is willing to pay for it. This isn't RuneScape. I can't just throw my Avengers mug into the Grand Exchange and get a bunch of gold coins for it. I have to use Facebook Marketplace, and Facebook Marketplace is the worst. All right, well, I'm gonna go toast a hot dog, which apparently is a thing that people do, and while that's cooking up, let's hear a word from today's sponsor. I don't have much time to explain, but today's video is sponsored by Current, who's here to modernize banking and also help me give away money to you guys. All you have to do to enter is download the app at the link in the description, use my promo code DREWG, also pronounced Droog, and 5 people will be randomly chosen to win $500 each. But that's not the only reason to sign up, because Current also has a bunch of built-in tools to help you earn and save money. You can get points by using your card at over 14,000 stores nationwide and then turn those in for cash. They have no overdraft fees up to $200, no minimum balance fees, and you can even get your paycheck up to 2 days faster when you sign up for direct deposit. All of that plus a new interest feature where you can earn up to 4% APY on your money, which is more profit than I made in this video. So quit banking the same way people did 300 years ago and download Current for free at current.com/Droog. Thank you so much to Current for sponsoring today's video. I gotta get the hell out of here, so I'm gonna throw it back to me. Hello and welcome everybody to the first annual hot dog taste test. Before me, I have prepared 2 different hot dogs, one of which I grilled. The other one I, of course, toasted with our novelty retro hot dog toaster. Also, both buns are toasted in there. They've got a nice even burn on the bottom. So I'm excited about that. But what Amanda's gonna do is she's gonna mix them up, and then I'm gonna close my eyes and try to guess which is which, and then also say which one I like more. And we'll see if the hot dog toaster is superior. All right, bottoms up. It's hard to even taste the hot dog because the bun is so burnt and dry. I think that was the toasted one because that didn't really taste like mine. I guess we'll see. That tastes way better. That's gotta be the grilled one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, welcome back to the hottest club in town. So today I want to do something I haven't done in a very long time, and that is pretty much make an entire video about one tweet. You're shopping at your local food market and you notice this young woman from behind. How do you open? At first I was really confused because I've always been under the impression that you can't open a bag of chips in the store, that you have to pay for it first, otherwise they'll get mad at you. But then I realized they're talking about the girl. How do you open the girl? And then I spent the next 20 minutes scrolling through the joke responses and having the time of my life. Say, let me get that for you. And then climb up the shelves, pulling them down and injuring both of us. Tell her I'm exhausted from pushing around my shopping cart and ask her to push it while I ride in the children's seat. But the most accurate response I saw was, oh, excuse me, just gotta sneak right past you real quick. The original tweet was such a stupid question that got all of the mockery it deserved. But then I realized that nothing could be funnier than all of the genuine responses from guys who are like, I got this. I will answer this question, and I will do it in the creepiest way possible. Do you know how many calories are in that bag? I'll eat them for you. We can't have the future Mrs. X getting fat, can we? Yeah, I think that'll go well. I think that's a good opening line to use on someone you've never spoken to before.
You shouldn't eat those.
What?
Well, if you're gonna be my wife, I don't want you to get fat.
That's a good point. Make sure I'm smelling nice. Brush close to her from her left side whilst picking one of the lay package, whatever that. Turn, gaze into her eyes with a warm smile and tell her I would have handed her that if it was written slay because she's slaying. That is weirdly choreographed. He even picked a side. Would it have been different if he came in from the right? Does he not want to get pepper sprayed in his good eye? It's a shame that that went the way it did because he got off to such a promising start. Make sure I'm smelling nice. Underrated first step. Though now I'm curious to know how he would have proceeded if he didn't smell nice. Run over to the deodorant aisle real quick. Or like go home and shower and hope that in 30 minutes she'll still be deciding on chips. Hey, did you know these are half off today? Check the coupon in the back. I don't see it. Should be there. Do you wear glasses? Ha! I do. Or maybe I need some, etc. By the way, you look familiar. Have we met? Should be able to get her from there. Oh yeah, dude. You are in. I think you've laid all the necessary groundwork here. I mean, at this point, the conversation practically speaks itself. I love how many of these are like that though, where they clearly lose steam by the end, and so they're just like,
You get the idea. This guy didn't even finish one sentence before giving up. Hey, I like your style. Did you buy your outfits from the blah blah place? You know, one of those stores that sell girl pants. I don't know. I'm so tired. This guy gave two options. Number one, is it cheat date for you? Or have you tried Cool Ranch? Would you call it Cool Ranch? No, I've never heard of that, but it sounds delicious. What do you say we split a bag in my bed? At this point, you may be thinking that these are all so bad that surely they have to be jokes as well, right? I feel like the key to identifying genuine responses in a sea of satire is to look at their bios. If he describes himself as a business tycoon or a gentleman or, you know, some kind of alpha, he wasn't joking. This is his life. Occasionally, you'll hit the jackpot of Twitter bios. Cryptocurrency enthusiast and convicted felon. Well, at least he's proud of it. Like, I just can't imagine that an account called Red Pill Maestro that retweets pickup artists all day, every day is doing some elaborate bit that only he is aware of. Hey, that's my bag! Thanks for getting them for me. I'll take them from here. Top shelf? Naughty. What's naughty about the top shelf? Is that where they keep all the sexy Doritos? Was just gonna ask if you would mind reaching the top shelf for me. I always struggle. Looks at me, obviously I don't. Hey, why not grab a bag for yourself while you're up there? The thing she was already doing until you snatched it out of her hand like a child. The best responses, though, are the guys like Bow-Tied Grey Wolf who initiate small talk about Doritos. Alternatively, you could try the snack similarity approach. Walk up, grab a bag, and say something like, "These are my favorite. Glad to see someone else with good taste as well. Have you tried these?" Point at a different variation. "Glad to see someone else with good taste as well. Have you tried the purple bag? I just woke up from a 60-year coma." You know, this might be a viable tactic if it was like some niche Trader Joe's snack, but they're talking about Doritos, the most common brand of chips. Oh, I love Doritos. Here, let me help you. I talk to women the same way I would talk to a stray dog. So a lot of great options to choose from, but I have a feeling the guy who tweeted it wasn't asking for advice. He doesn't need it. In fact, he's the self-proclaimed master opener of women, which either means that he's really good at starting conversations or he's literally opening women up. So maybe just call the cops. After 4,000 approaches, I share my step-by-step sexcalation system to getting laid fast. Is the sex itself supposed to be fast? Because I don't need a guide on that. Also, 4,000 approaches? I find it telling that he's not leading with how many women he's successfully slept with, which would also be creepy, but just how many he's tried to talk to. But clearly with tweets like this, all he's doing is prompting Twitter outrage in order to plug his book called Conversation Casanova Mastery. If there's one thing I don't want to do, it's give money to this guy. But also I don't need to, because all of these courses are exactly the same. You see hot girl and you want sex, but brain too stupid, you too stupid. For $20, I teach you how to talk good, and now you have girlfriend. Tempting, for sure, but given that we've already seen his students in action, I'm gonna say this book is probably not worth the money. Speaking of which, his other business endeavor is called Womanese 101, because if I want to know the language of women, I'm gonna ask some random dude.
Women speak womanese, a cryptic language that men have trouble understanding. Save yourself from years of pain, confusion and heartbreak. Get the book now.
I love that this guy is advertising a book that's supposed to teach you what women are saying, and I can't even understand what he is saying. If you are too sex to make a move on a woman that you like, you are pathetic. Your ancestors fought in World War II. Oh my God. The first thing you can do to instantly raise your sexual market value is to get better at being a producer of emotions that women value. Specifically, fun, intrigue, and good emotions. Did Mark Zuckerberg write this? This is the absolute most robotic and insane way to say, girls like guys who are fun. The best part about this account is you don't even have to come to the conclusion on your own that this is predatory. He literally describes himself as a predator. That's not a good thing. Needless to say, womanese is not exactly a hit with the ladies, which, sort of invalidates it altogether.
This is how girls talk. No, it's not. Yeah, okay. I think I would know.
But I read a little bit about it. What is it with pickup artists always implying there's some kind of anatomical secret to seducing women? Uncontrollable attraction within a woman's limbic system. Yeah, so if you look closely, you'll notice that all girls have a little knob on the back of their neck, and you're gonna wanna make sure that's turned over to the horny setting, otherwise you're not getting anywhere with them. Also, be unfuckable with, that is an amazing word, although I'm pretty sure they were supposed to cut out the last part. Anyway, after the resounding success of that first tweet, Mr. Casanova became so addicted to getting dunked on that he did it again. You're at a college house party, and you notice this young woman leaving the female restroom. How do you open? I would have so many questions. How did I get here? Which college is this? Can I go home? Where's my wife? And who has gendered bathrooms at a house party? You have a nice body by what I can see, but is the rest of it nice too? I don't know. Is it? So the thinking with that is that she'll get defensive and then be like, yeah, it's nice. Here, let me show you. Oh, wait a minute. You got me. You're such a Renaissance man. I almost forgot, one of the responses I loved the most to the original tweet was from an account called Got Pickup Lines App. So this is an entire app programmed to generate clever one-liners to say to women. The perfect tool for aspiring creeps. But with the power of technology on our side, this should be the best pickup line of them all. Let's see what they came up with. See a cute girl looking at a food item, go over and grab the same item, look at her and say, aren't these good? These are so good. I wish I could eat them all day. Oh, they taste so good.
Tums?
The ultimate seduction tool. Have you ever thought to yourself, what should I say to her? What was that line I read? Sadly, what usually happens next is you end up staring at the girl without even talking to her. And yeah, bro, she sees that as creepy. But you know what's not creepy? Constantly stopping mid-conversation to look down at your phone and say whatever an app tells you to.
So, where'd you go to school?
That's a good question.
You don't remember?
No, I do. I just gotta type in school.
Type into what?
University of Tennessee.
Really? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Holy shit.
No, wait, I went to Yale.
Seriously?
I was worried if I told you, you'd think I was some kind of nerd. Because you went to a good school? No, that's like the only good thing you've said so far.
Yeah,
I guess it is. So what did you major in?
Pussy.
Oh my god.
Then he goes on to cite a social experiment done by someone whose name he spelled wrong that allegedly confirms that you can teach someone how to flirt well, as long as they have higher social status. So if you're having trouble picking up women, just have a lot of money? Or be a prince? Now, if you were worried this website wouldn't turn into a rant against woke culture, don't be. Because it does. Sure, us guys have had to change the way we communicate with females, both in and out of the workplace, especially when it comes to telegraphing sexual interest. We've learned to make verbal advances in code using covert language known as sexual innuendo, to be able to interact with women without triggering those who are more easily offended.
Jesus Christ.
I tell you what, sometimes it feels like you're not even allowed to grope your coworkers anymore without someone getting triggered. That's not called being triggered. That's being sexually harassed. Even if you're hitting on someone using covert language, like some kind of horny detective, that's still inappropriate. You're still gonna get reprimanded by your HR rep.
You, want to see me?
Yeah, so I heard from Jessica that you've been telling her how much you want to put your hot dog in her bun?
Uh-huh.
You can't say that.
Oh, what? A guy's not allowed to talk about food?
Clearly you weren't talking about food.
But I technically was.
You also apologized in advance if the mustard comes out too fast?
It's a sensitive bottle.
That's disgusting. You're fired.
Fine. All right. I don't care. Oh, and by the way,
Sorry I triggered you.
Only on Netflix.
Side note for anyone who needs to hear this, innuendos are not some sort of secret doublespeak that only geniuses can decode. Usually you're just coming up with a different word for penis. It's not any more clever than a 12-year-old boy who ends every sentence with "that's what she said." So anyway, now we're at a point where the "how do you open" tweets are just popping off left and right. So even more alpha male Twitter accounts are getting in on the action, and somehow they're worse every time. You're in a restaurant with your friends where you spotted this hot girl on opposite table. How would you open? Well, I think we can all agree that there is only one right answer. You know, according to psychology, a person who sits alone in a restaurant can be addicted to be alone. She replies, "So what?" Then I say, "So I can help you to not get addicted to it." You're at the beach and it's sunset time. You notice this young woman vibing alone, and you've identified that what she actually is doing is begging for your attention. How do you open? I'm sure we'll get some nice, normal responses here. Sup, mamas, me likey what I see. What's your evening plan, babe? Maybe we can go back to my crib and see what's up. Oh, what's that? Why, yes, I am single, hee hee. I know there's plenty of fish in the sea, but I never imagined I would find one so thick. She will smile/laugh and say, "Are you calling me a fish?" Don't respond. Wait, don't respond? But it was going so well. Don't respond, just ask her name and number. Trust me, she will give it to you. Trust me, she will say that. And she will give you her number. I'm sure of it. See, this is a problem with a lot of these guys' mindset. It's not just that they're enacting the protocol they learned in How to Be a Creep 101. It's that they've already planned out how the girl will respond. Like she doesn't have the free will to say something else. You can't script out both sides of a conversation. Your life is not a rom-com written by you. What if she doesn't say the fish thing? What if she's like, "Who are you?" Or "Go away"? Then what do? Panic? Ask the director to yell cut? This isn't a movie. But the reason they think that they can drive a conversation is because at their core, men like this don't view women as people. They're taught by all these sex-crazed Twitter predators that if you just turn the right knobs and press the right buttons, then you'll be in control of her. Or as this guy put it, they treat women like they're NPCs whose sole questline revolves around marrying you. Just look at some of these tweets that have way too many likes for what they are. She's like a robot. She blindly follows her female psychology software program. Never take what a woman says or does personally. On an emotional level, she is just a child, which is why we talk to them like one. Aww. She doesn't know what she truly wants, desires, or needs. She just goes along with the flow of the emotional moment. Unlike men, who are notoriously level-headed. I do want to point out a little bit of hypocrisy here, because on one hand, they'll say things like, don't compromise anything for her. She doesn't deserve it. Show interest, not desperation. But also, you should take an astrology class because that's where girls are. Fuck what she thinks. What matters is what you think. Have supreme confidence in who you are and what you stand for. And then the very next tweet, like 20 minutes later, to establish a strong emotional connection with her, find what she's really passionate about in life and connect with her on that. Learn what she likes and pretend to like it too. Or wait, I thought I was supposed to be myself. I'm so confused. Do I demean and belittle women, or do I spend thousands of dollars on a class I'm not interested in just to be in the same room as boobs? But that's kind of the inherent irony to all these Twitter accounts where they're like, I'm a big, strong guy. I'm in charge, I'm in control, and I have dedicated my entire personality to tricking women into talking to me. Jokes aside, all of this is genuinely disturbing. Not just that accounts like this exist, but that thousands of men follow them and hang on to their every word like some kind of incel religion. Being single is hard, and getting your heart broken sucks, but there's not some secret you can buy to make women start falling all over you. And it's so much easier to deflect the blame onto everyone else than to admit that maybe you're the problem. Women are evil. They exist merely to torment me. And the problem with all these dating books is that they're capitalizing on those insecurities to make money off of lonely dudes. And then in the worst cases, it emboldens those men to blame women even more, because it's like, well, I bought the book. I did everything I was supposed to do, and she still won't talk to me? They really are the problem. And now you're like this lunatic who approaches every interaction like it's some challenge to see who can be more manipulative. What a healthy dating life you have ahead of you. You're like a self-fulfilling prophecy on failed relationships. If I could offer any advice, it would be to just imagine that women are like human beings, just like you. And then once you do that, you could try connecting with them, person to person. And if she still doesn't like you, that's okay. At least you were authentic. Maybe she's just not the person for you. Try again. Don't just give up and start resenting all women, because that shit's not gonna work either, no matter how much the Twitter guy told you it would. Oh, also, don't hit on people in grocery stores. No one wants that. All right, well, I've been talking for a while. I can feel myself starting to lose some steam, so I think I'm gonna toss it over to pre-recorded me to take it from here. Hi, I'm trapped in a well, and I'm founder and CEO of pictureofhotdog.com, the world's most popular website that isn't porn. I get over 4,000 DMs every single day from people congratulating me on my one-of-a-kind creation, and today I just want to say thank you. And I know, it's honestly better than Google. So to celebrate almost 2 years now of changing people's lives, I've decided to add yet another new topping, trophy. I couldn't have done it without you, hot dog. But I also couldn't have done it without the help of today's sponsor, Squarespace. So you want to build a website, but you don't know how. That's where Squarespace comes in. They've got all the tools you could possibly need to turn your idea into a reality without having to know how to code or do web design. Just start out by picking one of their dozens of designer templates that'll make your website look great before you've even added content to it. Then you can pretty much just drag and drop. It's so easy you'll wonder why you never did it sooner. You can spice things up by adding a video background, embedding audio if you have a podcast or music. You can add a comment section to hear feedback from people or have them insult a corn dog. And if you've got your own product that you want to sell using an online store, Squarespace is perfect for that too. Trust me, I've done it twice now. To get started with a 14-day free trial, head to squarespace.com/Drew, and then when you're ready to launch your brand new beautiful website, use my code DREW for 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Thank you so much to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video, and shout out to all the people who've used my code in the past to make a website, because you're the reason they keep supporting my channel. Alright, now back to me from the future? Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. This is my second time recording the outro because the first time I did it, my microphone wasn't on. Anyway, thanks for making it to the end. If you liked this video, be sure to unsubscribe from me immediately and block me on every social media platform. I want to end this one a little differently than I usually do, so I figured let's play a game of hide and seek. I'll go first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm counting to 100. 8, 9. See you guys next time. 10, 11, 11 and a half, 12, 13. A few weeks ago, my wife heard a loud noise coming from my office, and at first she assumed I was just in here roughhousing, because that's what boys do. Only, there was just one problem with that. I wasn't home. I was at the grocery store. Shopping for groceries. So what the hell was the noise coming from my office? Well, it turns out one of these panels fell off the wall and broke the very expensive neon sign I bought a few years ago. We are gathered here today to mourn the loss of Neon Hey Guy sign. Even though I never really did figure out how to light you correctly, resulting in you being nothing more than an illegible glowing aura emanating behind my head, I think I can speak for everyone here when I say, you will be missed. You were a loving friend, cousin, and sister, but even more than any of that, you were a thing that I bought. It's gonna be practically impossible to replace you. Oh, they already put something else out. Okay, now that's funny. Hey guys, welcome back to the world famous Orlando Zoo, where we only have one animal, and it's just a regular cat. If you've been following the channel for a while, then you might be aware of our beloved feline friend, Bim Bim. Last month, she had to get a couple teeth removed, which made for a pretty rough week for her. We had to spray medicine down her throat every 12 hours. She had to wear a cone 24/7, which made it hard for her to walk around. She couldn't really eat on her own because her head physically couldn't reach down far enough to pick up the food. So we had to, for the most part, feed her by hand. Every night for 9 days, I would sit there and put individual pieces of softened food into her cone for her to gobble up one by one. It was a bonding experience for sure, but we also felt bad for her the whole time. So I wanted to make it up to her by buying her a toy. And then once I did that, I started getting ads for other toys. So then obviously I bought those too, which only led me to get more ads and so on and so forth. Long story short, I have like 9 things to give her and I'm really excited to see her reaction. I think this was the first ad I got. It starts with this cat fighting for his life, trying to
escape through a window. Oh, he's bored. No, I think he's trying to get the hell out of there.
This cat toy will let your cat entertain itself and requires no interaction from you.
Thank God, I hate interacting with the animal I'm supposed to take care of. If I could just hand her an iPad, I would, but that only works with toddlers.
Your cat will instinctively try to catch it, and it will bounce back to where it was. Then your cat
Okay,
will
but does this give them endless fun and activity? Oh, it does. Weirdly though, I got another ad for the exact same product, but from a different company. And they were saying all the same things, but just more annoying because they were using that TikTok AI voice.
You won't need to do anything.
And the text formatting at the end is the same, but the websites are different? Hey, but this one has a 60-day guarantee. Guarantee of what? We guarantee that you will have this for 60 days. And if you thought there's no way a piece of junk like this could cost more than $40, you were right, actually, but just not by much. Another very similar ad, but for a different toy. Yeah, I don't know if bored is the right word to describe that clip. I think a better caption would have been, my cats were trying to kill each other, so I bought them something else to attack instead. It's got smart sensing technology, it moves on its own. Hubba hubba. I like how they say it avoids obstacles as they show it running into one. I think Bim Bim would maybe engage with this unless it's very loud, in which case she'll just stare at it from across the room without blinking. Okay, well, probably not a great sign that the first review I saw is 3 stars. Very loud. It's cool, cats like it. Can't say they play with it, but they follow it around wondering what it is.
Honey, I got you that giant basketball hoop for your birthday, and you haven't touched it once. Yeah, I haven't touched it or played with it, but I've looked at it.
What the hell is this thing?
When I saw this pop up on Instagram, I was like, this is the greatest invention that's ever been made. I will pay infinite money for this. But nowhere in the comments was a link to buy it, which was confusing because I could see the box for it in the video. This is a product that someone purchased, but all the comments are just about how to make one yourself from scratch. I'm not gonna construct a pool table. Who do you think I am? Yeah, I have a large toolbox in my garage, but it's purely decorative. So I thought I was shit out of luck until another reel popped up a few days later, this one with a link right at the top.
I got my cat a pool table. It is actually made for cats, and it was way bigger than I expected. This is my hand for comparison.
Okay, well that doesn't really help because I don't know how big your hand is. There's not a universal size for hands. You're supposed to put an object I'm familiar with next to your hand so I know how big your hand is, and then put your hand on a pool table. Otherwise, I have no sense of scale. Except we've got actually the same guy from before with a cat-sized net, so they can experience the warmth and excitement of the outside world without any of the danger. This may just be the perfect product for Bim Bim. I know she wants to see the world. If she could do VR, I would hook it up for her in an instant. The only reason we don't let her freely roam outside is because if she did, she would immediately get killed. I live in Florida, all right? If she goes outside, an alligator will shoot her with a gun. So here's another toy called the Walloon Ball. Bloom? I'm sure at this point most of the good company names are already taken, but if you're gonna make up a word, at least make it one that's actually possible to say. The guy in the ad can't even say it.
The Powerball from Bloom?
Which is surprising because the rest of his voiceover work in this is really solid.
You can easily charge it too with the USB cable it comes with. I mean,
nailed it. All right, $22 for a battery-powered ping pong ball. Gotta love that. It says it's quiet. I don't believe you. There are still instincts in every cat. Didn't know that. Which is why cats are incredibly fond of catching. It's their favorite game. Hey, not all cats like the same games. Bim Bim's favorite game is American Truck Simulator. She doesn't just play catch. She's not a caveman. Here's a product that straight up just looks like garbage. Like it looks like someone literally pulled it out of a dumpster and started selling it online. And they didn't even crop the ad right, which is very funny to me. Spoil your kitty with the new Ganlotta Cat Scratch. More bored cats. Ratchable surface. Eat long nails. Eat joy is priceless. That little one runs. Don't worry though, I saved the best for last. Or at least the AI-generated text in this ad is telling me it's the best. The new home. It is a tunnel inside. Scratch-resistant and non-sticky hair. Sit cozy on the top, comfortable to stay. Designed for their nature. I guess that's true. Their nature is to hide. Knowing Bim Bim though, she won't trust this thing enough to get inside of it. She won't think of it as a place to hide from danger. She'll think that it is the danger. Like I just have a feeling she's not gonna go anywhere near this, which is why I have to buy it to find out. Oh wait, it's usable in all season, right? Oh, okay, good. So last night I was slightly intoxicated and I decided to open up one of the things I had ordered, and I had no idea what it was because all these things, they come from the most random places, the most random websites. I don't know what I'm opening until I see what's inside. And I spent so long trying to decipher what this is. I was like, when the hell did I order 2 cowboy hats? I look like I'm the owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Oh, this is like the thing that they're supposed to run around in or something. So far, she's scared of it because it's making noise. If something makes any noise, she doesn't like it. I wouldn't have hated getting instructions. I wouldn't have been mad if they told me what to do with this zipper.
This is kind of embarrassing to admit, but it took me 7 minutes to figure out how to assemble this.
All right, this is what I got so far. Does it go like this? Because that doesn't really make sense. None of this makes sense.
What the hell did I buy?
You know that meme where Joe Biden can't figure out the 2-piece puzzle? Well, that was me, except in my case, the puzzle pieces were 2 upside-down cowboy hats you had to zip together.
And it's as easy as that. All right, there it is in all its glory. Little cave in there to roam around in. What does she think? She's not even looking. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Doesn't seem like she's that excited for it. I think she's just glad I'm done so I can pay attention to her.
The fuck?
Oh, yeah. She loves it. Well, it doesn't seem like she wants anything to do with it, so... First impression test, fail.
If only I knew what was going on inside that giant brain of hers. Is she trying to thank me, or does she just like the way my hair tastes? Cats are such a mystery.
I think in order for her to trust something like this, it's gonna have to sit in one spot for several days so she doesn't think that it'll move. If it's just like in the corner like this, you know, maybe she'll slowly venture over there.
All right, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is she went inside the cat tunnel. The bad news is it was one time for 2 seconds, and that was a week ago, so I don't think she's ever stepping foot in there ever again. Anytime we've ever tried to buy her a cat bed or some kind of surface for her to sit on, she doesn't even perceive it as an option. She likes to sit on the human couch and the human bed because that's where we sit. The only place she regularly sits that we don't is inside my guitar case. She'll sprawl out and fill every nook and cranny like it was custom molded for her body. Not only is this cute as hell, but it's nice to know that if I ever join a band where the instrument I play is the cat, I've got an easy way to take her to all our shows.
This is the accordion looking thing I bought. Nope. I think she just doesn't like that it went from being small to being huge.
If it can do that, then what else can it do?
Okay. Awesome. Play with it. God, this is such a piece of junk. It's like, it's just cardboard. How do I get it inside? Nice. Okay. Well, she loves the ball. I don't think she cares about the tube at all.
She's also hungry.
Yeah, she's also like, all right, will this get me food? Is there food inside here? It's 5:40 right now. We feed her at 6 o'clock every day, so she knows it's getting close. She can tell from the position of the sun, as you can hear in the background.
Come here.
The smart sensor's pretty good so far. It says it avoids obstacles, and if it hits stuff, it's supposed to like back up and like reroute. It did immediately get stuck under the ottoman, but it's kind of just going in a circle now. That's one way to avoid obstacles.
Get it, baby.
Come on.
Go get it.
She wants it to move because she wants to play with it, but she's also scared of it when it moves.
We decided to give her a break from this because it's hard to tell if she's having fun or is just scared and overwhelmed. I mean, either way, she is scared, but is it the good kind of scary, you know, like riding a roller coaster? I want her to have fun, but not if it stresses her out too much.
So this is called the Vitreska Meow Nooker cat toy set. She's eating right now. She's gonna be so excited.
That's so cute.
I actually do really like this. And we don't have a pool table ourselves, so we can play with this too. Wow, this looks awesome. This is my hand for scale. Man, they got my ass building something after I explicitly asked them not to. You wanna play with this? I know you like this.
Nice shot!
You wanna play with one of the balls? Nope. It took a lot of courage for you to come over here, and I commend you for that, Bam Bam. Oh, there's catnip in there, that's why. I thought she was just sniffing a box. I didn't realize. Got you red-handed, Bam Bam. Okay, why don't I put the drugs on the table?
This right here could be the biggest moment of his career.
I did it. Okay, and she pulled it out.
Wow, she likes the blue ball.
All right, well, I have to go get ready to leave soon, but I'm going to leave the camera running to see if, in private, she has the confidence to play pool.
I didn't do fucking shit!
So far, I have some evidence that she's enjoying the toys. For example, every night I'll put the pool balls on the table and I say, don't touch those. These have to stay right here. Reverse psychology. And then in the morning, I notice they're strewn all around the house. What happened here? Someone get a little silly last night. I talked about this in that quarantine video we made a couple years ago, but Bim Bim is so self-conscious. She loves to play, but hates to be seen. It's like she feels that having fun is beneath her, so she doesn't want anyone to know about it. If I want to see her go insano style, I have to set up a secret camera and go to the other side of the house. It's the only way I can get her to be her true self. Now, could I have saved some money on the pool table and just bought 6 soft little balls instead? Yeah, it would appear so. She's not really playing by the rules here, even though I've explained them several times.
Hey, you're supposed to use the stick, Bim Bim. You have to hit the balls with the stick.
She also could not care less about the cardboard accordion trash sphere. Again, she just likes the ball, which is funny because we've bought balls like that before and she never gave a shit about them until now. I honestly think the fact that it's part of something else, so she knows she's doing it a little bit wrong, is why she likes it. Cats are natural born contrarians. It doesn't matter the circumstances, they just like going against the grain. The last 2 toys we got, not including the big cat net, were the feather on a stick and the Walloon ball.
I mean, you can change the color, but I don't. Oh God.
We do not care.
She likes to be the one to move the balls. She doesn't like when they move on their own, I don't think. No, that was the cutest little backstep.
Like the rest of the toys, I could see a different cat that isn't as terrified of everything as Bim Bim is enjoying this toy. But what annoys me about it is that they lie. They said it's quiet. Does this sound quiet to you? It shouldn't. It's loud as shit. And ironically, even though she's had moments where she's played with the balls from every other toy, this product, which is in its entirety a ball, she has no interest in. Last and possibly least is the toy from Leo's Paw. I have to say, I think I misinterpreted the ads here. I thought this was battery powered in some way. I thought based on how much they emphasized this being a self-sufficient toy that you don't have to interact with, that it would be, you know, a self-sufficient toy that you don't have to interact with. But Bim Bim will only bat at it if I'm holding the other end. Which is fine, we play with her like that all the time, but that's not how it was advertised. I also didn't realize that it's not sticking to the ground with a suction cup, it's sticking to the ground because the bottom is sticky. So if you put it in one spot and then decide later that you change your mind and want to put it somewhere else, or maybe you just want to pack it up for the night, you have to scrape and claw at the tape to get it off the ground, at which point the tape is no longer usable. So that's not great. This was $40. I could have bought an extra 1.5 Walloon balls with that. And after putting it off all week, it was finally time to take her journey outside.
All right, the only thing left to do now is ask Bim Bim in her own language how she feels about all her toys. So I got a free trial for a cat translator app. Hey Bim Bim, what do you think of all the toys that I got you? And now Bim Bim responds. Bim Bim's feeling a little quiet today. Oh wait, no, it worked. Okay, Bim Bim said, I am hungry. That's incredible. So remember, fellow cat owners out there, if your cat ever says this, That means it's dinner time.
Using the incredible power found within the Cat Translator app, I was able to ask Bim Bim to rank all of these products. Keep in mind, this is not in any way unbiased. These have been ranked strictly on the Bim Bim Fun scale, and she's very particular. The catnet goes in A tier for giving us a way to introduce her to the outside world. She was a little scared at first, but she stuck it out because she's so brave and we're so proud. The snake gets a C, pretty good value for something she at least paid attention to. She doesn't play with it, but she follows it around wondering what it is. The pool table and the circular trash tube go in B, the B standing for ball was fun, didn't care about the rest. The cat tunnel and feather stick both go in D, the D stands for didn't care about any of it. The Walloon ball gets an F for having a stupid brand name, my words, and for not being fun, her words. And that means that All Alone in triple S tier for the 9th year in a row is our big winner, crumpled up piece of paper. Wow, what an upset. The crowd does not like that one, but something about that little balled up receipt paper just fucking does it for Bim Bim. You can try to design something smarter, but you're simply wasting your time. You'd think maybe your owners would learn by now to stop blowing so much money trying to find something better when the perfect toy already exists for free. Back to you, Drew.
Bim Bim had so much fun with all her new toys. Kind of makes me a little jealous, you know? Kind of wish I got a little something for myself too, like a game or something, you know? Good thing today's video is sponsored by Honkai Star Rail, a free game made by the creators of Genshin Impact. Hey, fun fact, I've been making videos for like 6 years now, and in that time, I've only ever done one ad for a video game. I've had so many companies reaching out to me, begging to give me their money, and I always say, I'm not gonna do an ad for the game if I don't like it. I play video games all the time, I'm very picky about video games, so honestly, I went into this game expecting not to like it, and I was wrong. It's actually a ton of fun. Right away when the menu music kicked in and it was like this big beautiful orchestra playing, I was like, all right, I'll see where this goes. The story's really interesting so far, but also it's kind of silly, which I like. It doesn't take itself too seriously. The gameplay is pretty simple to pick up, but it definitely gets more challenging as you go. It also gets even more fun as you go too, because you start unlocking more and more characters, and then you level them up, and you like mix them with other characters, and you try to figure out the combination that works the best. There's a ton of strategy to it without it feeling stressful or overwhelming. The combat's turn-based, which is cool, because it feels like every fight there's one perfect combination of moves you can do in the exact right order, and if you handle the fight perfectly, it just feels so smart. It's kind of like chess, but with better graphics. And I'm only like 15 hours in at this point. There's so much more content to do. I haven't come close to finishing the story. But what's cool is they're constantly adding updates to the story and the game. They just added a new roguelike gameplay mode that's a lot of fun. I was doing that for like an hour earlier. They just added 3 new characters. I'm trying to get this guy, Imbibiter Lune. You ever heard of him? No. Well, you should have, because he's cool. But the best thing about the game is that it's free. You don't have to spend any money on it if you don't want to. And on top of that, if you use my redemption code in the description, I'm not gonna say it all out loud, it's a bunch of letters and numbers, just copy and paste it. But if you use the redemption code, you'll get a bunch of free in-game stuff that will help you when you're starting out. It's free stuff on top of a free game. Doesn't get better than that. If you like turn-based strategy games, and if you like this art style, I think you'll have a great time with this game. I've been playing it a lot, it's a lot of fun. Yes, they're paying me to say this, but I wouldn't say it if I didn't genuinely like the game. Thank you to Hoyoverse for sponsoring this video, and I'll see you guys in space. Because the game, it takes place in space mostly. Thanks for watching, bye-bye.
Everybody always says to me, Drew, you don't make your own merch from scratch in your kitchen. You have some company do it for you. Well, read it and weep, bozo, because I just made a fresh batch. Buy something for your dad at drewgoodenshop.com. Hey guy, it's January, and for the 29th year in a row, my New Year's resolution is to get taller. To be honest, I used to be really good at getting taller. In fact, from 1993 to 2011, I grew almost 6 feet. But in the 12 years since, nothing. What am I doing wrong? Is my body stupid? Lucky for me, I just found out that there are dozens of tutorials on YouTube, each with millions of views, on how to get taller. There are real videos on this website made by self-respecting human beings who claim that they can teach you to become more tall. Now, I assume the majority of these views are from children, in which case I have good news for you. You will get taller. I just don't know how quickly or how much. But as far as I've always been aware, once you reach a certain age, that's it. You just have to live with the hand that you've been dealt. Or in this case, the legs, neck, and torso you've been dealt. If there was a simple and foolproof way to get taller, don't you think people would do that? Wouldn't everyone in the NBA choose to be as tall as Bol if it was a matter of choice? That's not how it works, okay? It's not possible. Or is it? It's not. But maybe no, it's not. Unfortunately, the only way to know for sure is to spend the next month of my life following each and every one of these tutorials and tracking my progress along the way. Now, before we begin, obviously I got to figure out what it is I'm actually going to be doing. So let's check out some of these tutorials, starting with the most handsome medical professional on YouTube, Dr. Mike.
What you should focus on to grow the tallest possible, making sure you get enough protein, make sure you're eating your veggies and fruit. You need to get enough sleep, because when you sleep well, you actually get a lot of growth hormone release.
Say less, I can do that.
And then on top of that, you want to make sure you're exercising. It makes you process food differently. It makes your muscles grow. And all of those things will contribute to your physical appearance, including your height.
You know, that kind of felt like an afterthought, didn't it? I feel like maybe he forgot what he was talking about and then just threw that in at the end. Because all he did was describe eating well and going to the gym. And that's how you get stronger. And taller, too. I'm a doctor. But yeah, no wonder all those really buff guys at the gym are also 10 feet tall, because lifting weights does both. I also found two very similar shorts from two different members of 100 Thieves. If you don't know who 100 Thieves is, they're a gaming conglomerate, sort of like FaZe Clan. And if you don't know who FaZe Clan is, then that sentence only made you more confused. So yeah, I think these guys live in the same house, one of those content mansions with 37 bedrooms and little dungeons for their editors to live.
There's a myth that stretching can actually make you taller. Is it true?
No.
Your boy is now 6'3".
I feel taller. I think
oh my god.
Actually, I think what happened is that one of these guys made this video and then the other one saw that it was doing well. So they thought, oh, I'll just do the same thing. I'll hang for a bit, do some stretches, tell everyone to subscribe.
Now the most important step to really grow taller.
Go on, tell us.
Is hitting that subscribe button right now. If you follow each and every single one of these steps, I guarantee you will be taller.
I hate YouTube Shorts. I miss the good old days when YouTube only had longs. Like this video from Brightside, which has 33 million views.
Some exercises may help you become taller. Some of them are just so effective that it may take less than a week for you to see the results.
You know, if you told me earlier that I could do all this in a week, I would have felt good about that. But after seeing what the 100 Thieves guy did, I have higher standards. He grew 1.5 inches in like 10 minutes, okay? I don't have all week. I'm competing in a slam dunk contest tonight. So as far as exercises go, hanging is definitely the most common thing I've seen so far. Definitely gonna have to do that.
All you need to do is hold on to the bars tightly and try to hang, not touching the ground with your feet.
Right, because if your feet were on the ground, then you would be standing.
Stretching the neck backward help to elongate the muscles in your neck, and a longer neck will give you additional height. This exercise improves stretchability, and a well-stretched body is a taller body.
Yeah, you don't have to say that every time. This exercise will make your legs longer, and if your legs are longer, then your height is more.
Number 10. Swimming. Try to swim a minimum of 5 days a week for several hours, and you'll see noticeable results.
Damn, they really saved the hardest one for last. Yeah, so you're gonna wanna stretch your neck for a little bit, do a few yoga poses, swim in the ocean for 20 hours a week. Dude, I make one YouTube video a month. How much free time do you think I have? Actually, don't answer that.
Remember to press 2 buttons after watching this video.
Wait, what was that?
Press 2 buttons.
To be fair, he didn't really specify which 2 buttons. So there's one, and then...
Did someone order a pizza?
Sorry, I think you have the wrong... A treasure map? But where did you... He's gone.
No, I just fell.
I don't have time for a treasure hunt right now, but I'll save that for later. Let's see what's next.
There are 3 proven ways to grow taller. Wow. Drink milk, okay?
Not milk. This is what I feared the most.
Doesn't necessarily need to be cow's milk. You just need a daily intake of calcium because that's what makes your bones grow.
Hey, calm down, all right? No one else said anything about milk, so it's probably not even a common thing.
Number 2 is drinking milk. I drank tons of cow milk.
I can't believe Big Milk has infiltrated the medical community.
But really though, it all comes down to your DNA. So no matter how tall you are, just own it.
I appreciate this person for acknowledging that genetics play the biggest and perhaps only role in this. But by throwing it in at the end, aren't you kind of contradicting everything you've said so far? But remember, at the end of the day, you're either gonna be tall or not. And no amount of milk you drink could possibly change that. But drink it anyway.
All right, so let's recap. Here's everything I have to do this month. I have to work out and eat healthy. I have to drink milk specifically from a cow. I have to stretch constantly and hang from stuff, and I have to sleep a lot.
The more you sleep, the taller you grow.
And if all these videos are accurate, like I assume they are, then I will have no trouble hitting my goal height of 7 feet. That's right, other Drew Gooden. For years, you've towered over me, looked down on me in shame, probably had thoughts of squashing me like a bug. All it would take is one step. But not anymore. When I'm done with this video, I'm gonna be so goddamn tall that your opportunity to squash me like a bug will be over, Drew Gooden 2. And you're gonna rue the day that you blew your chance to do it. Let's get started. 5'11", just 1 inch short of being handsome and perfect, and yet it feels so far away. One of the first challenges of the video was finding a place to hang from every day. My initial thought was monkey bars at a playground. But the playground that I went to was right outside of middle school, and I just don't think it's a great idea for me to be walking around with a camera and tripod outside of a school. So I just bought a pull-up bar, and I'm gonna hang on that instead.
Hang for 3 minutes. If you can't hang that long, just know, the longer you hang, the taller you grow.
The guy from the TikTok said to hang for at least 3 minutes. I actually came really close on my first try. I made it all the way to 7 seconds. And I've slowly worked my way up to about 15. As far as food goes, I've been on a very strict meal plan. I'm eating the same things every day: chicken, rice, sandwich, oatmeal. Really trying to maximize on protein without overeating. Now, I should say I've already been doing this for like 2 months now before the video. And to my knowledge, I haven't gotten any taller, but I'm sure that'll come. I'm sure a growth spurt is just right around the corner. One more protein shake should do it. Or you know, it's probably the milk that I've been missing out on. That's what I needed, is to buy cow's milk for the first time in 7 years and drink that every day. Just went on a walk through my neighborhood. Better drink some milk. My favorite football team just got eliminated from the playoffs. Better drink some milk. Got a giant pimple on my face from drinking so much milk. Better drink some milk. I don't really mind the taste of milk so much. It's just that when you drink it by itself, it really coats the inside of your mouth and overstays its welcome. But I can put up with it because multiple YouTubers who I watch and trust assured me that it will stretch my bones. And I know that if there's one group of people on this planet who wouldn't lie to me, it's YouTubers. And then of course there have been my daily stretches, and you know what? Please don't look at my scoliosis, okay? I know my back is all bent up like a pretzel. You don't have to comment on it. In fact, I would probably already be taller if my spine didn't make me do this all the time. Now I gotta say, I forgot how good stretching feels. Even though this is currently having 0 effect on my height, I don't mind doing it because it's actually improving my mood. You know what's not improving my mood though? Sleeping as much as I am. What initially started as the easiest goal on my to-do list has quickly become my least favorite part of this challenge. When you spend every morning laying in bed, you have way too much time to just think about your life and ask all these difficult questions like, why is it the things that we can't control about ourselves are what we obsess over the most? And why does Mr. Beast have a Fortnite skin? The more I slept, the harder it was to get out of bed, and the more tired I'd feel throughout the day, the more weird, unsettling dreams I would have, and the more disconnected I've generally felt from myself. I feel like I'm not getting enough done during the day, so then I put off going to bed at night, which only makes me sleep even later. And as my days get shorter, I'm finding myself becoming more and more irritable. I'm getting overwhelmed easily by basic tasks. It's like I can feel the pressure of time wasting away in front of my outstretched hands, always just out of reach. It's hard to come to terms with the finite number of minutes you've been given on this earth when you don't feel like you're doing enough to take advantage of them. But maybe worst of all is that I'm still the same goddamn height. I don't understand. It's been almost 3 weeks. I've followed every step and I have not 1 extra centimeter to show for it. Maybe a little television will cheer me up. Oh hey, the new Scooby-Doo show is out. I like Scooby-Doo. This should be good.
I spit truth without a filter, like every comedian before #MeToo.
This is the worst show I've ever watched in my life.
Well, at least I didn't get any shorter, right? Oh no, I did get shorter.
Alright, well now that I have even more ground to make up, I think it's time we start thinking outside the box. Subliminals. Possibly the single most gate-kept online community. Through a powerful mix of manifestation and listening to lo-fi beats with headphones on, it turns out you can change any physical feature about yourself that you don't like. Hair, eye color, face shape, even your height. Don't believe me? Listen to one of the many testimonials out there. This works. I went from 5 foot to 5'7" in 3 weeks. Listen to this twice a day and I went from 5'2" to 5'8". I went from 5'3" to 5'7" in 4 months. Kinda just sounds like a regular growth spurt to me, but hey, results are results. And it doesn't stop there. Started this maybe a month ago, gone from 5'4" to 5'7". I listened to this once in my hair growth subliminal playlist and my hair was literally longer than yesterday. I immediately got a headache, oh my god. My cat recovered from cancer. Sorry scientists, time to pack it up and go home, because the real medicine has been lo-fi hip-hop beats to relax/study to this entire time. Alright, well let's make a playlist. Grow taller, height increase after age 21. Grow taller, growth plates, activation, increase height fast. Grow taller in one listen. But get this, I can make it even more powerful. You see, they also have booster subliminals. Use any subliminals once and get instant results. Literally the most powerful booster made in existence. So if I listen to these before and after my height subliminal, then I'll double my results and get them instantly. Man, the internet's so helpful. Well, here goes nothing. I will be 30 feet tall. 30 feet tall. 30 feet tall. I will become a spectacle of human achievement. Spectacle. I will need custom pants tailored for my very long legs. When I wake up tomorrow, my body will extend far past my bed frame, through the wall, and into the next room. And when I stand up, I will bang my head on the ceiling. Alright, think tall thoughts, I'm a big old boy. Who's that big old boy over there? Is that Shaquille O'Neal from basketball? No, I think that's Drew Gooden from YouTube. Oh my gosh, the road work ahead guy? Yeah, I heard he's so tall. I heard he's about 5'10". I heard he shrunk when he listened to subliminals. It's day 23, and I'm running out of time. I've tried everything. I've hung, I've stretched, I've manifested, I've eaten so much protein. I only have one idea left, and it's kind of ridiculous, but the only thing that I can think of that's still getting in my way is gravity. If I can just find a way to get around that, I'm chilling, right? That's my one obstacle. So I did a little bit of brainstorming, and then last night it finally hit me. I'll just go to space. Unfortunately, that did end up being a little bit outside of my budget, so I settled for the next best thing. I ordered an inversion table from Amazon. You see, my thinking is that if I can contort my body so that gravity is working with me rather than against me, then I can harness its power to achieve heights never before seen by man. Also, I saw some guy use it in a YouTube video. So I spent about 2 hours in my garage putting it together. I didn't think it would take that long because I have a drill, but every time I go to use my drill to assemble something, it ends up being the only tool that's not required. Like, you ever get a bookshelf from IKEA? They don't use screws. They give you 200 wooden pegs that are too thick for the holes you have to smash them into. Sorry, downstairs neighbors, I just time traveled here from the Stone Age. Anyway, it was getting kind of hot in my garage, so I headed inside for my government-mandated milk break before marching back out to finish the job. To be honest, I'm a little scared of this thing. I don't expect it to like break in half or something, but I was reading online that you have to be careful not to hang upside down for too long, because what can happen is your blood starts to pool in your head and then you pass out, and then possibly go into cardiac arrest. So, you know, gotta be a little careful. And since I'd rather not die in the middle of making a YouTube video, I'm gonna take it pretty easy. Probably not gonna do more than like 30 seconds at a time, at least not unsupervised, of course. But other than that, I'm just here to have fun. And I know it may look like I'm frowning and giving 2 thumbs down here, but hey, get a load of this. You see that? Life's all about perspective. Well, it looks like I'll be incorporating this into my routine from now on. So wish me luck.
All right, everyone, it has been almost a week since I last measured myself, and I've really kicked it into high gear. I've done everything right. I'm feeling very tall, so I am so excited. Let's see where I'm at. Here we go. Holy shit. I'm 6'3"? It actually worked. This is incredible. This is life-changing. I forgot I was standing on a chair. False alarm. Let's try that again. I can't believe it. All those people, they lied to me. I thought I could trust them, but they deceived me. Hi, 911. I'd like to report a lie. You guys don't do that? You just do like murders and stuff? I just don't get it. What would even compel someone to go on the internet and spread false information on a platform where clickbaiting outrageous claims can be financially lucrative? I can't think of a single reason why someone would do that. But I tell you what, this is definitely going to change the way I consume media from now on. Now that I know that some people out there are purposely dishonest, I'm not taking anything at face value. And as soon as the Nigerian prince who emailed me last night is done wiring me my inheritance of $1.6 million, I'm gonna use that money to change the world. I'm gonna take out ads in the newspaper. I'm gonna put up billboards warning everyone to be careful because some people don't have your best interest in mind. Some people do, like this guy who's about to trim my armor for me and give it back to me in the wilderness, but not everyone can be as kind-hearted as him. So yeah, maybe I started this video with a New Year's resolution of getting 13 inches taller, but after everything I've learned today, I think my new New Year's resolution is to be 13 inches kinder. Thanks for watching, everybody. Oh wait, I gotta go find that treasure. I love it. Wait, you telling me that the treasure was this video's sponsor the whole time? Damn, I bet this guy majored in marketing for one semester of community college before dropping out to do improv. At this point, I've been using HelloFresh for more years than I can count, because I can only count to 4. I don't know what comes next. And during that time, all they've done is get better. I swear every time I open up the app, there's a recipe I've never seen before. And the variety is insane. There's over 35 recipes to choose from every single week, so it's almost impossible not to find something you'll like. We usually go for the vegetarian meals, but every once in a while I'll opt in for an add-on like bacon or chicken just because it looks good and it only takes 1 click. And it's still super easy to prepare because the additional instructions are right there on the recipe card. The number one word I would choose to describe HelloFresh would be convenient. It's not just that the ingredients are pre-portioned and fresh and travel from the farm to your door in less than a week, or that it saves you hours of time every month that you don't have to spend in the grocery store, but it's that they also tell you exactly how long each meal will take to prepare. So you know if you have a busy week coming up, you can opt in for something that'll take 20 minutes or less. Their newest fast and fresh meals take 15 minutes or less, which is great because the less time you spend in the kitchen, the more time you have to hang upside down in your garage. I honestly can't recommend HelloFresh enough, especially if you're still trying to gain confidence in the kitchen. It's like training wheels for cooking. You'll make something for the first time and be like, damn, I did that? And there's not even a little rat on my head controlling my every move? That's great. So if you're thinking of starting off your new year with a new meal plan, you're in luck because I have a deal for you. Go to HelloFresh.com and use my promo code I'mALittleStinker21 for 21 free meals plus free shipping. Thank you so much to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. Now I gotta go fill up a hole that I dug.
Hello? Can someone help me out?